Welcome to the game.
Welcome to Bally's Presents Live at the Bike, the longest running high stakes poker series in the world. This action coming to you live from the beautiful Park West Bicycle Casino located in sunny Los Angeles, California. Today's show has a star-studded lineup featuring Lynne G, Hung Lo, Dr. H, Max Montoya, KGB, Armenian Mike, Eric Liu, Tim James, and last but certainly not least, Peter Wang. The game of choice today, No Limit Texas Hold'em. The structure is a $25.50 with a $50 big blind ante. There's going to be big pots, there's going to be big straddles, and there's going to be big time action coming to you today. My co-commentator for the first few moments is the GOAT, the greatest of all time to ever do this, JJ De La Garza. JJ, I'm very excited to be in the booth with you today.
Wow, Ryan, you are just a crusher. That sounded amazing. You're doing great right off the bat. I can help you with introducing some of these players since I've played with almost everyone at the table, as well as you played with a bunch of these players the last few weeks. We've got Armenian Mike in seat number 9. That's one player you probably haven't played with. Kind of a staple to our show. He's been playing on our show since 2016-17. I remember the first show that he played, we played shorthanded together on this King 9-9 flop. Mike with the King. Nutritionist, also with the King. That's $5.50. Now let's see how much value he gets out of Armenian Mike here.
Yeah, and one thing I know about Armenian Mike is he does not like to fold. So it'll be really interesting to see how much he can juice out of him here with just a weak top pair.
For sure, these older generation guys, and they're going to go, looks like they checked. These older generational guys, they almost see poker as like a game of life. So the cards that they're dealt, that's how they want to play. It's not like when you're dealt a bad hand in life, you get through it, right? So I think that's the psychology behind it. They get a bad hand, they're still going to fight through it and want to play through it. In seat number 1, we have Lynne G, professional poker player. Last week we were here. Was on high stakes poker. Had a pretty blast off moment on there. I'm still a fan of hers though. May be on OnlyFans soon. There's been plenty of talk about it by her on the table. Yeah,
Lynne's a very interesting character within the game, always chatting it up, always engaging in conversation, and really challenging people within the framework of the game. She strikes me as a jack-in-the-box where she'll sit around, play conservatively, play her hands, but then there's just one moment every stream where she'll just blast off.
And that's the tough part, Ryan, because like you said, she's going to play solid for most of the day, and then there's going to be that blast-off moment, and you're thinking, all right, so she's played solid. How often is she blasting off here? But she is more than capable of big bluffs here. Dr. H with the 3-bet. Ace-King, also known as Anna Kournikova. We'll get through the introductions, those of you that are new. We got Ryan, a.k.a. Rye Guy, in the building. He actually went to broadcast school, so I'm happy. I'm going to be learning from him as well throughout our relationship in the next few months, years, however long we're doing this together at Live at the Bike, or the all-new Bally's Presents Live at the Bike.
Iron sharpening iron, JJ. Happy to learn from one of the best alongside you.
Thank you very much, my man. And we're going to go 4 ways, it looks like, to this flop. 4 people, right? And we're going to get through these intros. We want to be very in-depth with these characters. Jack 8-7. Bottom 2 pair for Tim James. And top for Armenian Mike. And let's see how much chips get sprinkled in here, Rye Guy. What do you want to go by on stream? Rye Guy or Ryan?
I'm going to stick with my poker name, Rye Guy.
Okay.
Rye Guy Poker from now on. Been in the last 2 weeks of playing 3 games with some fairly successful results. And I'm looking forward to a very fruitful relationship alongside you and the Live at the Bike team.
Let's get it.
I wouldn't be surprised if we see all the money just go in on this flop. Top for Mike. He does not like to fold. Tim James with a very strong bottom 2, but quite vulnerable to certain runouts, especially against the top from Mike. So we'll see how he plays this. He decides to raise right away. And Mike in a very difficult spot with top pair, top kicker when he's only got 4,000 behind. And we see him put over half of his stack into this raise from Tim James. And as mentioned, it's going to be very difficult for Mike not to lose all of his chips here as long as he does not improve on this turn.
Yeah, I think I heard an all-in. Maybe that's just a call, but definitely Armenian Mike only started the hand with about 4,200, less than 100 big blinds. Top to Armenian Mike is a monster to any poker player, but especially someone who is a recreational player. And sometimes in no-limit hold'em, there's no way out, and this is a spot that's no way out once you go 4 ways to the flop.
Yeah, and that's a very great breakdown because there's certain spots in this game that you find yourself in where if you don't go broke, you're playing it incorrectly. And I certainly believe this is one of those situations, and unfortunately Mike just rips it in. Tim James snaps it off, and he will need a jack, an ace, or a 5 in order to scoop this pot. Tim James with 82% equity here. And
let's hear what Armenian Mike has to say here. He's going to probably be a bit frustrated when he sees this cooler. I believe they're running it. Let's see if they're running it one time. And they do run it 2 times, and Tim James is going to win both of them.
Tim James scooping the first big pot of the day, $10,375 heading his way.
All right, so first blood, Tim James. Seat number 2 is KGB, a man that I've played with, a man that may be angry some of the time, although he has a lot of gamble in him and loves to gamble and loves to play in the Live at the Bike games here in the Legends room as well. Kind of is painting himself to be quite the villain naturally by his just demeanor. You played with KGB last week in the game I put together in the Legends room. After you left, unfortunately, he stacked me in a $22,000 pot. Never have I seen someone so wanting to play with me this following week. When I saw him, actually the following day, I saw him and he was trying to get me to play on Live at the Bike. I told him I'm commentating. So you sprinkle some chips and players just want to play with you.
Yeah, certainly, and you're definitely a very strong player, but you do not shy away from confrontation. You do not shy away from getting involved in some big pots. And that's really what you should be doing if you're trying to be part of these action-packed lineups, whether you're a new player, a professional, or anything in between. Get involved, bring the action, have a phenomenal attitude at the table, and the invite will find its way back to you. If you sit around, wait for aces, I doubt we'll see you at this game once again.
You got to give a little bit. You got to reciprocate. You got to, give and take relationship for action. And seat number 3 is Dr. H. He is a chemist by day, poker player by night. The crazy thing is, Ryan, is that he just started playing poker within the last year. But if you sit with him at the table, he's constantly watching poker on a screen. He wants to be learning here and getting better very quickly.
I went to Zipa in Mexico, and then last night
let's hear Lynne.
started in Beverly Hills and ended in Pasadena somehow.
Just black, please.
Black coffee, medium bit?
Medium what?
Medium coffee.
Oh, medium, yeah. But don't put anything.
Lynne G, only 24 years old, certainly one of the more positive figures within this up-and-coming poker landscape. We see players like Lynne G, Landon Tice, all of these up-and-comers, and the attitudes that a lot of them have are just fanatics around the poker community. And what I see from players like that is a lot of encouraging things. Of course, you can study as much as you want, you can get better, but to me, when you're looking at the live poker stream landscape, it's TV first and it's poker second. And I think that's something that the new generation really has to embrace, that it's a show. And you're not here trying to make as much money as you possibly can, but you're trying to put on a show for the audience, make it engaging, make it enjoyable for the players who are not necessarily just on the show to make money, but also there to have a good time. And everybody should be having a good time at the poker table because at the end of the day, it's a game. It's an environment. It's enjoyable.
Sure. Last Wednesday when you, myself, the accountant, and Wayne all got torched, it didn't seem like we were having too much fun, right, guy? But that's the nature of the beast. Par for the course. You can't always win in this game. And seat number 4 is the nutritionist. His name is Vahe. He's played a bunch on our stream. Plays here at the bicycle a bunch. Likes to bring action. Likes to play a lot of pots. Seat number 6 is Tim James. Tim I met last week, who played in our game. Also puts together games in Vegas. Will give some action. Has a creative style. Kind of plays snug and kind of goes to the school that Lynne went to. I'm not sure what poker school that is. It's play snug, put your opponent on their toes, and blast off at any second.
Yeah, I had a long conversation with Tim after the game on Thursday. We drove to Vegas together, and trust me when I say this, don't underestimate his poker IQ. He is a lot better of a poker player than some people might think, and I'm excited to see what he brings today. Of course, already winning the biggest pot of the day, up about $5,000 within the first couple of hands.
And let's see how fast Mike is going to try to sprinkle the money back in the pot here with middle set on this Jack 10 deuce board.
The feet's gonna go black. The feet's gonna go.
You started the hand with about 2K or 10K.
1650.
So I certainly like this raise with bottom set. You unblock a lot of the best hands, meaning that it's more likely for your opponents to have top pair here, as well as a hand like 9-8, Queen, King, and a plethora of draws that are not the flush variety. So I do like this raise. It doesn't look like he'll be getting much action simply because of the hands that he's targeting do not fall into his opponents. And HTC making a good fold there.
Yeah. Quick shout out to some of the homies in the chat. Smokey Man says JJ sounds a bit different. I am wearing a double mask. I do have a newborn. I'm just here to help. Guys, we will give shout outs the whole night. And the only 2 players we haven't introduced just yet is HTC, and he's new to us, so we're going to learn about him together. He's Peter's friend. Peter's been rocking in all the big games, been giving action, so let's see if HTC follows that school of poker, since we're talking schools of poker. And seat number 9 is
Okay. Even if you're
our mini mic, which we already talked about. So
Yeah.
let's get to the action. 25, 50, 50. I'm going to leave you guys with Right Guy. I will chime in for a little bit more, but I'm just here to chill and hang out and watch a little poker just like you guys.
Yeah, and that's the
The funny part is
advantage
last
of
time we
having
played,
this position. Just hang out
we
with
had
cool
one
guys like
from Texas
JJ all the
from
time,
the
enjoy
70s
what we do, and
was,
live the
Daddy
best
O,
possible lives we can.
he
And I forgot to
immediately
mention
put
this at the
70
beginning of the
something
broadcast, but
and
I'm
then
happy to bring it up
That's
now.
really funny.
You could be anywhere in the world, but I am so happy that you are here alongside us today.
I check. 7, okay. Check. 250. Raise. 21. C7.
that was just me and you.
So I've just been informed that the stream will go dark for a few short moments, and we will do our best to bring you the action as it goes along, and maybe we'll just talk about an exciting story or two along the way. I'm sure JJ has a lot of very cool stories that all of our viewers would love to hear. So JJ, anything coming off the top of your mind that you'd love to share? I know you told me a few very cool stories yesterday, so I'm sure everybody in the comments would love to hear something.
Sure. I mean, and once again, sorry if I sound a little muffled. I am muffled. It reminds me of one of my first episodes back when we didn't know how dangerous COVID was. And I wore a K95 mask throughout the whole show. Right, so I'm back in that. But yeah, if we do go dark, you have any questions, throw them in the chat. Me and Right Guy will read them to each other. If not, then we will just chat about perhaps my new poker vlog that may be starting, Right Guy's new poker vlog that may be starting as well.
You know Eric?
And I have about 2 episodes wrapped up whenever it starts.
Good, how are you?
Good. Long time no see. Oh, great.
I just need to find a good editor. So if you guys know a good editor who's pretty sick, and at a good fair price, send them my way on my Twitter or Instagram.
Hi, Eric. I'm Lynne.
Eric, nice to meet you guys.
Okay, last player completing this puzzle, right guy, is Eric Liu.
Hello.
Eric used to be one of the lead instructors, and I believe, I could be wrong, but one of the founders of Card Runners, which was one of the first training sites that I got into. I got into stocks poker and then Card Runners, and Eric Liu was one of the lead instructors for PLO and No Limit.
I haven't either.
Here he is, a non-professional poker player now, has some older skills, but definitely still knows how to do it.
Heads up.
And a big shout out to everybody launching positivity into the chat. Of course, we're all here to have a great time, but shout out to Journeyman. I've seen you all over the comments, every single broadcast. Alex Lee for the positivity, and IBAG Hot. Very nice meeting you on the cruise as well. A lot of positivity flowing through the comments. Let's keep that going.
We play 7 days.
Is Phil
Playing
Hammett in
deuce?
the mix? Positivity, hashtag.
100?
Hashtag positivity. That's the way to live.
Queen 10-3 top pair for HTC.
Yeah, Dr. H betting here with fourth pair. Let's see if he's got a plan going forward. Gonna potentially blast off with his pocket twos here.
Yeah, I think it's time to abort mission now.
Wasn't it?
And he does. That board is getting pretty wet right there and very connected. And now it's straight for HTC.
Since like 2017,
15.25 in the pot, and let's see how much he tries to go for value.
You moved back in 15, right? You moved here.
Would have been a really interesting spot for Dr. H if HTC checked it over to him, if he decided to turn his twos into a bluff versus a check on that board. I think it's definitely one of your better bluff candidates. You rarely win, if ever, on the river when it goes check-check. HTC taking that opportunity away from Dr. H and scooping a $1,500 pot.
Hey, Rye Guy, can you do me a favor?
Of course.
Can you give a shout out to my favorite person in the chat right now?
Oh, my favorite person as well, Eric Hicks, the mad genius, a.k.a. Elon Musk of electric scooters. How are you, my man? It was great meeting you a couple of weeks ago, and I can truly say the conversation that we had changed my life forever.
Whoa, it's electric bikes, though.
Electric bikes.
Yeah, scooters. I think he's making some scooters as well. I think I heard him say that as well. But, yeah, Eric Hicks, mad genius. He's a good friend of Live at the Bike, a friend of mine as well. And I enjoy seeing his friendly face. Although, after the stream, I played poker for about an hour. Couldn't help myself, you know. I'm trying to squeeze in hours here or there with the baby and kind of, hopefully my wife isn't listening, dodge and weave her a little bit, you know. Be like, oh, I had to do some timestamps and I had to finish the newsletter, which I was doing back here after the show. But I extended. But Eric Hicks was coughing a little bit. I'm like, dude, you got COVID? I got to be careful, brother. I got to end this conversation. He's like, no, I don't got COVID. I passed 3 COVID tests. I'm like, still got to be careful. I gave him a hug and I was like, can't do this right now, Eric Hicks, but shout out to you. I'm sure he doesn't have COVID, but I got to play my cards right, or my immune system right, you know.
Yeah, certainly. And I love the analogies that you use throughout these broadcasts, the balance between your commentary as you would have balance on the table. That's probably one of my favorite analogies that you use because it's true. You know, you need balance in life. You need balance in poker. You need balance in your commentary, meaning that neither side can be overvalue heavy, a.k.a. you can't go out party every night, and it can't be too bluff heavy, which means that, I mean, family, friends, I think it should probably be flipped around with this analogy, where value should be family, friends, and the bluff side can be partying, hanging out, having a good time. So certainly a enjoyable analogy that you tend to use, and appreciation from Tran. He says, apologize for the rude comment. It was meant to be a compliment. Hashtag positivity.
Oh, there we go. Bang,
and
bang.
Don't worry about that. Anytime being compared to one of the greatest poker minds of our generation, a.k.a. Doug Polk, anything like that is a compliment to me.
Yeah, the Wizard of Oz.
You woke
See,
up at 6?
interesting board here. Tim James deciding to bet his open-ender into 4 players, and
Different schedule.
HTC deciding to make a call in between with Queen High. I bet he's got a pretty interesting plan
I'm not doing that anymore.
if it checks through on this turn.
Yeah, he did have some backdoors. Backdoor flush draw, backdoor straight draw.
Party or
Well, I work in the morning, so party.
Tim James not letting up, continuing to bet his draw into 2 players, and it looks like this is going to get through. So Tim James running a nice bluff early on, winning a few pots early in this game. He's up almost $6,000
Any place when the good people party.
in this one so far.
Can I get like a tea?
I remember.
Not the decaf type.
And a blanket.
Apparently they were bringing me decaf tea a bunch last time.
1 month ago.
I do believe this is by far the quietest I've ever seen Lynne at the table.
Slippers, maybe.
An absolute
Oh, I
chatterbox,
did notice
typically.
You
Very
mentioned-
enjoyable
I
player
bought
to
it
play
today,
with.
so
Makes a
I
lot
did
of the
follow
fun
it.
players at the
That
table
time
feel
was
extremely
so
comfortable.
I
And
did buy
that's
it
one of
today,
the
yeah.
highest
And I
quality
did the video
attributes
today.
that a strong poker player can
You
bring
think
to the
it's
table.
fun?
Something that one of the best of all time who
Nobody
does it,
knows,
Garrett
but,
Adelstein,
You think long
completely
term-
has surpassed his
Actually,
competition
I don't know
within.
anything about it.
I have
Just buy
never
it just to
seen
have it.
someone who can make his opponents feel so comfortable and so happy as he drags in $100,000 pots. I've never seen
At that time was
the opponents have a smile on their face as much as they have against Garrett when they lose the sums of money that they tend to lose against one of the greats.
Yeah, for sure.
I have been watching.
Garrett has that
You can ask me
skill,
about the local
something that Lynne does as well.
Like
She actually defers to the table talk as Garrett does. If it's a chatty table,
The secret
he'll stay quiet as Lynne will.
No, I mean.
But he'll also engage the players and ramp up the table chat if it is quiet. He does it strategically to probably be fun for the stream, I would assume.
I check.
So good spot on analysis.
300.
Cost me $1.75.
10-8-7 and
Doesn't
looks
matter
like
how much I buy. $1 million or $100.
top pair for HTC.
$125.
Thanks, Paul.
Eric's going to bet his middle pair. He does have some good backdoors
Is that me?
to a flush and a gutty.
My sweatshirt just in case.
Let's defer to Eric on this wet board.
Yes, me too.
Okay, perfect.
If he bets here, it's to turn his hand to a bluff and rep jack 9, I would assume.
Totally missed it.
I'm available.
I'm not into
And
girls.
rep the straight. He's going to bet 600.
You guys are great.
Funny you should
I
mention
believe
that.
too thin for value.
I'm right here,
Might be the
available.
girl for you.
Trying to get
I'm
into
available
Eric's
for
mind
hug
here. I believe
anytime.
this bet is meant to accomplish one of two things. It allows him to put a bit of money in on this turn and target hands like 9x for value, which we'll be calling, as well as check back all rivers that don't improve him. Of course, this river drastically improves his hand to a straight, so he's going to go for some thin value against top pair, betting just under half pot. Let's see if HTC can put the puzzle pieces together here.
Priceless. You can laugh as much as you want, but
1,000.
he knows already. If I say something, it's usually
HTC has to risk 1,000 and win 3,200, so it has to be right in about 25% of the time. Once that diamond gets there and the straight gets there, hard to think that Eric would be bluffing with almost anything here. That Eric would have to be turning a 10 into a bluff here, which for that sizing doesn't make a lot of sense.
Yeah, strong folds from HTC there. Like you said, it's very difficult to find bluffs on that board. The best bluff there might be a hand like 8-6. And typically players aren't going to bet that turn and then bet as small as he did on that river, turning that specific hand into a bluff. But he takes it down, and a bit of an unfortunate river from HTC, but strong fold on the end, getting away from it.
close to this.
And if you haven't just yet, we're here for you guys. So smash that like button, hit the subscribe button. You guys did an excellent job the last few weeks. I look at the analytics. We're booming on subs. We've been booming on likes. So let's keep the party rolling. Also, let's get that like button for Right Guy, who's just crushing it here on his Live at the Bike debut.
Live at the Bike commentary debut. Of course, working with about 10 different teams within Canada, 5 different sports, and happy to make it 11-6 today.
But I bought it anyway today.
That's sick.
Live at the Bike has been my dream to commentate on ever since I started playing poker 3 years ago, and the enjoyable response I've been getting from my friends, family, peers, and mentors back at home over the 3 prior games I had been playing over the 2 weeks before this has been phenomenal.
Premium hand.
And I appreciate each and every one of you who has funneled their positivity towards me over these past few weeks. It's been a grind, but we're finally here.
700.
And this might be my favorite matchup of all matchups that you're going to commentate on today, Right Guy, is Armenian Mike versus Lynne. Old, savvy, well, I shouldn't say old. Let's just say savvy veteran versus the young rising star who's played on high-stakes poker and knows how to put chips in the middle. And Lynne's going to draw first blood in this tiny pot.
Yeah, really interesting that neither of these players decided to put in a raised pre-flop. Armenian Mike limping the King 10 suited in the small blind, which is very reasonable in today's poker analytics, checking, just completing everything in that position. And Lynne deciding to check back with her ace. And on an ace, king, queen high board, surprised to see only one bet go in there, and Lynne dragging in a $150 pot.
Kim, double board.
Yeah, I'm in.
Okay, you like one board, you like double board,
Yeah.
right?
Machine Gun Kelly in the comments. Rye Guy sounds absolutely great on the mic. Well, you sound absolutely great in the comments. Keep the positivity flowing.
First time single or double?
First time single.
Okay. So, Kim, are you in?
One's gonna be a
Okay, so we are in a mix.
First all the way.
First time.
Do you see how easy the logic is here? Only if
But no
only
7
if
deuce this hand, to 7 deuce place.
no 7 deuce plays, of
70
course.
should play.
No,
It's
no,
so hard.
of course.
So the table deciding
no,
to
please.
bring on the 7
Watch me
deuce
do
game, which is by far my favorite game.
Yeah, it's 7
Probably my
deuces
favorite
on.
call from the last Thursday. My biggest loss of my poker career, actually, was playing the 7 deuce game by myself. You did a phenomenal job of pointing that out, and it was certainly worth the couple $1,000s I dusted off in that hand just to get that one soundbite you brought.
So here, this is a new graphic that I think is awesome. I just realized it last week. There was 4 screens, and it had all the players in the bomb pot, since we are playing a bomb pot. So the way that these work, right, Guy, and you're no stranger, so more for the audience, is that these players put in $100 in the pot.
I guarantee
There's no more action pre-flop, and post-flop we play normal poker. Here, Armenian Mike with top pair, top kicker,
There it is. Now he's gonna
and the
open
takedown. So
7
they are
deuce.
playing the
Open that
7 deuce
deuce
game.
line.
So that's another aspect that you might see some crazy bluffs tonight once the 7 deuce game is here to ramp up the action.
And not only does it create a demographic
Specific shot at me.
where people are going to be bluffing more with that specific hand, but it also keeps that thought in the back of the opponent's mind when some big bets are put in pre-flop. A lot of the time you just want to squeeze your opponents out, take down the dead money, and
damn
scoop
it,
in
I'm
the
on
extra
tilt.
$800. So why not do that with a hand like aces
I
or
only
kings
play
or
bump
ace
ups.
king? Something that's very strong that someone might be a little skeptical of you going something like 5, 6, 7, 8x pre-flop. Creates a really interesting dynamic that could develop over this 5-hour stream.
So what you're talking about is you're talking about levels upon levels, and that war of playing a mental game of poker and just blasting off. And that's actually an excellent strategy to do that I don't really implement in my game when those type of things are on. I just keep it standard 3x, 4x, 2.5x, whatever my standard open is. But I do like that, and I do like that adding that into your arsenal to look bluffy. And when you do have the 7 deuce making an 8x pre-flop to just take down the money, and the extra free that everyone's going to have to pay you is pretty excellent as well. So I actually really like that idea.
Yeah, as Kendrick Lamar says, there's levels to it. You and I know.
You're going to win 4K today?
12.
12. Oh, wow.
So it would create a very interesting dynamic when someone decides to navigate with this on a queen, queen, 9 rainbow board. 3 players, all of them missing. Eric deciding to bet, and HTC getting a little sticky with his gutter ball. Excuse me, Mike. Trying to catch up with the graphics here. It looks like HTC called, and both of them turning top pair 10 kickers. So unless something crazy goes down during this one, it looks like it'll be a chop pot. Eric checking it over to HTC. HTC deciding to bet.
Forecast a thing that has never occurred.
That's funny.
Say,
And HTC matching that bet, so continuing on to the river now.
oh, it'd be nice to just
HTC bet 900.
step on that podium.
So 900 bet from HTC. Eric making the call, and the ace on the river looks like it'll kill action. Check, check, and a chop pot. Both players turning over the exact same hand.
How do we know HTC has a king, though?
So the graphics just
Oh, they
abandoned.
showed it? Okay,
Yeah.
gotcha. Gotcha.
Everybody loves a
I
chop
was
pot.
like, how do you read that card there without seeing it? But
It's part of my tricks. I see through the cards.
oh, shoot.
25.
Thank you.
So for all of you at home, thank you for joining us today. It's a very pleasurable experience to be in
So
the
this is
booth
a little
alongside one of
before
my
your time.
idols, JJ De La Garza,
Poker stars used to have something called VPP.
the Tom Brady of sports commentary, unknown until he
And
stormed onto the
VPP
scene,
is, basically you
and
got
now he's
like
a first
like
ballot Hall of
point.
Famer.
Thank you very much, man.
For like your
I'm
buy-in.
just a man who loves poker and
Well, that
studies
was a
poker too
tier
much
that you
still.
could
And
hit. Yeah, elite is
that's why I'm
obviously
able to
the
break
best
down
or
some
whatever.
hands for you guys.
I will say, though,
Individual at this table
during the
bought
broadcast,
a-
you absolutely nailed my thought process on a few really big hands I was
special
playing.
edition
And it's
Range
very
Rover
exciting
with his
when
points.
you can be thinking something and someone in a completely other room, in a completely different mind, can understand exactly the thoughts that are going through your head. There was one specific hand where I had fourth pair, and I was facing a pot-sized bet on the river on a very scary board, and what was brought up was that all of the options were on the table. It was a fold's very reasonable because we have fourth pair facing a hugely polarized bet on the river. Call is reasonable because since he's so polarized, his range of hands can't be that wide. And a raise makes a ton of sense too because we block some sets, meaning that because we had that bottom or second bottom pair, it was much less likely that he had a set. And we also blocked the straight, meaning that because we had the 4, it was far less likely for him to have the 4-5. And the fact that in the booth you were able to analyze it and allow the audience to understand the thoughts that were going through my mind was very interesting and very intuitive because it really brings another level to the game that most people would never consider themselves. So that's something I certainly have to applaud that you've been doing for years now.
Oh, thank you very much, man. A lot of the big name pros that have played on our show, they have gave me compliments like you're giving me, like, man, you broke down exactly what I was thinking in those hands, which is always makes me feel good. Okay, I know what's going on. These superstar guys. The only one who's never told me that is Garrett, actually, but no secret. Garrett doesn't like to give away. Like even if I knew what he was thinking, he wouldn't want me to say that I know what he's thinking. You know, so it's always a compliment when these superstar poker players, you know, bring that up to me. So thank you for the compliment. Yeah, when I first started, you know, commentating poker, I was like a ton of studying so that I can be able to be worthy of breaking down that action for the audience.
And then somehow I still lack sleep.
It's a really great point you bring up. A lot of people might optically believe that in order to get really good at poker, you just stumble into a game, you win a lot, but it takes years of hard work, determination to surpass your peers. And in order to get to the level that you are currently at and that we all strive for within specifically the sports commentary side of poker, it takes a ton of studying. It takes a ton of understanding what each individual player would be thinking in each individual situation. Because as people should know, no two people are alike. And that's the biggest differentiation between what makes a strong poker player in this generation versus what makes an elite poker player in this generation. You know, there's a ton of kids coming up now that are superheroes, that are absolute stars in this industry that will only go off of what they've studied in a chart and never think of what the other player is doing wrong. And when you're able to really understand what people should be doing, but then can make inferences on the deficiencies that they might have within their game, that's what differentiates the top 5% to the top 0.5%, and what makes great players elite.
550.
Absolutely, and just to piggyback on your thought process as we get to this flop with ace-7 deuce, and both players with a little bit of nothing, but Dr. H is going to rep that he has an ace. And
Tim James, creative raise here, wrapping across the 7.
So what Tim is able to do here is, since he has range advantage, he feels like Dr. H should not have a leading range and just punishes Dr. H for leading this dry board with an ace, which once Tim raises from under the gun, is able to have those strong hands in his range.
What'd you have there? New year, new
Back to piggybacking on your idea, that's where I was going with it. Doyle Brunson said, you are not playing the cards in your hand, you are playing the person. And just as we broke down these players at the beginning of the show, now it's their turn to think of what Armenian Mike is doing. What is Lynne doing? We know Lynne likes to blast off. How often is she doing it? What frequency is she doing it? Okay, Armenian Mike, what is his mentality usually? I think it's, you know, he's playing the cards of life, also his poker hands. So we know he's going to play a lot of cards, and he's going to want to fight with them. Just like many battles that he's might have went through life, he plays the cards that are dealt to him. So it's interesting that you bring up that point. Young kids might be missing the exploitive realm of poker.
And I think that's a really big part of why kids nowadays, quote unquote kids, I mean, I'm 25 years old, so I guess I fall into that realm.
I
but
still feel like a kid in poker.
You're
Sometimes
definitely a
I
kid in
sometimes I
poker.
feel like a grizzled vet though. It depends who I'm around. 10-6-3.
My good friend Ronnie taught me this lesson through a song, actually. We want to be 18 till we die. And that's a great life motto for just about anybody to try to embrace, 18 till we die. And, you know, can't live forever. It's just wishful thinking. But as you embrace that mentality, you can be 65, 80, 90, 100. And if you live with that enjoyment around you, you will always be 18 till we die. And a huge shout out to all this positivity flowing through the comments. Shout out to Scalar Pepler. Commentator is awesome. Thank you very much, Scalar. And Nikolai. I think this might be the accountant, correct? Yes, sir. It was a pleasure playing with you, even though you finessed me out of quite a few $1,000s. And you were a big part of that huge cooler towards the end of the night on Thursday. You're a great dude. And I very much enjoyed the action that you were bringing to this game.
Nikolai, I'm not going to give you any more shout-outs because Rye Guy just hooked you up. Even though you're one of my favorite people in the poker community and you know this, and we text every day, there's no more shout-outs for you because the Rye Guy already pumped you up, okay? You're not getting any more from me.
So we had a question earlier here. Nathan, if you have a question, write in the comments. We'll be happy to answer as long as it's PG-13 minus. So we have a raise here from Eric. A few calls before him trying to squeeze out this dead money. A weak suited ace. Certainly a viable candidate to try to take down this $250 pot pre. And it might work out. Tim James, with the weakest range out of all of his opponents, just completing the $25 in the small blind. But he's thinking about it. He's got some gamble in him. He's up 7,500 on the show, so we'll see what he decides to go to.
So it looks like Tim min raised to 100 then?
This
and
won't be
then
100.
Eric raised it to 400? Is that what it looks like? Or he just
No,
limped him
just
to 50?
overlimped alongside the three people in front of him. And so now he's really in the tank. He might have to use a time chip now.
All right.
So we failed to inform you at the beginning of the show that each of these players have 30 seconds to make a decision before a time chip is to be used. If those 30 seconds expire, it will force a time chip out of these player stack. Each of them get 5 time chips, and each time chip is worth 1 minute. If you run out of time chips and the clock hits 0, your hand will be folded automatically. So it's a very exciting way to improve the game flow within what's going on in the game.
You had something else on tilt, didn't you?
No. It's just my name.
Yeah, you're Red Pro.
Yeah.
I was trying to, act like I remember none. I used to have your
We're
posters
very
on the
good
wall.
at folding very quickly.
I'm honored.
All of us, yeah.
No action, just
Yeah, no.
I saw one
We're all
face card, Jack, that's it.
What?
Wasn't a very nice house.
So heading to the flop, 3 ways nutritionist, limping in with the 9-7 of hearts. Eric completing the small blind with 4 deuce off, and HTC with middle pair on a monotone board.
But I got so many.
He leads out for 2/3 pot and will take down
Whatever, but I didn't play.
about 250.
You knew I was going to raise?
Now I'm getting bored.
From the big blind? From the big blind?
Jack 5 for every hand. 9-3. Come on.
What? You knew I was going to raise from the big blind?
Start to bluff people.
I didn't even know I was going to raise from the big blind. In fact,
The Holy Ghost.
that'll probably be the last time I do it all
Bad
day.
idea.
You,
I know.
Yeah.
I've tried it before too. Very silly.
Definitely not. But
Gotta go for.
hey, I gotta have something.
I'm going to forget.
Great.
Why don't I got the mystery hand? You too?
Me too, yeah.
Fold? No?
$200 weapon. like a weapon in a video game that I don't have.
Oh, you got the good hand, I got the cold.
What's that? Oh, that.
Yeah, the leverage because like
Dealer, Jack 3.
Is this one of your friends or no?
That's very specific.
That's the only way I can win. I got Jack 3.
So Lynne coming up with a raise in early position to 125. A couple of calls, and it looks like Mike's going to be putting on the squeeze, and Lynne making a quick fold here. A bit surprising that she didn't want to go to battle with a hand as pretty as 7-8 suited, and it looks like Mike will just take down all that dead money, $1,100 profit, without even seeing a flop. So certainly a desirable result with specifically pocket nines, where there's just going to be an overcard about 60% of the time.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
Yeah, Mike stuck the most. I'm a fan of Armenian Mike.
What?
Plays in my games in the Legends room. Plays on my games here live at the bike. So definitely rooting for. I still remember the first time I met Armenian Mike. It was at the other casino.
Just feel like someone should have it.
It's funny.
So are you guys the type?
So Armenian Mike is actually a very difficult player to play against. A lot of players that employ a limping range will still be raising with their best hands. So it makes it quite easy to understand what their hands look like as a whole. And a range in and of itself means every hand that a player could have, to simplify it. So meaning that if you're going to raise, if you have aces, kings, and ace-king, but you'll limp in with hands like 7-8 offsuit, 6-5 suited, those kind of hands, it makes it a lot easier for an experienced player to attack that range, which, as we mentioned earlier, is all the hands that a specific person could have in a specific instance. But Armenian Mike just limps every single hand. So when I played against him in the Legends room a couple of weeks ago, it was very difficult for me to understand where he was at, since he limps hands as strong as ace-king, kings, queens, aces, and he'll just call with those hands. It makes it a lot more difficult to play against him, since his range is far wider and allows for some value spots in it as well, as opposed to most players who have a limping range, where they'll just raise their best hands and limp their medium strength to weaker hands that they just want to see a flop with.
And Tim forced to lay down queens to HTC's aggression. Unfortunately for Tim, he raises it up. It goes about 5 ways. And an ace on the flop, and he figures one of these players must have an ace, and why not the guy who bets 500 or 600 multi-way, and HTC's aggression takes down that pawn. Well done by HTC.
Yeah, and probably a good fold from Tim. You know, he's leading into a field of players, so most of the time he's going to have an ace there, and the times he doesn't, even with a hand like 10-9, he'll just continue through the turn. So even if you think you might have the best hand, you also have to begin to think of future streets, meaning the turn and the river. Will they allow you to show down your hand? Because if not, and they're just going to bet the flop, bet the turn, bet the river, you might as well just cut your losses early sometimes.
And let's defer to Lynne. I think she was talking about OnlyFans right now. I could have misheard something, again. But let's hear. Maybe I was hearing mental chatter in my brain, or.
Let me in.
700.
Armenian Mike with my favorite hand and just mucks the 2-8s. I'm so sad, but there is a 3-bet in front of him. And Lynne right on cue as we dial it down here in the booth. Lynne wakes up with 2 kings and is going to put in just the flat call. Very sneaky.
It's actually a really interesting spot. And
okay, she put in the 4-bet. Our graphics had to catch up. Let's hear Lynne with the speech play.
I wouldn't even mind a call in that situation. You know, take it 3 ways with an under-repped hand, $2,000 in the middle, $8,000 in your stack. It comes queen high and someone's got a queen. It's going to be very difficult for all the money not to get in on queen high, jack high, 10 high, and uncoordinated boards. So even though she put in the standard 4-bet with kings, which certainly is the standard approach to that situation, I wouldn't mind a flat as much as some people might harp on the lack of aggression pre-flop, especially with players who don't bluff pre-flop. And I'm not saying Lynne doesn't do that, because she's a very creative player, But when your 4-betting range is queens, kings, aces, and ace-king, it becomes quite easy for your opponents to just fold hands as strong as ace-queen or pocket jacks or pocket tens to your cold 4-bet aggression. So I wouldn't mind mixing in some flats with some of your strongest hands in those positions as well, especially since they're not playing infinitely deep.
And KGB going for it here.
Different setting. Different.
Phraseology of that was just so.
Oh,
Like, I would never get away with that. People would be like, who the fuck is this guy? Everybody's like, yes, Lynn, what can I help
Just
you
want to
do?
win one.
How come none of these hands are 7 deuce?
Tired of folding.
Like, that's crazy.
Bro.
A lot of pre-flop aggression we're seeing in the early goings of this game. Hopefully that continues throughout.
Yeah, not my turn yet.
I didn't see
Okay.
it, and I got a good hand.
Are we on? Are we on?
On what?
Spooky Man writes
Yes,
in the
you wanna
comments,
start with
Armenian
this?
Mike is just chaotic like that. I
Sure,
completely
yeah,
agree.
I do that.
What is that?
I mean,
It's the baby
he
game.
How do you
could have
how do you play
anything
this?
when he limps and calls, so
If
it
you ask
creates a
if you
really
ask Mike, especially
interesting
ask Mike,
dynamic
obviously
when you're
not.
playing against a guy like that, where you just can't know where they're at. Similar to
Hey, the small blind game?
one of my favorite people to play against, Peter, who I've had a couple of confrontations with on the biggest stage.
I can slowly.
He is not afraid to put in the money as a bluff, and you never know what part of his range he's going to be in.
I like the 7 deuce.
You cannot convince him.
What we do both
You cannot convince him.
No, you're a bad influence. I'm not going to bother poor Mike over there.
So here we have Eric
He's been
raising
so
it up with
helpful with
King
the
9
pot.
suited,
He is not
Mike making the call with Queen 8 suited.
He's a happy guy when you talk to him. Please.
He's also happy.
HTC's in there with the suited wheel jack,
Yes,
and the nutritionist completes with
You better to
the big lick.
explanation, obviously.
obviously, yes, because I've
Yeah, and convince him too.
blessed
So a
him.
whole lot of nothing for each of these players. HTC ahead with his pair of ducks.
Absolutely.
Backdoor flush draw alongside it, but absolutely nothing for the rest of the field.
It's his head, not
I don't know. What
you don't. Can imagine.
Turn 10 of hearts, bringing in the front door flush draw. It's going to be very unlikely that any of these players have that front door flush draw, anticipating them to bet it at a high frequency on the flop when it checks to them. And Mike deciding to take a huge stab at this, over betting the turn 1.5x the size of the pot with queen high and a whole lot of these.
Kill me.
He shows the queen of clubs.
Well done by Armenian Mike.
Yeah, I'll take a water, and I'll take hot tea. Yeah, I'll take green tea with honey. And then just no lemon. Yeah. Just green tea with honey, and then just a bottle of water.
All right, boys and girls. Mainly boys, because I've seen the YouTube algorithm, right, guy? And it's mainly boys. So, laters, guys. It's a pleasure me hanging out with Right Guy, although we played poker and hung out the last few days, or a couple days last week and this week. And I felt like I hung out with you since I commentated on your game as well. So, I hung out with you effectively probably as much as I hung out with my wife the last few days. So, which is probably a little too much.
Priorities, man, priorities.
Yeah, but anyways, guys, I'll be in the booth tomorrow. I'll be commentating on Right Guy. So hopefully he
Excited.
brings his A game. If not, we're going to bash him up.
Please do.
Not my style, but I'll see you guys tomorrow. Please, if you haven't and you enjoy Right Guy and you want this channel to keep growing, this all new Bally's Presents Live at the Bike, the world's longest running high stakes series, please help us out with the YouTube algorithm. Smash that like button. I'm going to exit after this hand. Eric with the nut flush card in his hand. Not much of a backdoor besides that flush card. And let's see how this pot transpires as Lynne, with just an open-ended draw, and it goes check, and Lynne in position elects to, she's going to randomize here. She's going to bet sometimes. She's going to mix. Sometimes she's going to check this. She's rolling the dice in her head. I feel like that's the bet face. After she takes this long, I'd be pretty shocked if she checks. And she does check. See, I don't know much back here, right, guy? She checks. River the 7, Brick City. Eric's going to win with ace high, but I doubt Lynne's going to let him.
Let's see. Let's see what she does here. Let's see if she decides to go for it or she just thinks that he has too many bluff catchers in his range.
Let's defer to Lynne G. And Lynne is going to go for it. And I really like this bet. You know, she can rep a 7 And she gets it through. Well done by the young professional poker player who hangs out and studies with some of the best. All right, peace and love, y'all. I'll be back tomorrow. And
Better than 7 deuce?
keep smashing the like button for Rye Guy.
Pleasure working with you, JJ. I am looking forward to our next opportunity to get in the booth together, and I'm looking forward to hear you break down and get into my mind tomorrow in the 25-50-50 game, headlined by yours truly and Barry Woods, someone I got absolutely destroyed by last Wednesday. 3-bet bluffing against me on the river in a very unique spot. So credit to him where credit's due.
Thank you.
I am only human, and sometimes I'm going to lay down the best hand, but it gets shown to so many people on the stream, and you just got to live with it. You got to learn from it and continue to do your best in this game. So Lynne opening up pocket eights from early position, getting a couple calls from the nutritionist. And the big blind, she decides to bet small on this ace, king, deuce, rainbow board. And I would expect her to check this turn, as she does. And the nutritionist with top pair deciding to get a little cagey and check it back. Certainly like that check back, understanding it's going to be hard to get called on 2 streets from worse. And you might as well allow Lynne to blast off on this river. The nutritionist betting 500 into 650, and Lynne, understanding that she is probably beat, lays it down very quickly. Good fold from Lynne, and a good check back from the nutritionist, understanding that it's going to be hard to get called by worse. So you might as well leave the door open for Lynne to blast off, as we've seen her do on many a times. So once again, Rye Guy in the booth today, and just a reminder that you could be anywhere in the world right now, but I'm so glad that you decided to be alongside me on Live at the Bike. 25, 50, 50 are the stakes. There's going to be big pots, big action, and big personalities that you all love to see. So settle in with me.
You're late.
It's going to be a great time.
I would invite you, so you're going to be late again?
That's fair.
Oh, Dr. H, no problem. We're going to breed meth, we cook it, and then we're going to do what?
325 raised?
We what, inhale it or just, how we going to do it?
Whatever. Depends on the temperature.
I never tried. Can you make a good one?
Depends on the temperature.
Whose temperature first? Or my pulse?
Both.
Come on. Get the good stuff. So we get high. And then we play poker.
What, the poker?
After that, yeah. It's high. You're invited too. If you're gonna do whatever he's gonna cook.
I won't be late.
Or when meth involved, you're already in, right?
Yeah, I'm in.
So K-Mena coming through the comments asking, is this live? That's a great question. So the actual game is on about an hour-and-a-half delay, but the commentary is coming to you live. We see what you see. We react to the actions live, and it's broadcast to you simultaneously to me speaking these words. So you seeing Dr. H having ace, jack of diamonds, and raising it to 225, you'll see it at the exact same time that I do. Tim H calling the 225. You're going to see that alongside me. And so the game is happening slightly earlier, but the action that we are seeing collectively, we are seeing as a team. Armenian Mike flicking in the extra 200 with a dominated jack.
Yeah, no problem.
500 in the middle as we head down to a flop.
Oh, sorry. He looks suspicious.
I got my water down here.
Yeah, I think he looks suspicious too, yeah.
And the flop comes down 9-7 with a couple of spades. 1 diamond for Dr. H, which might allow him to put some money into this pot. Let's defer to the doctor. He decides to check it back. Ace high is going to be good here at a fairly high frequency. The king of spades on the turn improves Mike to a gutter ball. Neither of these players having a spade in their hand. Dr. H deciding this is a better card for him to represent than Mike.
You think I tried math?
What is meth?
Deciding it's time to bluff with the best hand. 325 into the middle. Mike folds his queen high, and Dr. H taking down about $300 in profit.
He's a chemist, which is the best.
What kind of?
He's a doctor.
Double board. That's
Chemist.
it.
He's
a doctor.
Oh, finally double board for KGB. Okay, double board.
For men,
Oh, for Lynne,
for me, nothing is for me here.
Okay, okay.
KGB is out of style today. You don't know that?
I don't know.
Used to be.
Can I have a bite of
Yeah,
your?
for the record, I can just settle this dispute. Never done meth.
He was testing.
So 4 cameras, 2 boards, and 2 cards apiece.
Meth is just not a fun.
This will be a very interesting hand. So just to explain where we're at with this hand, because it was a dealer change, they decided it would be best to deal out the cards
Dog, look it up.
and allow everybody to see the flop collectively. Except this time, we're going to deal out 2 flops on the board. Each player will still hold 2 cards, but in order to scoop the whole pot, your hand has to be better than all your opponents on the river.
He saw the car. He saw the car. Oh, you really?
Man.
Michael.
Check.
Give us a little bit of time while the graphics catch up to this, but what I believe is happening is there's going to be 2 boards dealt out, and in order to win, your hand has to be better than your opponents on either the top board or the bottom board. Now, if you have the best hand on the top board and you get beat on the bottom, you will chop the pot 50-50 with your opponents. Creates a lot of action. It creates a really interesting dynamic between the table. And if you are able to have a good hand on both boards, for example, and you beat all of your opponents or bluff them out, you win the entire pot. So each player puts in about $200 pre-flop, and we head right into the action. Mike deciding to take over the betting lead with his top 2 pair on the top. Top pair on the top and a flush draw on the bottom. A whole lot of nothing for his opponents. So he gets it through, and a $1,600 pot heading over to Mike. And because no callers were in between seeing that river, he's able to scoop the entirety of the board. A very strong play from Mike there.
What's that?
Yeah, I messed that up. I should do the top first. I'm sorry.
140 what?
147.
That's it. Duck is on total tilt now.
Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, top dead.
So I'm going to allow the table to open up a bit more, take a page out of J.J. De La Garza's book, balance my commentary alongside the table talk, meaning when there's good action at the table, when they're having a good time, the drinks are flowing, the conversation's flowing, I'm going to defer to them, allow them to pick up the intensity and carry the stream home. But when it's a little quiet and you guys want to hear my voice, I'm going to be right there with you guys, giving you the commentary, breaking down the hands, and allowing you to get into the mind of Rye Guy. So for the short term, I'm going to allow them to speak, open up their game a bit, and I'm going to take a quick moment of a breather here. I hope you guys enjoy the table talk.
That cannot be good. Cool.
Okay, calm. Go, go.
Duck survived.
At least I can see the flop.
Check.
Excuse me.
200.
All right, ready to get started?
Oh, yeah, sure.
Would you like to go first, or would you like to me to go first?
Of course, right as I say that,
Go first if you have something
a
ready.
potential bomb coming through. Excuse me, I probably shouldn't say that on
I wanna
air.
mix it up
But
a bit.
an action flop, middle set for Edgar, top pair, top 2 pair now for Dr. H, turning it. And this could be extremely dangerous for the Doctor. He thinks he's trapping, but Edgar flopping middle set on this dry board,
You're gonna
and
play a game. Do you mind being,
all the money might just go in on this turn.
We're gonna ask you a question.
Edgar with
You
middle
answer
set,
it.
Dr.
If you
H with
answer,
top
you
2.
can tell us We're gonna bet
with
on
a
each
flush
other.
draw now to protect against this potential straight draw to protect against.
We'll use Doctor first time or something.
Edgar
You can see.
wagering $500, and I find it very difficult to believe that Dr. H is just going to call here, so we might see stacks committed on this turn.
How many women, including employees, do you think are currently in this building right now?
Lynn asking the hard, pressing questions.
Entire building.
Biological women or people who?
I gotta have a
Liberal
number
shit.
or between. What's
You have to have a number, not a range.
Dr.
Yeah,
H
specific.
with a slam dunk raise here. And he thinks he's got the best hand. Why would he not? You get beat by so few hands on this card, and you certainly have to protect against those flush draws and straight draws.
Okay. You start, I guess.
13.
16.
You said 16?
And so Dr. H raising to a size of 1275, a small raise on this board. The nutritionist getting out of his way with his underpair. And Edgar now faced with the decision, does he want to put in a 3-bet on this turn, one of the strongest plays in No Limit Hold'em, or does he decide to trap his opponent?
So we don't, he asked if, what if you're lying?
Not yet.
But what if he doesn't know the answer to the
He'd
question?
have
No,
to be
he doesn't
lying
even know
for
the real
benefit of
answer.
one of
He's
us,
just
but-
guessing.
Yeah, we
We just want his
So
estimate.
I had the number in my hand, whatever
Yeah.
it is, let's say it's 100, just for example.
Okay.
And what is going to happen now? You're going to continue?
We're going to continue to raise or call.
Yeah, which
So
Chinese auction
basically
style.
you have two choices.
And so Edgar getting a little trappy, calling
I call,
with
which
his
is
set of
which is
fives.
under 16, or I can place a bigger
And a
number
jack on the river. Dr. H getting there. Backdoor boat to crack Edgar's pocket fives. It would be very difficult to see all the money not getting in here. Dr. H flipping the cooler on its head.
40.
40.
Let's see how much the doctor decides to put in, but it's almost impossible
She's half the woman she used to be. I'm just kidding.
to see all the money not going in here. Dr. H betting the size of the pot. Now Edgar about to say those two magic words that we all love to hear at home.
The person who is under, right? Because if we go to 150, someone
Yeah.
has 150.
Very often both of us will be over it,
149 and under.
but the person who pulls the
Yeah, the
ripcord
person
wins.
who's closer.
Okay, got it.
Yeah. 44.
All in.
47.
How much can you count?
And Edgar rips it in. He's dreaming about Vegas in the Mirage. Dr. H with the effective nuts here, asking for a count. And it's going to be a really interesting spot to see the reaction of the table after Dr. H flips his cards over. This is what we call in the industry a bit of a slow roll. And whether or not he intends to it,
How much?
How much you?
I'm not really sure what the doctor's doing here.
So 80. So additional?
And why not?
No, 38.
Stop him.
So Edgar just knows he has the best hand here. He knows that if he was beat, Dr. H would just beat him into the pot.
This is me just stealing your money all the time.
Yeah, but
Dr.
why
H
not?
asking for a count, taking his sweet, sweet time with the effective nuts on this river.
Why? What's the reason?
Another 38. Oh, okay. 38.
And Edgar's dreams are turning into a nightmare before his very eyes. We can see it. The chat can see it.
Another 5.
The only people who cannot see it are on that table right now. Dr. H knows he has the best hand. He calls it off. Edgar
Sorry.
flipping over the fives, and the table should be going wild right now.
Got him.
Some
Yeah, I covered them.
Yeah.
Edgar stacked by the doctor.
female employees working right now.
Nice hand. Nice work.
Wow,
Fix.
that's really.
The tank call on the end. I did not see that one coming from Dr. H.
The set dog?
No, he flopped the set. I just got a super
Backdoor
lucky.
boat
Okay,
from Dr. H. Edgar stacked for $20,000
Give me 5, and I'll give you 5K.
in one of the most unexpected, unprecedented ways.
No.
The classic slow roll from the doctor, the slow pan over,
That's probably 5.
and a 20K pot shipped in the direction of Dr. H.
Thank you.
KGB, I have another question for you.
Nice hand, nice.
How many
Really
women
lucky.
founders
Wow.
does Armenian Mike have saved in his stock?
$5 chips?
How many women his phone?
Yes.
It
Tell us
doesn't
the
matter.
number.
Yellow chips, he doesn't play this fucking game. It's keep money.
Okay, you got it.
First time I listening my life. You cannot take the yellow chips.
Really?
Okay, give
Yeah.
him yellow chips back.
His yellow chips are not in play.
He doesn't play.
Only 20. Actually, casino rules, every chip counted by 25. Right?
Yeah, I love to learn, Mike. Yeah, I love to learn. So call the from. I really like to learn.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, so I owe you one.
I don't want to, I want you give it back to him.
Yeah.
But
If
they're gonna
they
make sure
decide,
first.
I will give back. Don't
I
worry.
got the
Fuck to decide. You be man, give him the
rule
money
is
back.
Every single chip, it counts to small blind, ace.
Okay.
That's how
I
it goes.
hate this.
But
Anyway, I don't know.
I hate this bullshit shit.
Okay. Anyway, yeah.
he is correct, but whatever.
Yeah, I
Can
love
you
to
cash
learn.
question?
I'm not in the.
I had pocket tens.
Who's
If I
who's
raise
the
pre-flop,
blood?
Same lauded.
I lose all my money too.
Women's numbers?
$5.
Yeah, 10,
20.
30.
Oh,
82.
Super strong.
90.
101.
This game is dumb.
110.
500.
119.
124.
Under.
Oh, the number is 137.
Nice.
Just missed it. God.
Thank you.
Oh. Trip for marriage.
Can I get another tea? Thanks.
Slow down those keys, man.
Tired.
6. Break out with some relaxation.
I give up.
Am I unmiked again?
Vor all-in inka all-in matav. Bir de ne kaulanır. Orada valeta vor pair arets. Estağın vertum all-in matav. Çiş challenge cards go. Verku hingere tesa vaçkere sevatsa.
Just a deuce. That's it.
Mail bana kal. Sarvat.
Give up. Don't bet no more.
Floor.
Thank you.
So question,
No, no, it's
all-in
fine.
player,
It's,
other one has exactly 100 in yellow. Those chips play? They play in increments of 20.
I'm fucking tell you, he doesn't play. You said he's play. Yellow chips, he doesn't play big game.
In increments of
Either
25.
$500 I buying for tip.
And so checking out the chip counts today, Tim James, top of the leaderboard with 26,000 in his stack. The VPIP, which is always my favorite stat to look at. HTC at the top of the leaderboard, the nutritionist not too far behind him. And Lynne at the bottom repping 17% of hands. KGB second last, 27. A very action-packed table today. Enjoyable cast of characters to watch as well.
Very bad.
And we look at the top of the leaderboard, the beneficiary of that backdoor boat, Dr. H, leading the way with 6,500 in profit. Tim James with a cool 6K just behind him, and Edgar on the other end of that mega cooler a few hands ago, where his middle set went down in flames to a backdoor boat from Dr. H, down 12,000 on the afternoon.
No, that's $50. Take the yellow. This is the rule.
No, I'm gonna let them.
Mike, can my yellow chips play?
Too many voices.
No. That's for your
You want I talk? You want to listen fucking bad word again?
Whatever you want. Beautiful people allowed.
Rules. What kind of fucking rule is it?
I'm supposed to have a mouth shut.
Maybe, Mike, maybe outside, that's the rule.
Outside, everything can happen. This fucking game, we are coming to fun and play right.
Okay.
Raise 200.
Yes.
You can change.
I'm going to hold a good hand.
You trying to go south, Eric?
Yep. I'm going to eventually change all these to yellows.
Five ball at a time.
Yep.
Yes.
He goes to the bathroom, he's like limping, clink.
I got you covered, right?
Oh, man.
You don't have to cover that 20K.
I'm joking.
25 to 25.
Check.
Big chips up front, please, sir.
Yeah, we can't see your big chips for what it's worth, Tim.
Yeah. All the popper in front.
That's but you hide from the other side. You put it on the top. That's good. Okay, now I know. Yeah.
125.
Yeah.
Everybody knows. Not a secret.
I check again. I call. I check again.
So, Lynn, are you going to play the tournament?
Not even one?
Tournaments don't like me, and I don't like it. Probably not. We'll see. I think I'm going to be traveling, but if I'm not traveling, then there's a good chance I play.
Because if you play, me and Mike will come in to support you.
Please leave me alone. Please. KGB.
No, Mike, you're not coming?
I don't think anyone's paying him to be the table
Okay,
comedian.
where's my phone? I'm gonna show her who is coming with me. If Mike is out, I got a replacement.
No phones allowed at the table.
No, I'm not gonna do photos. I'm just show you something.
Guys, can you call chips, please?
Yeah.
I called like twice already.
You want what you want?
1,000 per this color.
Oh, okay. Maybe I have.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks, man.
Good. One second. Phoenix. These guys coming to support.
Too big.
My son, come on.
Good looking kid.
Whenever it comes to
Isn't it
support me,
big?
what the fuck?
No, because if you see it, you may get excited or something.
Oh my God.
When you see the picture, you may get excited or something.
Okay. KGB,
Yes, sir.
what do you think is the longest phone conversation Lynn has ever had? Hours, minutes, whatever.
I can, let's say 67 minutes, something like this.
You can pick any.
Just say it in minutes. No,
That's a raise?
it's easier if he says it in minutes.
Okay, that's fine.
Minutes, okay. You got it.
Let us know when you're ready.
I'm ready. The number is in my hand and my head already.
69,
Yeah, I got it already.
80,
No.
90,
120,
180.
I'm a man.
187.
No live tackles.
I check.
Poker face.
Sure.
What did you say?
It's now it's 3 hours already.
180.
Oh yeah, we know.
180 what?
7.
I check.
Miles, you're shafting.
I mean,
over
am I
here.
just like the biggest scumbag ever if I just immediately just drop the floor right now? Like,
No, do whatever. I don't care.
but I think that he's a sicko, so he might just like.
He might just be fucking with you.
with
Yeah.
us. That's exactly what I think it is. Okay, I'm gonna go to 290 minutes.
290?
Yeah.
You're a sicko.
It's like 6 hours on the phone.
No, that's 4 hours.
4 hours.
Almost
Okay.
5.
Almost.
12, yeah. I feel like such a moron if I pick the under and he just says 12 out like
I hope
1,000 minutes.
I want nothing more in life to occur than that exact thing.
Under.
You win.
Okay.
What was it?
Okay, no more life. I wanted to do the same thing.
Yeah, no more life.
No, it's like 5 hours on the phone.
It's 50 for this.
You'll be under.
You can raise it, these ones.
No, if they only.
I didn't see my hand. I didn't realize it, yeah.
2 hours doesn't mean what in my hand.
So I think what he like maybe doesn't realize is like kids these days sometimes just stay up all night on the phone with like
Kids in the old days used to.
But you got to talk on the phone.
Sometimes the
My number
batteries
was you
die.
talking on the phone, not on
Yeah.
the phone texting or something.
no, but like
Yeah.
yeah, I don't know.
Talking.
Long calls.
I
The
took
real,
almost 3
the real
hours.
number is like very much higher for sure. At some point, you know.
No way. 3 hours?
Same.
No way.
It's higher than 3 hours, but it's probably not higher than 5. Like
Hours on the phone.
Do you add on or just call it? Add on, C5 add on.
I'm not gonna play against the mic. I just call the faces.
what do you think your number is?
What's that? Yeah, this T. Yeah, they'll bring it for you. Yeah.
Yes.
Anyone, yeah.
450 raise.
You want a coffee?
Yeah.
What's your name?
Hung.
Hung?
Yeah. Second, sir.
Yeah.
Hung wants a coffee. Yeah.
Is it Starbucks or regular? I have no idea.
What's your longest call?
When I was in like, what was flop? Ace 3, 8? When I was like a teenager, I had a girlfriend that I liked a lot. And we used to stay on the phone like all night.
Yeah.
Phone
All
sexing.
night. Like,
Yeah, yeah.
like she
Phone
would like
sexing.
she would sneak, it was before texting yet. We had 2 cans with a string running together.
No, I said phone sexing.
Oh, no, it wasn't even sexting. Like, I was still like a baby, essentially.
A baby.
Hold on. 2 people.
Large, bearded baby.
Why you don't
So this goes back to the earlier thing I was mentioning. Armenian and Mike deciding just to limp in with pocket aces. Lynne jumping all over it with whatever hand that she has. Dr. H putting in the 3-bet here with pocket jacks. And let's see how Mike decides to proceed when it gets back to him.
For those of you all who have done tons of pure MDMA and had a great time. Not me, for sure.
Raise.
At least I only brought $50.
3 and 3.
Mike, is this 3 yellow also yours? Sorry. Oh, 4 yellow? Is that 4 yellow?
Yeah.
So Mike putting in the limp 4-bet. And Dr. H in a very difficult spot with the pocket jacks here.
Uh, 15.
15, 25.
Right?
Yeah.
Decides to proceed with a call. Queen 8-6, Mike deciding to get a little trappy with the check, and Dr. H checking it right back. That overcard to the jacks might save Dr. H quite a bit of money in this hand.
We should also clarify.
And yet another
7
check
deuce
from
only
Mike,
means
repping
it's
hands
not
like
one
Ace
board.
King,
The first one.
Ace Jack.
Yeah, the first one. No, it's 1 board only. If you run 2 boards, you don't get it, do you?
You don't get like double 200 or something, right?
Well,
No, I thought you had to run a single.
And Dr. H betting
if you agreed to
1,300 and
first
Armenian
board,
Mike
Yeah,
dropping the
it's
hammer.
Okay, then with it.
All
Really?
in for 8,900 and Dr. H asking for a count.
What do you mean? What if my 7 deuce wins the bottom board or the other board?
you don't
Whatever the
win
first board is, that one's the only one you can win.
That's stupid.
I don't think so. Why
What
is
do you
that
mean? I'm not saying that whoever has 7 deuce.
And so Dr. H in a very difficult spot here. Yes, there's an overcard to his jacks, but there's also 2 hearts and 2 diamonds on the board. Would Mike do this with a hand like Ace King of Hearts, Ace King of Diamonds, Ace Jack of Hearts, Ace Jack of Diamonds, and that's what's going through Dr. H's head right now.
I think that should count.
How many bluffs does Mike have,
If we're gonna like,
and how many value hands does Mike have in this spot? Of course, it's really easy when we can see the graphic ourselves, but Dr. H in a difficult spot. He has to risk 7,600 to win 13,525, which means
to see the flop already. That's true.
So no 7 deuce game during bomb pop.
he has to win at the river about 33% of the time.
Yeah, because
And Dr. H putting in the call here with his second pair in gutter ball.
Oh, twice, and twice. Yeah.
They're going to run it twice.
I hope he does. It's an interesting fucking outcome.
That would be pretty interesting.
And Jack on the river, so they're going to chop it up. Armenian Mike and Dr. H going to take back half the pot each on that miracle Jack on the river.
It's checking. That's why I cannot put him on my pocket ace. Wow.
Nice hand, Mike.
Good play, too.
Ran badly. Nice hand.
You call with pocket jack?
What?
Because he cooked meth all night. Cooked meth. Smell it, and that's what happened now.
Cooks a little for the customers, a little for himself,
You
a
know,
little for the customers.
the more I play poker, Mike, the more I say, fuck to those people who say poker is skill. Yeah, before it was almost like I would think 70% skill, 30% luck. The more I play, the more I realize it's maybe 70% skill, luck,
Yes,
30% skill, bro.
That's what I firmly
Fucking bullshit.
70, 80% lucky. Okay.
This is the
Almost
game.
no skill.
This is the game.
So back-to-back
Before I used to
hands
give so much respect to the
for
skill,
Dr.
but
H.
now that I play a
Jack
lot
on
of
the
poker,
river,
I'm like, fuck the skill, bro. If your
winning him
card doesn't
large
come,
sums of
I don't
money
give a
in
fuck
both
what you do. Look at this
cases.
guy, pocket fives.
Of course,
running
earlier
around
he was
the fucking
able to
house.
reverse cooler the pocket fives, in this case able to chop with pocket aces.
I would just call his bed, knowing he would play fucking
So the
shit
river
like that.
Jack, Dr. H's best friend today at the
I don't know how
table.
Mike is not fucking pissed right now. I'm pissed. Maybe
Gambling.
Oh,
Gambling.
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 Oh, yeah.
You can be worse than that.
Oh,
I've used all the brain power for today. Maybe I'll have
yes,
more.
there's really good.
How can I know? You got great stuff. You checked on the flop, checked on the turn. What? Oh my God, that's what?
1,000, call, direct.
Wow.
Jeff, can we make it warmer again?
Every hand these guys.
My set's not working, so I don't know what will.
bring us jacket. Bring her a jacket, please. Do you have a jacket?
I check.
So Mike opening this one up with queens, Dr. H calling in between, and Edgar deciding to squeeze with his suited wheel ace once again.
That's, you have something to work with?
I don't think your risking is going to be good.
3,000 in the middle, about 9,000 behind for these players to play for.
It's about air or no air here. That's what, because it's closed, we're like in a sardine can. That's what the problem is.
And Mike's still ahead
It's not about cold.
on this King Jack 7 board. Let's see if he can hang on, or Edgar, if Edgar decides to empty the clip here.
You need mic on that one to win. With me. That room is just too small for so many people to breathe. That's what it is. They need just to air to stand like that. It's not necessarily needs to be cold for air conditioning. Just air.
We we see Mike deep into the tank here on this beautiful three-way camera. And Mike putting in the fold. It looked like he was going to call, then it looked like he was going to raise, but...
You got king?
Oh, sorry.
I fold the
He
big
still
pair.
has his
Michael,
cards.
can you do mic check real quick on me?
His mic working?
I fold fucking big pair. I should.
Mike not one to give up here.
Sucks. 1-2, 1-2.
And eventually lays it down, and Dr. H follows suit quickly. So Edgar getting one through there.
Unbelievable.
It looked like every option was going through Mike's mind. He had calling chips ready,
I wanna go.
then he had raising chips ready, and eventually
Yeah.
led to a fold. He knew something was fishy, but couldn't put the pieces together. And Edgar getting a big bluff through, 3-betting pre with his suited ace, flopping absolutely nothing but range advantage, and taking advantage himself, corralling that 3K pot.
I was here until 7
I gotta make a scramble
in
every.
the morning. Here last night.
That's it.
This morning at 5:10.
Really?
And then I got home, showered, slept for 2 hours, woke up, fed my boys, and came back.
Nice.
You're here till 7 a.m.?
Yeah.
Savage.
Yeah, fucking
Hey,
heavy.
do you live here?
I actually live here. At the
No, I mean in LA.
You actually live at the bike.
Sorry.
no, I live in Glendale, California.
Pretty sure that was
I'm joking. Granada Hills. Granada Hills.
Glendale's here.
Too many Armenians in Glendale. I don't like it.
There's a lot of Armenians in Glendale.
That my big blind hat.
Did you just burn KGB's ace?
I decided to flick it over.
Oh,
Yeah, I knew it was the ace.
that's like the only ace he's seen in like 3 months.
I'm trying to put him on tilt, you know?
It's not working.
I figured that'd be the most effective way to do it.
It's very hard to put me until those days. Before it was very easy. Now, almost impossible.
Pusha T doing a great job
Okay, I
of
have
pushing
one.
the information forward. Make sure you smash that like button to help the algorithm push us forward into creating masterful content every Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday from the longest running poker live stream in the entire world, live at the bike. Absolute institution
Oh, Edgar. We should
out here
All the old
bringing you top-level poker
What do
content
you want me to do?
We want you to come up with an answer.
every day.
Okay.
Tell us when you have it locked in. Once
Okay.
you have it locked in, don't change it.
I may or may not have taken my shirt off multiple times at the Bellagio during poker games. Who knows?
Okay, so
don't give us any lies.
total number of tattoos, including the dealer.
Yes.
He has
He's
a-
going to have one soon. So count it.
Okay, give me a second.
we have a matching donut tattoo on our back.
That's very cute.
No visible
Hey,
tattoos here, which is kind of wild.
his has the donut with a bite out of it. Yours just has the bite. You just have the remaining
Ah,
bite.
Jesus
Like
Christ.
lock and the key. Like the autism puzzle piece.
I have it.
Okay, here's a number. I'll start. 1,
11.
3,
4,
6,
7,
8.
9. Wait, you can't give any.
Oh, can't give any clues until.
Yeah, don't.
Oh,
give it,
you
yeah.
said no,
Okay,
you
so,
got 9.
okay, so
I
I
fuck this
can
question.
go above. Okay, I'll change the number. I'll change the number.
13 was my number.
Don't
So
change
Dr.
the number. I
H
would take
leading
that.
that river for
take it
value,
again.
and
Okay.
HTC telling him exactly where he's at,
What was your
raising
number?
it up to 1100. Dr. H with that new information
So
presented to him,
we'll get your
making
answer at
the
Okay.
easy fold.
Yeah, no
On
lies,
the
though.
Dr. H playing very well today.
Okay, yeah, change it.
A few spots certainly going his way that could have gone the other way,
7 deuce doesn't play.
but he's making the right moves.
Okay.
He's
Yeah, yeah,
bobbing,
fair
he's
enough.
weaving.
It's like a lot of
Next time.
He's 7 deuce is
lot of
not
things,
playing
yeah.
right now,
Okay.
guys. Guys, 7 deuce is not playing.
The original players of that game.
I don't love the question because
During
the number is like falls within a pretty slim range.
No 7 deuce.
I like questions where someone can like.
No 7
Yeah,
deuce?
like-
Me too, but that was fast. Me too, but that would be pretty fast. I mean, listen, one person could have 20 tattoos, no problem.
No 7
That's fair, yeah.
Guys, 7 deuce is playing or not?
Mike definitely.
Playing.
I
If
think
playing
people
one
listen to
time,
that
you're
have
gonna
a-
play
You were
every time.
counting.
But no, in collection
Yeah.
board, they said no.
It doesn't
It's
matter.
single, it's single board?
Zero visible tattoos.
Actually, I have
This
zero.
is a single board.
Hold on a second, guys. Are we playing 7 deuce or
That's
not?
like, almost
Yes.
no one ever would
Yeah,
guess
that's
that.
wild.
Mike says yes.
I say yes too.
Okay.
7 deuce is playing. Go.
Okay.
He's gonna play.
I don't care. I just wanted to make sure.
Yeah, that would be
Yeah.
crazy. Dude, I actually woke up drunk at there's a place called the
Oh,
Slush.
you don't want to
It's a
play
tattoo
because
parlor in
of
Vegas.
he opening the flap?
I woke up
I don't
in the
care at
chair
all.
with the shit drawn on me because I was passed out.
that's what
Okay,
they
you
were saying.
did
So-
decide. I don't want to do the decision.
Well, we said we're playing.
Okay.
Yeah,
Play.
play.
I checked. Oh, sorry.
Play.
Check.
Got it, yeah. 200. Yeah.
In a bit of a baby cooler here, 3 players, all flopping top pair on this ace high, very dry board. In a bomb pot, one of them gets away from it absolutely seamlessly. KGB just snap folding his ace against a small bet and a raise. Tim James in great position, and Eric must feel very comfortable with his strong top pair. Of course, Tim James can have ace deuce, ace 4, ace 5, ace 7, ace 8, all of which he dominates.
Corn, yeah.
And let's see if Tim decides to go for a little bit of value here. He checks over to Eric, trappy,
I said porn. Actually.
with his strong top pair.
I used to do porn. I was doing Ron Jeremy's greatest hits, they used to call me. I was a
Eric
backup.
going for some thin value, which
Oh, the maximum extent, maximum.
I believe will get a call from Tim.
Squeezage, huh?
What?
Strong bet from Eric. Unfortunately for him, he's just going to run into a dominated hand.
Actually, a spy now.
What?
Big bet.
Small pot.
I know it's a small pot, but I don't like to lose it. I just think I think I'll be hand.
Well, if you fold, you're going to lose automatically, so.
You live in here, Mike?
And Eric thought he talked Tim into a call with an inferior ace, but Tim going to show him the bad news.
Bomb pot, bro.
And Eric visibly upset after checking back that turn, feeling like any hand better than him should have put the money in quicker. But Tim giving it a few moments thought, coming up with the correct decision, and shipping a medium-sized pot in his direction.
I noticed Mike is the button 3 times on the
Yeah,
bump up.
it's like down near like the mold.
How does that happen?
Can I get a
Like
161?
Down there in the desert.
So Tim James quietly up $10,000
Brother.
in a matter of an hour and a half.
Nothing with a bomb pot. No problem.
In from Las Vegas, excuse me, a Las Vegas resident,
Fun. We're in track there, so.
very enjoyable human being, clearly
It
has
was good.
a good grasp
Just
on how to enjoy his life as a whole, which means he's winning.
You got some
Period.
really good questions, Lynne.
I don't know if you're being serious.
I'm serious.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, you're amazing at asking
No,
questions.
161.
I like getting to know people.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's
No,
what it's
no,
about.
I'm
It's about
saying-
networking.
No, I know she's amazing at
Where are you
asking
from?
You call?
I'm from Granada Hills, California.
Nice.
Yeah, I'm a mortgage broker.
Nice.
But
Nice watch.
thanks.
Like the color.
It's fake. So
Okay, call.
Fair.
I don't believe you.
You think I'm a mortgage
Call.
broker in California?
I'm a part-time nutritionist.
Too much.
Oh. Sick bluff, man.
No, I'm serious.
I believe you.
Lynn, you don't believe me?
No.
Wow. Ask me any question about nutrition.
Is
I'll
there?
tell you. I have a double degree in nutrition and psychology.
From where?
Really?
University of Phoenix.
Nice.
He's my client.
You see how this
Michael
it just
and
keeps going.
Michael and I started a business together.
Fuck this. I'm out of it. Yeah.
I'm out of this conversation for sure.
Donut smoothies in the morning.
Okay.
Armenian barbecue.
I mean, you didn't say it was healthy nutrition.
I'm telling you, I am a licensed nutritionist.
I'll give you a $200 referral if you can show me.
I'm a licensed nutritionist.
Okay, prove it.
That doesn't mean I follow my own advice. My clients follow my advice. And they do well.
I used to know a cardiologist that smoked.
112.
I know
Interesting.
people.
Yeah.
112?
I mean, that's
Here in LA too.
that's whatever.
Huh?
There's probably lots of cardiologists that smoke.
Sociopath and you don't care. Because a lot of doctors are like sociopaths, but they're not just like skewed towards whatever. They're just dispassionate.
It's a stressful job.
Yeah, I mean,
Cardiologist, really? Wow.
dude, like if you're
Guess they just didn't
if
have
you're
the
super
heart.
stressed out,
I
sometimes
heard
you just want to
recently
smoke.
that vets actually have a higher suicide rate.
Really?
Maybe
'cause they're
not
writing
in
fucking-
the United States.
Vets
but
like
other venues.
They're writing all those-
veterinarians.
They're writing all those pet Percocet scripts for themselves.
Wait, what?
Yeah,
do they,
so
like-
apparently vets
They
don't
give
get
pets
paid
they give pets
particularly well.
Xanax and Percocet, all the painkillers that we get.
Yeah.
Pets get them too, so like veterinarians are super just like
Well, then why
I
would
don't
you
know
why
if
would you
that's
want to
the
kill
reason.
yourself?
I just
Just
think
chill
vets
all
have
the
like
time.
really grueling hours.
I think it's
Xanax makes you want to do the opposite of kill yourself.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, I know.
You take enough. And you
You
can
take enough, it
have
probably
it
sucks. Or long enough, it sucks.
Really?
I don't know. Let's try.
I've heard that.
We'll just both take a couple of Xans every day and see where it goes.
Jesus.
It does sound like it's a very addictive
Did
substance.
you just launch that?
That's definitely
Yeah,
true.
benzos are like the hardest. They get you like seizures and shit.
buddy.
Or you can.
I took it for a little bit just for sleep, and then I thought it might be raising my baseline of anxiety.
For
but I wasn't
sleep, is
doing
that
it.
what you told you?
Fuck out of here. Yeah. I'm not
23. I can't
shy.
sleep. Can't sleep. Need drugs.
But yeah, it seemed to have had a negative impact on my quality of life.
Xanax?
Yeah, I think so.
Oh.
I also really wasn't using it the fun way. So I think that might have been.
There's a non-fun way to use it.
Yeah, you use
Oh.
it and you go to fucking sleep, genius.
I mean, that sounds fun to me. Like, he says his favorite thing to sleep, and you said yours too. I haven't slept more than 6 continuous hours probably like in a decade. Maybe like once or twice a year or something.
You sound like you need some Xanax, bro.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
Have you tried like, or well, do you want?
Does it go well? Does it mix well with alcohol? 'Cause I'll take some.
Do you want to sleep more?
Yes, but I'm afraid to do anything that's like gonna like tap out my tank.
So I take this thing called Calm, and it's a combination of GABA, magnesium, melatonin, and L-theanine. And I find that it puts me to sleep pretty well.
Really?
And it also keeps me asleep, and I wake up feeling super well rested.
Is it like a script or like a...
No, you buy it off Amazon for $30.
After the show, text me
I will.
the show.
I want to see that thing.
I'll take,
Okay,
what do you spend a month on it?
What do I spend a month on it? It's $30, and it's a thing of like powder that's like
Okay,
this big.
so $30 a month.
Probably less, yeah.
Okay,
That's free.
done. You can shoot it in my eyeball for $30 a month. Let's go. Let's fucking go.
And it shouldn't be habit forming.
You should just take
Not to,
Xanax
like-
instead.
You really shouldn't.
Not to dovetail into our previous conversation about my dating life, but like I've been single for a while, and so like if I'm dating somebody, I sleep a lot better. But if I'm not, I just like
I do too, yeah. I sleep better with just like a body next to me. And
yeah.
So,
Me too, until
so
police show up and say, well, "Why is this dead person in your bed?"
a whole decade?
No, it's been a long time since I've like really like, I don't know, like in my 20s and 30s, like I slept great. Like maybe like till like 35, I slept great. Go party all night, just sleep for 12 hours.
Yeah.
Back at it, roll into the Bellagio at,
You should.
1 in the morning.
You should work out.
Just
That's
checking
what
out,
you should
checking
do.
out Peachy
That's
Keen,
a-
just
that
waiting
sounds
for me
like-
to roll in.
You
That
should
sounds
work
like-
out, though.
I think that what were the first signs that gave that away?
I mean, the fact that you said you don't sleep well.
Yeah, no, I think he's onto something.
But even I have a few herniated discs in my back that like kept me in bed for like 3 months. But I was walking 20 to 30,000 steps a day, every day, from
39.
Christmas time of this year until like March.
And so 3-bet pot, the nutritionist deciding to
Sleeping a little
continue
better,
to
but I
tell his
just do it.
story.
Still, I just wait.
Edgar getting a little sticky in between, and Dr. H dropping the hammer
Or consider drinking less.
with second pair on 7-3
Hearing
deuce.
messed up. What?
And great timing once again from
That's
Dr.
water,
H.
that's why it's too much water. That's what it is.
This should be able to get through both players, just clear out all the equity they had between the two of
I don't
them.
like drink till I'm blacked out like often.
But
Yeah,
Edgar's
so
still
what I
yet to
think
give
what
his
people
cards
don't know is,
back
like,
to the
By
dealer.
I mean more than 4 times a week.
Even one drink significantly impacts your sleep.
And decides that ace high is good.
Yeah.
Get one of those little fucking blue.
So
or
12,000 in the pot, 6,000 behind.
Half a bottle and
Your quality of sleep worsens a fair bit. It's not necessarily.
Edgar with just ace high and
I think
binks
people
the
who
ace
notice
on the
maybe
turn.
Yeah.
Now let's defer to Dr. H to see what he wants to do here.
Yeah.
63.
64.
But yes.
Yeah. Same. For now.
All right.
So Dr. H asking for a count of Edgar's stack. How could that ace hit him?
Why are we not?
Is what's going through his mind.
Because
Jaila.
I don't ever wake
El
up.
Padina
with
também
silver
pode
face.
estar onde.
4,500.
I quit the vape cold turkey a few days ago.
Really?
Yeah.
That's
So
fucking
Dr.
awesome. Good for you,
H
dude.
betting
Holy crap. How does it
just
do?
under what's in Edgar's stack.
Okay. You barely vaped, right? You vaped.
And in my mind, there's only one move for Edgar now.
6 weeks. But I did
You
like,
peeled
I went from like
the
0 to
flop,
10.
check raise
Right,
with
and
the
then
ace, and he
now
says
back
those
to
2
zero.
magic words,
Correct.
all in. Now Dr. H only has to put in 2,000 more
Would you say
64?
you have an addictive personality?
Yes, I know.
No. Yeah.
to win a pot of $23,000,
My behavior's like really.
which means he only has to be good here about 8% of the time.
Yeah, now I know, no.
Are you good here 8% of the time? I don't know.
I don't think I always.
But he also has a chance to bink the 6 once again.
These
We just had
these
a-
are
You know,
not
we've
playing
seen a
games.
couple
Literally
miracles on
just
the river
had
for
like
Dr. H.
You gave you it back to those are for tipping only.
Like,
Those are typical.
You can't collect them and you can't pay them.
Edgar looking to get some revenge for that earlier slow roll.
a huge deal was made out
And
of
it looks like he finally
Place. Yeah, so
caught Dr.
another
H with his
section.
hand in the cookie jar.
I call.
Once or twice?
Yeah, twice.
Okay.
No, yeah.
So they will run it twice, a $25,000 pot.
Wow.
Dr. H looking for a 6 and only a 6.
Shouldn't be. Like you're just tappy, tap, tap.
8 on the first board. And a 5 on the second. A couple of goalposts around Dr. H's pocket sixes, and Edgar, sweet, sweet revenge from the earlier hand, scooping in a $25,000 pot off of Dr. H. Dr. H's read was spot on. He put in the money when he was ahead, but unfortunately for him, the turn bailed out his opponent. And that's just poker sometimes. You're going to make the right plays at the right time, and you're going to get most of the money in good, but that ace from space will hit sometimes, and you will just lose. Unfortunate for Dr. H, that was the case in that hand, but he timed his move perfectly. But the pot heading in Edgar's direction, 25K.
Top pairs are very. I don't make top pair.
Just started.
I don't even know I make one pair.
Use Don dealer. Yeah.
Don dealer.
It's used, not new.
What?
It's used, not new. You know what is the use?
Yeah, no, I know exactly what
Okay.
you're talking about.
All right. He knows too. Everybody knows.
How do you know?
Eskane serani si me
How do you know what he's
Ujak
talking
pahala
about?
malabo.
I'm just a lucky guesser.
Really? That would be really lucky guess.
I tell him already fucking 10 times, make it scramble, he doesn't do it.
Tell me you want it over easy, then he'll get it.
I tell him fucking shit 100 times, man.
Fucking sick.
I think Mike would like to choose the order of the cards. I don't know if you guys are down with that, but I might be open to it.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, is it on me? Yes. That's good to know. Oh yeah, the ace is on the turn, huh?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. That's sick. Nice hand.
Thank you.
And just a reminder, make sure you smash that like and subscribe button. We have a total of 88 likes so far. Let's get that number up to triple digits before the next couple of hands are complete. I think we can do it, chat.
What do I even do with
I believe in you. Do you believe in you? Be sure to like and subscribe to Live at the Bike. Helps the algorithm, helps us continue to bring you this top-level poker content on a continuous basis.
For one?
For two.
Expensive dinner.
And so top pair for HTC, middle pair for Mike,
Pretty quick there with
and
at
a
least
check
three
call
players.
on the turn. A
Yeah.
tiny bet, $50
Two people, you probably get
from Mike,
Two-
and
yeah, I mean,
HTC
you-
deciding
you
this is
have
time
to
to put a little more money in the pot.
No chance.
They have one right there
We're also
next to
gonna get-
Paris.
we're also
And
gonna
I
get
think
some-
they might have walked into the wrong room. Both of these players betting $50. It is not a limit game, guys.
Closed when the tournament ended, but I went there yesterday or 2 nights ago.
HTC betting 1/10 pot on the river. Armenian Mike snapping it off with second pair. And a small pot heading over to
We're talking about,
HTC.
yeah, the one pairs. But it's true for the Nobus pretty much everywhere.
Yeah, the one down near me in San Diego is pretty busy right next to Petco.
They're pretty busy, but if you just like show
If
up,
you want to
and-
go to the bar, like you can just.
You're fine at the bar. Like you, yeah. It might be harder to get a table.
Hello, sir.
And so Tim James, once again, top of our chip count.
How are you working this Gundam dealer together? That one is used
And
Gundam,
HTC,
you know that,
top of our VPIP leaderboard, meaning he's
You don't
played
know?
by far the
That's
most
one thing
hands.
for you
The
know.
nutritionist coming in at number 2, Mike number 3, Lynne rounding out the group. And Tim James, top of the chip count, top of the profit, 10K in the green. And Dr. H from second place to the bottom of the leaderboard. He's down $7,000. Edgar getting a little bit of sweet revenge against him. So let's keep the positive vibes going. Let's spam some positivity in the chat. Any questions, comments you have for me, I'm happy to answer. On this beautiful Wednesday night from sunny Los Angeles, California, Bally's presents Live at the Bike. If you got any poker questions, life questions, or just like the way someone played a specific hand, write it in the chat box. And I will be happy to create a conversation around some interesting topics you guys bring forward.
325. It means a lot, but I just not the one who explains. Okay. But, yeah, very cool.
And so 4-way flop, Jack 7 rainbow, and Dr. H taking over the betting lead, betting about 1/3 pot into the field. Armenian Mike with the only piece of it, deciding to make a call with his bottom pair.
Did they put a new place here yet? In the corner where Starbucks is at?
And the 8 of hearts on the turn should give Dr. H the chance to continue to tell his story.
Yeah, I loved it.
It would be a very convincing story. You bet into 4 players, you got 1 call, and he decides to check it back here, turning his draw. And rivering the flush. The rivers have been super kind to Dr. H thus far today.
Nobody gets 7 deuce because it just keeps coming out over there on the flop.
And he's going to bet his flush for value. It looks like about a half pot size bet. Will Mike get sticky
Well, you can't.
with third pair?
Once you've done that, because he gave you your money back.
Yes, he will. Pays it off on the river. Dr. H
You said they're
announces
tipping
his
tips?
flush and
Yeah,
scoops
we
in a
like that. That's why
$2,400 pot.
Oh, fuck, river, huh?
Wallet yotem to hold son of.
Seems to be the reaction against Dr. H today, rivering his opponents on 3 occasions. First one against Edgar, second against Armenian Mike on the second run out in order for them to chop, and Armenian Mike playing victim once again. Dr. H has been involved early, and he has been involved often.
No, maybe more like 25.
Whenever Lynn's ready.
10-6, by the way.
You really want it? Me?
I think it's important to do like the family favorite. Right.
2,300.
Big shout out to Evan Capallo. Love the Wednesday poker streams. We love the positivity out here, Evan. Keep the good vibes coming in.
Yeah.
Let's do it.
Edgar, we need you to come up with a cumulative
23.
body count for everyone at the table, including the dealer.
Okay.
And Lynn asking the important questions that every person in the
Tell us
comments were
what number
thinking.
lost
Let's
is. Yeah, 0 tells us.
let's let them talk this one out.
Gonna give a good look. He looks like a killer over there. I know he has some bodies.
What?
He's hiding from.
I have to figure out everybody's body count combined, including the dealer.
You think I killed someone?
No, not that kind.
After 12.
Not that kind of body.
He's a master troll. Don't let him get you.
12.
Okay, I'll go.
Do you raise? 800?
Okay, I got it.
Heads up.
And so Eric 3-betting the pocket kings and a 10 high board. 10 high, all hearts on the board. Let's see how Mike wants to play this. He decides to snap call the half pot size bet from pocket kings and an ace on the turn. Probably the one action killing card
68.
at
See what I did there?
the table. Eric checks it over. He's got kings with a heart, and Armenian Mike decides it's best to check this one back. And unable to see the river yet.
70, in case you're not deep in thought.
Where it looks like Armenian Mike tapped the table to check, but it looks like he shipped the turn.
Oh, I didn't know
And
that.
Eric put in a very difficult spot with pocket kings with a heart.
So,
He's got to win this one at the river about 30% of the time. Does he believe that Mike might be bluffing with a hand like Queen of Hearts Jack? Does he think he might be overvaluing a hand like King 10? Probably not. Does he have Ace of Hearts X, which just puts him in a terrible
You
spot?
guys have never met, yeah?
It's very difficult for Mike to be bluffing here, but Kings with a Heart is just such a pretty hand. Let's see if Eric can get away from it here.
100.
Nice bet, off bet.
220.
Yeah, Ryan 1996 666
Maybe.
made a great comment.
Actually,
Ace of
just came
Hearts
from our meeting,
is definitely a reasonable hand for Mike to shove the turn with, and Eric finds a good fold. I'm sure in his mind it's just very difficult to find a bluff from Armenian Mike, and I think on just about any other non-heart, non-ace turn card, all the money would find its way into the middle, but Eric getting bailed out
Body count. The cumulative body count
with
of everyone at
the
the
ace
table.
of diamonds hitting the turn.
I'm adding 5,000.
Oh, I thought we were doing people you killed.
Why do you count?
Ryan
Like,
1996
Tim James'
96
body count is 5.
with the phenomenal screen name. A couple of Ryans born in the same year out here.
Linda's 4 because she slept with 4 girls.
Oh, that's what body count.
Good fold from Eric, saving the rest of his stack when it looked like it could have been a mega cooler on the flop.
275.
You have anything? You have anything?
I'm sure if Mike put in a flop raise, all the money would have gone in, but unable to execute and stack in that situation.
If I got something, I don't go all in, right?
I don't know.
Oh, okay.
I had a big hand.
Edgar is the one who, yeah, he's the brain.
Can't be ace.
But my opponent and the brain are in a hand, so. Oh, it's like that.
1,200.
Body counts.
You got C7, add 5,000.
I like how entertained you are.
Just before the hand, yeah. No. Eric, right?
Yeah, what's up?
Eric got it. 5,000.
No. Oh, sorry.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you so much.
The honestly, they weren't showing you.
No problem.
Your pocket is good. Don't
No,
worry
I
about it.
didn't see the orange.
I know for that I say your pocket ace is good. Don't worry.
And Tim James 3-betting the Jack 10 of hearts, getting a favorable flop, Queen, Queen 8, C-betting and taking it down without much resistance. Tim James picking his spots very well today and taking down a nice sized pot there with very minimal resistance.
This thing button is on you right now.
Again?
Finally, the button is different.
I don't know.
No, she wasn't.
Under double board.
You guys finished that body count?
Not yet.
We're at 220.
I am loving the 90% of the chat who is spamming positivity, and I will defer to one of my favorite rap quotes from one of my favorite rappers. It goes something like this: I don't know anybody who's winning, who's taking the time to leave negative comments. So each of you spamming positivity in the chat is clear to me that you're crushing it in life. And I won't make any more comments beyond that because it's just a positive environment that we're trying to create for each other. A great world, a great environment for us to grow and thrive alongside each other. We see this beautiful 4-way camera once again showcasing each player in the game. And we get this double board action once again. And we see Mike right away flopping the joint on the bottom board, leading out into the field for an overbet, 1.5x the size of the pot.
Wait.
I didn't see your card, sorry.
You call. Sorry, I call.
Call.
And the nutritionist picking up the exact same hand, deciding to rip it for his remaining 2,200. Dr. H getting a little sticky with it, with bottom pair on the bottom and a jack high flush draw on the top.
Okay, 310.
And Dr. H's jack high on the top is actually good right now.
What's the number?
So assuming that nobody wakes up with a flush behind him, it looks like he might just scoop the top board with jack high.
Can I do a victory lap?
I would bet.
Oh, is it on me?
I'm walking out the door. I'm walking out the door. I'm walking out the door.
I'm just listening to this
I
number.
don't know anything about this conversation.
That is insane.
And HTC waking up with the nut flush draw on the bottom board, nothing on the top, deciding 2,200 is a good price for him to continue.
What?
And just like that, this pot is bloated up to $8,300. 2 players with a straight on the bottom.
I think he averaged that in a
HTC
month.
out ahead on the top,
do that a
but
month.
the ace of clubs on the turn locks up the top board for Dr. H.
1,050.
But you did 30 years
Unless
ago.
an ace or a 2 comes out, and the nutritionist and Mike both looking like their 6 will be enough to scoop the bottom, assuming no diamond comes out.
Don't touch my chips.
So a little bit of everything for a little bit of everyone out here.
30 years ago.
What?
It's an age burn.
It's a,
So Dr. H is going to take down at least half of this pot, assuming that he doesn't fold the second nuts on the top, and he's going to stick the money in. The nutritionist follows suit.
That's true.
I mean, could we get an honest assessment, though?
And HTC left in a
I
horrible
wouldn't
spot,
wanna get the real
having to
answer.
put
I
in
definitely don't get it.
6,300
But,
to have a chance to hit his nut flush on the bottom or to pair his ace or deuce on the top.
berating the brain.
And he puts the rest of the money in, and just like that, $800 pre-flop,
Your guess seems.
Yeah, 700.
It's not that wild.
29,000
700
on the turn. This pot has bloated like a beluga whale. And let's see if any more drama can occur on this river. HTC, the only player right now who will not receive a rebate in this pot. Dr. H, hoping to fade an ace or a deuce. The nutritionist and Mike hoping to fade a 6 or a diamond on the bottom. 2 rivers, 4 players. Right now, 3 players getting some of their money back.
Think about me.
What do I think that? Oh, KGB says we can do the body count thing.
No. Why
Oh, you just want my guess.
Oh.
Do you want me to?
No. Why would you say what I have to give?
A whole lot going on in this hand. 3 players.
By myself. That's
Was KGB
4
ever
players
in charge of
effectively
the
all
I'm
in.
mostly kidding. I wasn't that
2
serious.
boards.
But I do think there's a few people at this table who are
Don't say triple. Triple.
in the triple digit.
Which one is Cypher? This one?
No shot.
And the 6 of diamonds on the top locks it up for Dr. H. He'll be receiving half of this pot, the big winner.
So now,
And Mike and the
now we know
nutritionist
the
will chop the bottom board as well.
How can you be?
So Dr. H going to
Some might say
receive
per annum.
about $14,000 back.
Come on, I'm not
The nutritionist and Mike going to receive $7,000 apiece back. So Mike and the nutritionist going to make about $50 a pop. Dr. H, the big winner, going to receive about $7,000 of profit, and HTC
They don't have the same skills.
is going to be the big loser in this one. Unfortunate for him.
No. It's just
The board just running out in a way that seemed to force him to continue, and unable to improve.
I got the flush.
Oh shoot.
Okay, I got scared.
So,
Let's do these two here first.
yeah, first of all.
So Dr. H, the
we
big
chopped
winner,
that.
followed by Mike because he had the second most amount of money,
Yeah.
and the nutritionist
Anything flower.
able to corral half of
Mike, nice job.
that bottom board. I'm going to leave it up to the
And then
dealer
you
to
might
figure
chop
this
it.
one out. This is very
No.
complicated even for someone like me.
You got half. You
No,
got half.
I got half. You chopped half. So you got
No,
quarter.
wait.
Yes.
Yeah, because, yeah.
You got only.
The stack size is making it a little difficult
I only got
for
two
us
spots.
to
See this board?
accurately assess
The other
the amount
board I
of
got
money
two.
that will
The
be
main part?
distributed.
This is side
Side
pot.
pot.
Two,
Oh,
you're in
okay.
everything.
Yeah, yeah.
The big winner in this one, Dr. H,
this is
with the
mine.
second nut flush on the top.
I think that's a little late.
Me, right? Yes.
See, bump out everybody's all in. That's great for game.
Me and Mike had the same fucking hand.
Almost.
Is that math people fold somehow?
I mean, you had the dominating hand if
You got 3/4. Yeah.
if you weren't all in.
Okay, now I got half of this.
You would get 3/4
Players have a
if you
straight
wasn't in
on
the
the
pot.
bottom. One player
Were
with
you
a
just
flush
egging me on, or was that around your real number?
Use diamond. Everything.
No.
So I actually lose money.
No.
Oh yeah. I was trying to see how high you would go, just so I had.
What did you put him on?
When he started thinking it, there's 8 of us. When the number started being 30
Did
per
he
person.
say 8 of us?
No.
There's 10 of us, by the way.
Okay, yeah,
The main pot.
but you asked me what I was thinking, not what's true.
Sure. Okay. Yeah.
So what I was thinking was that there's 8 of us, and I thought 9 actually, but there's
And
8
then
of
me
us.
and Mike split the other half.
And like, he's not going to put 30 on each head. And so
I thought
even
you
if somebody
could've.
blows the average, he could have, but like once we hit that number, because we were 320. Yeah, so he was just like randomizing and go like one person not blowing the average.
Okay, because yeah, brains will have like 2 different approaches. One is doing it that way. The other one is assigning a specific number to each person. I figured he
I
wasn't
think that you
going to
look
do
at the
that.
high, you look at the low, and then you just run the average.
Okay.
I think that's what he's gonna do.
I thought you would keep going up. I wanted to quit. I was willing to quit pretty early, and then I like started second guessing myself, and I was like, okay, like maybe I want to like take the under at 400.
I mean, the
and then
numbers
just got too greedy.
ridiculously
Yeah.
ridiculous. If the number isn't,
Who pays collection?
Wow, actually, if you call, you got this really ruined.
has to be.
You got to pay collection. You got.
No, I only have a bottom straight. You.
I think the table not including me.
161.
Okay, yeah.
161.
Oh, okay. Well then, yeah.
For sure.
There we go. It's only you, I'm pretty sure, but yeah.
Mike,
I
I
would-
hope for everyone else's sake.
I would
I
say
had
there's, like,
2,300.
I would guess there's 2 to 3 threes. I don't know.
I won $50.
Oh yeah.
You win?
I won $50.
You're
There's,
lucky.
I'll take the over on 3. And I'm
I would not take over a 3.
No, so I'll set the line.
How wild
I'll
is
set the
that?
line. I'll set the line at 2. Take the over, and take myself out of the equation.
What? 2 pair and a diamond draw. That's sick.
No, that's different from taking over on 3, unless you were including yourself there.
No, I'm not. I'm still taking.
3.
I'm still taking 3.
You're taking
Three at trips.
No, that's easy. Yeah. 4 is hard. I think 3 is easy.
Big blind.
Sure.
Let's bet on
Say again?
how many people
Yeah,
Got
7
killed.
deuces back on.
Hey.
Okay?
body count.
So
real.
Dr.
You're
H,
not
the
factoring-
big
you're not
winner
factoring
in that
context
hand,
like age.
and he
like
did it in
loneliness.
style, calling down
Raise.
with what could have been the third nut flush draw on the flop, turned into the second nut flush on the turn, undeterred that any queen of clubs
I know.
would just completely dominate him.
For sure.
Pretty,
He was brave, he was bold, and he was rewarded as the biggest winner in that pot.
Raise to 4.
Do as I say, not as I do, right?
Show it. Show
Why?
you seven.
You lose or you
Nothing.
win?
It's not
I
just
win
seven.
$50.
Just seven of those cards have been in our backs faster.
Good for lose. Better for lose.
I flop.
Had
a
you beat for
straight.
sure. I was happy to win a
Good
pot.
idea.
You had a flop.
But I
a
had
straight
you beat
too.
for sure. I was happy to
Yes,
win
you
a
will
pot.
fold on it.
I fold.
Yes, you do chop on it. Wherever yes,
Gamble
on
if
it.
you're too
Okay.
tough.
There come the yes,
Too
do
good,
chop
too
on it.
tough.
Yes,
Don't
it's
sleep.
touch
You're
it.
not gonna
Only
fold
he
on
knows
it.
that
So.
touch it.
Just cut your name.
Unai,
give up.
I'm
five of
doing
clubs.
something,
You
and I
ran a
don't
little-
know
Yes,
you.
you got a flush.
You ran a little
Easy
number.
time.
and
You had
you
five of
figured it out
clubs, I
like that.
swear.
Talking about
You
the-
got six
You had
of
I
clubs.
six.
understand that.
I had six of clubs, you had five.
Yeah.
You had six spade, five club.
Like,
Yeah, you had a
Yeah, yeah.
flush, Mike.
Yeah,
Yeah,
You
yeah.
said for Armenian?
What's up?
What you said?
Oh, I said Armenian poker games.
Oh, okay. We are just talking, not poker game. Just he asked me, I got the...
No. I was explaining that we were talking about the previous conversation we had, and I was explaining the level of experience of the people here is like much vaster than what the person was guessing. I'm just saying, like you play the Armenian games all the time. He
Yeah.
plays big games for a long time too. Adding all those days together is a lot.
It's a lot of days playing poker.
A lot of days playing poker.
Mike, you had six spades, five club. I had
I don't
six
have clubs. This is
Yes,
the
you
fucking
did.
You
I
did?
got the club.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you
you have
did.
5 of clubs.
I had six club, five
So you
spade.
beat him.
Yeah, you would have got 3
So
quarters.
you probably got a 3/4.
I don't know either I got clubs.
Didn't know you.
Because I'm looking in the bottom one shit. I say I win the bottom. That's it. Whatever I'm thinking.
Yeah, the other one's just like a lottery ticket.
What was the flop on the bottom? 743? No.
Yeah,
It was 743.
743.
Holy shit, you guys both flopped.
Yeah, we
straight?
flopped straight.
Jesus Christ.
And on the turn, we hit a flush, both of us. But
But yeah.
Nostradamus here.
Raise it 2.
Oh man.
How much? Nothing.
It's cheap. $2.
Best hand I got win jack off so far. Never have a pair nothing.
Yeah, the AC is rolling right now.
Oh, yeah.
I'm wearing a sweatshirt.
Yeah.
280 pounds. Rolling.
Good.
Not even cold
Glasses.
somehow.
Right? That
Yeah, I mean, I'm a little bit chilly. But that's fine.
So 5 ways to a flop. Tim James, the original opener, with an overpair to this board with his pocket nines. Edgar with a backdoor, nut flush draw, and a wheel draw.
Mike.
And a whole lot of nothing for the rest of the field. But HTC deciding to continue with his gutter. Dr. H with a couple of overs and that same backdoor flush draw to Edgar. It'd be really interesting if a heart peeled off
I gotta go. Improve the number
because of
on
the
table.
earlier conflict between the two players, but Dr. H making the wise decision to get out of the way.
What time do we leave?
A couple of hearts peeled off turn and river could certainly spell some demise for
BG, be nice.
Dr. H getting out of
If
the
you
way,
are
and
not
right
nice,
away
you
a
got two
turn
Armenian
2
here,
of hearts, giving
Yeah,
Edgar
I know,
a
number can go
sneaky
down, I
backdoor
understand.
flush draw, and he's going to apply some serious pressure here.
Oh yeah, you're poor me. Then you're gonna call me like you call dealers, right? That's what's gonna happen.
So Edgar betting
You're a nice man, I
75%
can
pot.
call that.
Tim James still undeterred with his overpair.
I like it.
You're the good guy.
Black nines, meaning that Edgar could have a hand like 9-8 of hearts, 9-8 of diamonds, all of which would be playing this way. And now Edgar rivering a pair of 4s, excuse me, deciding it's good enough to show down. He checks it, and Tim James scooping in another pot. Big winner today, up $16,000 on the stream. I haven't seen him lose a single pot since sitting down.
Mike is playing live. We all watch Armenian Mike.
So Tim James
Fuck the
bobbing
ball.
and weaving
We rather watch Mike play poker.
and showing down the best hands.
I don't
So a
play
strong
stream no
showing
more.
from him over the first couple of hours here.
It's a nice.
Now you're going to race, KGB.
I'm gonna raise.
know,
Okay, give
I
me
know.
deuce 7. I raise.
I know. You're going to race.
but I don't have it.
I can't believe no one
And a
said
big
deuce
shout
seven.
out to
incredible.
Wayne, JJ, and the entire Live at the Bike crew.
Oh, you did?
Making sure they're working hard so you guys can relax at home and enjoy the top level poker content every Wednesdays, Thursdays, and Fridays.
Energy goes.
It's been a pleasure working with each and every one of you at Live at the Bike, and I'm looking forward to everything that's to come, and of course to preview the game tomorrow.
I have another question.
Barry Woods and I are going to be playing alongside Lynne G in the same format, 25 50-50. Game starts at 6 o'clock Eastern Standard Time and 3 o'clock Central Time. You don't want to miss it. Some big pots, some big action players, and some enjoyable poker will be played. So Eric opening up pocket jacks and an ace-high board favors KGB. Let's see if he can get any action from his medium strength ace right now. Backdoor flush draw.
500.
Who's the brain? Who's logging?
And not even able to get through the first opponent. Dr. H calling with his middle pair here.
Can we make Eric the brain for
Yeah,
this?
we can make Peachy Keen. He'll probably have a good answer.
What are we talking about?
Oh, but he showed up late.
Jacks finding their way out wisely when it goes bet call. And the turn brings in the flush. This should slow some action down.
I can't even think right now. What's the question?
How many the cumulative total of lies that have been told by all the players at the table since the game started?
What? Oh my god.
Oh, you have a human lie detector right here, KGB.
I pass.
Cumulative total of lies
How many lies
He's in the hand, by the way.
have been? He don't care.
that have been
You don't care, you don't
told
care, I can ask you, right?
7.
since the start of the game. What do you guys think in the chat?
How
Are
many
these guys
lies
honest?
Have been told
Or are they
by-
poker players?
Since all of us sat down here at the table, by the
Are they
players
telling the
only,
truth? Or are they
how
trying
many
to
lies have
make you
been told
believe
since the game started?
that they have something
Like for
when in
example,
fact they have
he said-
something else?
he said I'm
Great
280.
question,
Like
Tim
I said,
James
I had
on the
2-7,
table.
I
Let's
didn't have it.
transfer that information
Or
over to the
I
chat
said
pros.
I'm really
208.
unattractive, which obviously I'm very attractive.
I have a better
Who
one.
told you
Great
that?
analogy, Tim James.
Everybody who lied to me ever?
Okay, you got the number.
You got a number?
Yes.
Okay, that was that. I'll start
KGB never told a lie in his life.
honest, right, guys? 5.
We almost told. Oh, yeah, yeah.
200.
6.
Eric never
Raise
give up.
to 200.
I'm not gonna fold again.
10.
It's fucking pre-flop.
Can't be bluffing, right? Because anything could happen.
It's pre-flop.
Re-raise.
You're at 10?
Yeah.
650.
I'll go under.
KGB, what's the
7. I'm with 7.
Ship that motherfucking bread, dog.
So Eric raising under the gun, getting a couple of calls, dominating all other aces. Ace-Jack, Ace-10, Ace-9, and Dr. H putting in a small 3-bet on the button with 8-7 of diamonds.
No matter what.
Picking up 2 calls in the process. Eric
We all pretty honest.
ahead of his 2 opponents, but I do think Dr. H is going to find a way to win this hand. Let's see if my predictions are correct.
Wait, but I put the 50 in there.
And if you're going to miss, you might as well miss in style. Dr. H with 8 high, but a huge combo draw, straight draw, flush draw. Although a straight draw can be easily dominated, I do not expect the Doctor to be slowing down anytime soon.
925.
And suspicions confirmed, betting around 40% pot.
Have them call upstairs. It's probably you.
Oh, yeah. Oh, it is because I went like that.
Can you have them check and see we had a $500 chip that we're not sure it's most likely his?
It is his.
Okay.
Yeah, because I threw 5 and then you were playing with your chips in it.
I'll accept that.
So Queen of Spades on the turn. Let's see if the Doctor continues to bet on this board. When Eric calls here, he's going to have a lot of Queen X kind of hands, and
My chips remind me of my sex.
certainly those would not be
Very
folding
dry,
at this point.
short.
But on the other hand, you're sitting here with 8 high and a boatload of equity against every other hand that's not a queen, so
Everybody else has had their hands.
let's
all over
defer to the doctor and see what he decides to do. And bet
exchange
once
them for
again.
money the government checks
This
you?
one's to the tune of about $2,200.
Call chips.
Calling me with jack, ace jack, on the flop.
And now you're Eric.
If you know you're gonna make.
You're
best
thinking
hand,
you've
be careful.
got a
You were the
strong
one who said
second
only
pair,
one matters.
Yes.
Right.
but the problem is,
That's right.
where would Dr. H's best bluffs be coming from? And unfortunately for you, you have the ace of diamonds, so that removes a lot of combos
the
of
number
ace
we're at?
king
Oh,
of
yeah,
diamonds,
so it's
ace 10 of diamonds, ace 3 of diamonds, ace 2 of diamonds, ace 4 of diamonds that we've seen a lot of these players throw into
Alright.
their 3-bet bluffing
Here's one.
range.
What's the total number?
And so Eric
pick who
makes,
you want
in
to
my
blame,
opinion,
I'll
a very good
It's the
fold, even
total
though we
number
saw
of
him laying
times
down the best hand.
all of the players
That
at the
ace of
game
diamonds
have been
makes it
slapped in the
extremely
face by someone
difficult
Ooh, I
for
want
Dr.
entries
H
to
to be
be
bluffing in that spot, so I
parents
certainly
count?
don't blame the
Sex
fold.
counts. Your mom counts. Like,
Slap in the face.
Sex.
usually when I say, hey, what are you doing to a girl, that counts.
I've been smacked
Well, they
once
want to know why I'm in the women's
my
bathroom.
whole life. I've been
Shout out
smacked
to Evan
once.
Capallo for
And he's gonna pick
pushing
a number?
forward with the
He's
positivity
wrong, guys.
in the chat box.
I mean, if
No.
you're a guesser, then I'm the right
Yeah.
one.
No. We
No,
should,
no, no.
we
If you're a
should-
bad guesser,
Or a bad
it's more
guesser,
fun.
yeah.
Yeah, that's true actually.
Good for the game. Yeah, bad guesser, yeah. How much?
And a big shout out to Kieran, aka Close to Broke, one of the nicest and most genuine people in all of poker. I had the honor of meeting someone I have looked up to for years prior to coming out to Los Angeles to begin to live my dream. And he had been living the dream out in front of me for years prior to that. I couldn't imagine him changing over these past couple of years, and a lot of people say fame changes people, but he is one of the most genuinely nice people in this poker community, and certainly
By anyone.
a beneficial person to have met,
Like an intentional, not like just play fighting.
No,
a
it could be-
great
just have
human
someone
being,
smack you in the
a
face.
great person both on and off
You know,
the
could be-
felt,
Could
and
be sexual, could be non-sexual, could be
I
your
mean, if I'm
mom,
gonna
could
be
also your
honest, I
mom,
wouldn't
sexual,
love
whatever
to
you
share a
want.
table with him 24/7 because of his
Any
skill,
iteration of
but
being slapped in
his
the face.
personality is second to none. If you haven't seen his content, check out Close to Broke on YouTube.
You do what you try to do.
Some of the best poker vlogging content you will ever get is produced by that young man. And so a big pot might be in store for him for here. Armenian Mike flopping top set and Lynne G flopping an open ender and backdoor flush draw. I would not be surprised to see some fireworks here, and
I tell you.
the graphics still catching up with us here.
Locked in.
So it checks all the way to KGB with pocket threes, and he decides this is a good board to take a stab on. Little does he know,
Behind?
he ran into top set and open-ended
All right.
from two of his opponents. Mike coming through with a raise right away. Don't blame him on a super draw-heavy board like this one. All the way up to $2,000. Putting Lynne in a very difficult spot with Jack 10. She's got two overcards. She's got a backdoor flush draw, but she's facing a huge bet in front of her. Let's defer to the young professional and see what she does. Could see a case for all three options on the table for her. You can fold because the raise, frankly, is huge relative to the amount of money that she has invested into this pot. You could call because you're drawing to the nuts on either a queen or a 7. Or you can go all in because you have equity regardless of if you're called, and you might as well push it sometimes. If you're going to be bluffing in this spot, this is the best hand to do it with. And it looks like that's what's going through her
I
mind.
don't know why this lady, he doesn't trust
She
me.
rips
I
it
don't
all
know.
in for $10,000. And when it gets to Armenian Mike, how quickly will he put the money
I
in?
know how much is it before I put the money there. This is not call, okay? Just now I'm putting key.
And so Mike asking for a count here with top set. He only loses to 6-7.
This is my cheap.
And if Lynne has 6-7 every single time, Mike is getting the right price to put the money in, drawing to any 9, 8, or 5.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Lynne could also be doing this with a hand like 9-8,
One shot, right?
pocket 8s, pocket 5s,
No.
and Jack 10 as we see here. Very sicko play from her, and in my opinion, definitely warranted of a shove. Armenian Mike puts the money
If
in.
I'm doing something, never I don't do Mickey Mouse thing. All my life.
Mike putting the money in.
What do you want to do? Go ahead, because I got it already. I don't want to... You've been mad.
And so they'll
I
run it
tell you,
twice.
you don't trust me
Lynne
or you're
drawing to a
fucking
queen
nuts.
or a 7. Mike drawing to everything else. And the 7 right away. Lynne turning the nuts. And a 5 on the river. Mike taking down the first board and Lynne burning one of her outs. And Mike locks it up with an 8 on the turn. Boat over boat. And another 7 once again, just adding insult to injury for Lynne. She took her spot. She ran into it and she took it like a champ, reaching into her bag to reload. Something I will say that I love about Lynne's game is she'll take bad beats on the chin. She won't say a word. She'll just grab the chips from her bag, tap the table, say nice hand, and move forward. Cooler City for Lynne running into it. And an admirable move from the young professional.
That's okay. It's gambling.
Just spent a lot of time in here in like the early 90s.
Oh, okay. No, actually, no. That's right. Yeah.
Another period
I added 10.
after Black Friday.
Nice hand.
Nice hand. Well said, Lynne. No need to sulk. No need to get upset. It's poker. Let's move on and let's battle.
Shadow 100.
If you like the content being provided every Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday to all of you viewers for the low, low cost of $0, smash that like button, smash the subscribe button, and leave some positivity in the chat box because we could all use a little positivity on a Wednesday afternoon. Once again, I'm a Rye Guy coming at you live from the Bicycle Casino in beautiful Los Angeles, California. And just remember, you could be anywhere in the world right now, but I'm so glad that you are here with us today.
1600.
All right. Can I just get 16? 320. Thanks.
And so a 5-bet pot here, 6s versus jacks. Always an ace coming on a flop when you got a big pair. Lynne deciding to bet her range here for a small size, and that'll be good enough to take this one down. So Lynne, after a big loss in the prior hand, a hand in which she played very well in my opinion,
Okay, I'm
a
done
spot
mourning the
that you have to take in order to get paid off when you have the nuts in those spots. She just comes right back 5-betting pocket jacks and taking down a $3,300 pot.
How many slapped?
I was too busy getting. Oh, okay, good.
Yeah, we were at 30.
30?
Thank you, everyone.
Thanks.
Are you? We were at 30. Okay, 40.
44.
Single board.
And a big shout out to Sean Eilot, spamming the chat with some positivity. Gotta love that.
It would be helpful.
It was 1-on-1.
Looking forward to seeing you soon, buddy.
It would be helpful to know what ethnicity he is.
Him?
Yeah. I don't think we should ask. We should.
Try to guess.
Chip
There you
counts,
go.
once again, Tim James
72.
leading tape to tape so far. 35K at the top of the leaderboard. HTC, same story. Tape to tape, highest VPIP, 50%. Lynne, 18%. Tim, 15K profit. Mike coming at him just behind $12,000 in the green. And HTC and Lynne at the bottom of the leaderboard with 11 and 7K deficits, respectively.
Check.
And so rounding out the 2.5-hour mark of this show, don't go anywhere. We have a ton of high-level poker content coming to you from the beautiful Bicycle Casino in sunny Los Angeles, California.
That's it.
13.
Under. Edgar, what's your number?
Don't deal me.
Oh!
How much?
161 total.
How's that possible?
I
My
think
mom smacked me in the face 72 times in
Wait,
one
what
fucking
ethnicity are you,
hour.
Edgar?
Wait,
Yeah,
you're
he didn't get slapped
Dominican?
enough as a kid, so he doesn't get it.
He's Dominican. Of course he got smacked as a kid.
Put
Like,
that
I
on a
think if it was
t-shirt.
like, if we asked Dr. H or something, the number's probably like in a couple hundred.
Oh, yeah. No, higher. Like, you gotta figure, like, corporal punishment was like the standard for care for all children.
Break. Break it.
And well said, Scalar. That was an insane hand. And regardless of what Lynne did on that flop, there's no way all the money doesn't reach into the middle of that pot by the river. Turn 7, it might go check, check, slowing down the action. But when the board pairs on the river, it's very difficult for Lynne to get away from that nut straight with the amount of money that's behind. So I don't fault her whatsoever for taking the aggressive route, pushing her equity and seeing the river every time. And in order to get paid off when you have the goods, you also have to be willing to put the money in as a bluff. So her taking that spot, understanding that she might be up against a monster, but her equity is pure. That's just what makes professionals professionals, understanding that all you can do is control what you can control, allow the cards to fall the way they will, and just continue to chug on when it doesn't go your way.
Check.
I also tend to notice that whenever Lynne gets involved in a big pot, she tends to play a lot more hands. Now, we can't really see what she has here, but I can definitely see the wheels turning a little more in her head after that big hand earlier. And that seems to be a tendency of a lot of players. Whether you win or lose a big pot, it tends to push you towards the action more. If you're on a winner's high, sometimes you feel like you can't lose, so you take spots more aggressively than you would. And if you're tilting, which is what it's called when you're losing on a repeated basis, and your mind state becomes a little more negative, you tend to get involved in pots more often, trying to overcome that loss. And I do believe, looking at Lynne's facial expressions, that's what she's experiencing right now, and let's see if that proves to be correct over the next hour.
No, not that one.
Yeah, that's our water, right there.
you put in a call upstairs and tell them I need better cards, Michael?
300.
300.
Yeah, I think I want a doubles there.
7. Oh. 126.
So Stephen Hong coming in with a great question in the chat box. Why do you want to see her go all in when he has a set? So it's a phenomenal question to be asking, but the question I would ask you in response to that is, does Armenian Mike always have a set of 9s when he raises on that board? Would Armenian Mike do that with a pair of 10s, or a pair of jacks, or a pair of aces, or a hand like ace-9 suited? So when you look at that range of hands that Armenian Mike might be raising in those situations, facing a raise from a optically tighter player like Lynne really puts those hands in a very difficult situation. Now, if Lynne knew he only had pocket 9s, pocket 8s, or 7-6, then it would certainly not be the correct decision to make. But poker, as we know, is a game of incomplete information, and that's the biggest differentiating factor between a game like poker and a game like chess. It makes it more exciting when you don't know the outcome or what the other person has because the cards aren't on the table as they would be in a game like chess. Now, what Lynne did there was bluffing with equity, meaning that when she gets called, 1, she'll see the river every time, and 2, she has the ability to improve. But the reason why you want to include hands like Jack 10 in a bluffing range in a situation like that is to put his top pair type hands in difficult decisions, force him into tough spots, and allow your opponents to make mistakes. Now, you make money when they make mistakes. So when you're the one putting them into those difficult spots, you're allowing them to make those mistakes, and when they make the mistakes, you make the money. Period. So that's why I believe it was the right spot to take from her. And from a results perspective, it didn't work out. But if you're looking at poker from a win-loss perspective, you're not viewing the entirety of the framework of what's going on in front of you. So it's a great question. And I hope that the answer I gave you will allow you to understand why 3-bet bluffing on that flop with her hand was the correct decision at some frequency.
What's the difference between prison and jail?
Prison, you have been sentenced already. Jail, you are awaiting sentencing generally.
How does everyone know this shit? Oh,
Well, also you could have a sentence. Some states will have like sentences under 1 year, under 2 years. Will be served in the county jail. So.
Like you don't go to prison overnight.
I like how you look me dead in the eyes and ask me that question. Like, I would fucking know.
Like it looks like you've been.
Good evening, though.
I'm on work release, so I gotta leave after this.
Where's your brace?
My ankle monitor's right here.
Oh, okay, cool.
Okay, let's go get him.
Ooh. They just know I'm too decrepit to run away.
I thought you said you didn't want to play with me.
I check blind. Bust yourself.
It's a great question from Steven there. Happy to answer any more questions that these chat pros launch my way, and hopefully give you a little bit of information to help you improve in your next game, whether it's 1-2, 2-5, 5-10, 10-25, or even 25, 50, 100, which I will be jumping into tomorrow.
If I drink like 1 cup of coffee,
We're all on this world to help each other improve, help each other feel better, benefit in every way possible alongside each other. And I am happy to launch answers your way for any questions that you might have in the chat.
oh, perfect.
oh, that was total number of arrests was my no, but
This is a fun little hand. KGB with pocket 6s on king 7-7 and decides to let it go against a mystery hand of Eric. I guess we'll never know if he made the correct fold or not.
After the stream.
At this time, I want to know if you bluffed. I don't think so. Let me be.
Edgar,
No, I mean like anyone who plays the game.
let's keep using you
Watch it
as
after
this
the stream.
witness.
Okay.
This group.
Okay, my question is, I'm gonna save the jail one for just a little bit later. What do you think is the most expensive gift Tim James has ever given anyone. Yeah.
Zero, fuck. I go with
Trips,
zero.
experiences, that shit all counts.
Okay, it all counts. Okay.
Yeah. But like one gift.
I'm in, right? I'm
One.
in.
No, no, no,
in.
you're in.
What's
You're
the
in.
question?
You're in.
What's the question?
What's the
What's the-
most expensive? I'm sorry, you're on the
Yeah.
house. What's the most expensive gift me personally have ever given to another person?
And
That's
Edgar's the brain.
If I took you to Disneyland and it cost $400, the answer is $400.
Yeah.
If I bought you a Ferrari, the answer is $327,000.
Got it.
Whatever.
Okay. Got it.
Just so you know, we can go to Disneyland anytime you want.
You're not my type, I already told you. So I'm not going nowhere if you.
You didn't say it before because I would have remembered.
Still, no go.
Wasn't me.
No go.
When you get a chance, can you just fill out a pathway then?
Eric.
Oh, shit.
Can I get a green tea?
What?
So a couple of comments here.
Oh.
Stephen Hong
Eric,
playing the
can I
1,
get a
2
green tea?
streets, and Pierre DeLuca
No go.
playing on the $10,000, $20,000 streets.
Yeah, but we need
I'd
to
love
wait
to
for
hear
Edgar's
which
Yeah, we'll just
lineup
finish with the hand
you're
if you
rocking
get a
with
number.
on those super high stakes games.
His number is going to be so low.
Definitely reasonable stakes for anybody in the chat to be playing. But I will say something about anybody playing at the 1-2 level as well.
Wait, what were
We
these
all
stakes that you
started
talked
there. We all worked our way up, regardless if you're playing 100, 200 on a regular basis right now, 510, 25.
hopefully he missed that
Most
entire
people
thing.
started
Really
playing at that level.
So what is?
I had my first poker game just over 3 years ago. I bought in for $60 on the 1-2 streets,
Yeah, no.
and I lost my first buy-in, and it hurt. It hurt like crazy. And all you can do is continue to work forward, continue to learn, understand what you're doing correct and incorrectly,
Okay.
and work your way up to the highest levels. And thankfully, I was able to put in the
That's
work,
for himself.
a lot of blood, sweat, and tears, meet the right people, work towards my goal, and playing on Live at the Bike had always been a dream of mine. You know, I watched these guys like Garrett, I watched these guys like Andy, Art,
Okay.
John Cohen, all these high-level professionals battling it out in these million-dollar cash games, and I always thought that was the pinnacle of poker, playing $100K, $200K, $300,000 deep against the other highest-level thinkers in the world, and that was my goal when I started this. That was where I wanted to be.
50 more, 50 more.
And after a lot of hard work and determination, I am proud to say that I can play on the biggest stages in the world against some of the best players in the world, against some of the biggest personalities, celebrities, CEOs, high-level executives.
And I'm going to wait until after the hand. Because
And I'm here to tell you that that's not too far away from any of you in the chat, whether you're playing 1, 2, 2, 5, 5, 10. Commit yourself, work hard, and one day you could see yourself on the biggest stage of the world in Live at the Bike.
Jack.
Is there something different about that chip, or is it just the way I'm seeing it?
Looks faded.
Yeah, the pip on the front looks like it's chipped or something.
It's fake. Made in my garage.
You don't have one.
I never wanted to be your roommate so bad as just all of a sudden. Very well purchased.
So
Good luck with
Lynn,
that.
taking a stab here, a 1/12 pot-sized bet
You started
with
at
her
100?
medium flush, and she gets a little
Oh, wow. Okay.
graphic tossed her way.
You have your own graphic?
Let the table talk handle this one.
Hey, we need to.
Sign my hat. Sign my hat. Please.
Jesus.
Oh my man.
Oh my
They asked me for photos, and I didn't know what they were going to do.
Now you know.
I wonder which ones they didn't use. That's the real question.
Yeah, the OnlyFans photos didn't make the cut. The Instagram ones did. 200 bucks. Did I say that?
Yeah, you can.
I'll go 3,000.
He knows how to play. It's not his first time.
Yeah, he doesn't know how to play.
3,200.
He's not supposed to be putting it.
No. 325.
Oh, and by the way, just so you know,
I was just thinking how you
real
went
quick,
from
if
3
he
to
says,
3,000.
let's say he says like 3,500 and I say under, then you get to pick which side you want.
Yes.
And then you have $100 versus whoever.
Yes, you get to pick.
Yeah.
What is 3 ways though? You play it 3 ways?
Yeah.
You play as many ways as you want.
4K.
45.
51.
52.
6,000.
7,200.
That could be a deuce 7.
7,600.
I know. Unfortunate. Unfortunate.
Oh.
125.
Did you say 9 or did he say 9? You said 9.
No, he hasn't.
Oh, thanks, man.
I haven't heard him go
Did
yet.
you say 9?
I said 9.
He said 9.
9,300.
9,400.
10.
Oh, you're considering like breaking your rule of raising the small blind, aren't you?
What's up?
You're considering breaking the rule of raising the small blind. I can see it.
I was
That one uses
trying to figure out
right?
if I wanted to call or not.
How much is it?
425 total.
Okay, you got it. Check. Check.
And so KGB opening it up with the pocket jacks. Tim James 3-betting 10-8 suited. Certainly a hand that you would like to have sometimes in your 3-bet range. KGB electing with just a call with the jacks. And let's see how Tim proceeds on this queen deuce board. Super uncoordinated, very dry.
Do they still have
And
to
the queen
pay
could
them?
certainly hit
They're not
each
hit?
of these players.
Oh wait, they
Tim
have to
bets
pay?
small, and I don't see KGB going anywhere.
No, if they didn't
And
hit
he
down,
proceeds
they
with a
don't
call.
Oh, okay.
have to. Or if they didn't see their cards, they don't have to pay. Yeah. That's a little too egregious.
And the 8 of diamonds might slow the action down. Tim picking up some showdown value.
San Gabriel.
Cool.
And he decides to check it back.
Yeah.
The 7 of clubs on the river. KGB deciding to check. And Tim going for some very thin value here.
San Diego.
Putting in a bet of $400. And KGB getting a very good price.
But,
Can't raise.
We're in LA.
Can't fold.
My parents are based out of
Excuse me.
so
Is that where he's
KGB feeling like he knows exactly where he's at. Putting in a thin value raise over Tim's very thin river bet. And he has absolutely pegged Tim down to a pair of 8s here.
So you must be out here a lot.
So Tim having to call off $600 to win a pot of $3,000. So is Tim good here once out of every 7 times? Does he believe he's good here once out of every 7 times?
Really?
And he does. And KGB putting in a great check raise on the river in a spot that most people would just default to a call on, and gets paid an extra $600.
No way. Yep.
this is amazing. This is incredible.
What the fuck?
Wow.
Look at you.
Why'd they stop it? You only gave him one picture?
Holy shit.
Only one? No,
my
what
God.
happened?
I didn't give him any pictures.
Why did they stop it?
And KGB with the thin river value raise gets a quick blip
Mic check.
I'm taking under.
of hype behind him.
I'm gonna
Not sure if that was the complete video or his is just
take the under.
1/5 of the length that Lynne's was.
Only 100.
And I'm sure the chat might speculate as to why it might be shorter, but
Take both
We
out.
both put
I've
the
seen the
under.
Yo Viral one that was launched around a couple of times when he fluffed a couple of sets on me last week, and
Okay, let's do
that one seemed to go on for hours on end. Yo Viral, of course, one of the biggest YouTube poker stars
I
in
figure like
the
maybe
space.
Maybe a cheaper watch.
Lynne, one of the up-and-coming stars.
script.
KGB, a very polarizing figure
Tim, what's the real number?
within the Live at the Bike poker community. A recent video posted of him. Go check that one out on the channel. Leave a comment. Let us know what you think about it.
I'm glad you're such a good sport.
Straddle.
But KGB absolutely dominating that situation.
Straddle. Now
But I've like done favors for people that I knew that they couldn't.
Going for that thin raise getting paid off on the river.
Buy you a bag or a car
Yeah,
or
yeah,
whatever.
I hear ya.
I think that's just like everything that's wrong with our culture, frankly.
So what is the cheap? What is the most expensive?
I mean, like,
Afraid of me.
Like I've like.
Oh, I can raise actually. Oh shit.
I've like paid like.
I guess let me help you with
like,
the raising thing.
How much? Depends.
Like for family members, I've done
More than that?
way more than that.
Oh, okay, that's fair.
For family members, I've done way more than that. Like so, like
I think
family
I'm gonna
member was
pay.
losing their house,
That's right.
I bailed them out more than once. Stuff like that.
I thought my
So-
number was low until you mentioned family. And yeah,
That's fair,
family
yeah. I didn't think
really
of
jacks up
that.
the number.
Yeah, but for a girl, like I mean, I've taken girls on trips, like because I want to go.
Yeah.
So
yeah, I
Lynne
don't know
raising it
somebody-
up with a
I'm not
mystery
gonna, like,
hand
send
here
you to Bora Bora,
gets
but,
through
like,
everybody except the player
I
with
wanna
the
go to Bora
weakest
Bora, sure.
range,
You wanna go to
which is
Bora Bora, and we're gonna
HTC
have to
calling
go
out of the
together.
small
You wanna
blind,
go
and
with
I
me, then we
mention
can go.
weakest
And you're not
range
making
in
her
this
split.
situation
No,
because
never. If I invite
if
somebody to
he
go
was
somewhere,
strong
like,
out of the small
I would
blind,
never
he
do
is
something
far
like that.
more likely to put in the raise himself. So ace high dry board mystery hand for
Disneyland, I
Lynne,
said Disneyland. Me and you.
and
in
I
Disneyland.
do believe that she'll be able to take this one down.
4200.
Huh?
You can do a lot with 4200 at Disneyland.
I'm not saying that, but you pick Disneyland. You pick him. Yeah, Bora
And
Bora
Lynne
go.
with a
Bora Bora,
continuation
I'll go
bet
with
on ace
Where do you get
9
Bora Bora?
deuce with jack 10 of hearts. Definitely some interesting barrel cards that she could pick up here.
Exactly.
I don't know what you do in Bora
And
Bora.
HTC thinking his pair could be
I got
good,
You can do
and
the
he
same
could
thing
turn
with
some
Bora
gutter
Bora.
balls as well.
Trees.
The 6 of hearts all but locks this one up for Lynne G.
We can go.
He's going to check it over HTC. I could see Lynne overbetting this turn,
Scat, that's big fish, like.
Yeah, La Jolla.
but
San Diego.
I would be
Oh,
shocked to see her check it
You can swim
back.
with seals down there.
Yeah, but no, the water's murky.
She has
it's
jack high,
cold,
she has a flush
Scary.
draw,
way too many people.
and she has aggressive range advantage, so she decides to bet 2/3 pot.
No, that's actually a good thing.
That's a long
Of course.
13 out.
That's the benefit is that it takes
With
longer.
jack
Everybody
high
else is
like
there.
a boss.
Cool. Okay.
And HTC looks to be a little curious.
Gotta be. There's a lot of things in that water that could kill you.
Yeah, but look at the
He
statistics.
suspects something is up, but his hand is just too weak that he can't continue
I wish I could.
versus a couple of barrels from Lynne. And like I said, that is the attitude you need to have to be a strong poker player, which she clearly is. She got stacked in a spot that she took. She ran into a very strong hand of Armenian Mike's. She hit straights twice and lost both boards, but there she is, chugging along, doing what she does best, and that is playing great poker. The 24-year-old prodigy with a very
Dr. H, can you do
large
brain trust?
future ahead of her in the poker space. She's played on high-stakes poker. She's played on Live at the Bike. She has played on a lot of these big games, and I expect to see her in many more. A very entertaining figure around the poker community,
Are you on
alongside
right now?
being
No,
a
his
phenomenal
entire
player
wardrobe, his entire
herself.
closet, including shoes and watches.
I'm taking number, any number, so you just.
You gotta,
Well,
you
it's
gotta.
like Dr. H things first off.
Actually, no, you can't see which one this is. You could look it up.
Piece of disaster, all this.
Dr. H is not getting paid enough.
My entire wardrobe was. They thought it was what like.
Okay.
32K, something like that.
Okay, I got
you
the
have a number?
number. Yeah.
What is going on anyway?
300.
You limp. 300. Okay, I'm in.
Funny part is that the only reason why I'm wearing this watch is because I picked it up from a jeweler on the way here. And the only reason why I'm wearing
So
this
Eric
is-
raising with pocket fours. We're going to head 4 ways to a flop. I think King Jack of Diamonds is going to be the winner in this one.
I just like looking forward because I am.
Right.
So
King on the flop.
let's just call it.
I mean,
King
yeah,
queen
I mean,
6,
I'm
1
on the
diamond,
list, so.
and a whole lot of nothing
to
for
get
the
off.
rest of
I
the field.
definitely am.
Now, the best hand
Need to hang
between
out
the
with
other
KGB later.
players
Yeah, that's
is just a gutter ball.
Yo, you're not invited.
So KGB leading out for 1/3 pot. Not a lot to protect against, having diamonds covered himself as well. Also blocking the draw to the jack for the straight. And HTC decides to get a little curious, call with his middle
Only
pair
thing that got you
and
paid
gutter
on that
ball.
hand, KGB,
He also has position,
thing that
so
got
if
you
he
paid
feels
on
like
that board
KGB might have a queen,
was the 7
he can
and
raise
3
and
throughout
try to get
there.
him off with that 9 blocker and the 10 blocker. And it goes check, check, and KGB is going to take down a $2,000
Only thing
pot.
that got you paid there. I'm still pissed.
It's only $600. You already got
It doesn't matter. The money
$200.
doesn't matter. It's how many. It's the choice I make. And I
All right,
know
we got the question of the day in the chat from Evan. The real question, does Tim dye his beard? 1 for yes, 2 for no. Let's hear your answers there. We got one answer for 1.5 already, so I guess that means he kind of does. Let's hear your thoughts.
Would you like one?
And just a reminder, live at the bike every Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. Smash that like button, hit the subscribe button. It helps the algorithm because we bring you this free content 3 times a week. Top of the line poker from the most entertaining poker players, characters, actors, artists, phenoms around the poker space, and we do it all for each and every one of you. And all we ask is for you to hit those 2 small buttons. It costs nothing to you, and it means everything to us.
Pay the man his money.
Bro, I knew I was getting fucking shafted. I didn't really want to take the under, but I knew he was snapping the under on any number I said. So I was just like...
Can I get $1 chips?
Pay the man his money.
Now he's happy. He lost the first one. He won the second.
That's it.
Big.
I know.
Now he's done.
What do you think your wardrobe is actually worth?
Ooh.
Like, give it a
He
thought.
has an Apple Watch that's like, you know.
This garment is like 700s.
Yeah,
I don't know.
so
I would have to add up a lot of
That's
it.
what is
Okay, roughly how big is your closet multiplied by average cost of
Can
clothing?
you order food service, please, for me?
Yeah, that's a tachometer.
Yeah, actually, I love to also take one.
Good job, Doc.
So Edgar opening up King Queen of Clubs, the nutritionist ripping it for $625 with an $800 overlay on his 7 deuce of clubs if it can hit.
Then he says another number.
Edgar not going anywhere for $250 more. Unfortunate for the nutritionist, his clubs are not live.
Life experience.
They're going to go twice. First board is for the 7 deuce. Second board is for half the pot. Let's see if the nutritionist can hit. My money's on 7 deuce. And an 8-8-3 board, no help to the nutritionist. King high still ahead. Let's see a deuce on this turn.
Of course, what do you expect?
And the nutritionist drawing to a 7 or a 2 for some serious table carnage. Let's see if he can hit it. No good on that. King high scoops it, and so the 7 deuce game will not apply to the second board, unfortunately for him. And a 7 on that board. So as it stands right now,
One more club.
chop and clubs are covered here. So a club, king or queen, and a king on the river. The nutritionist scooped because of the 7 deuce game. I told you it would add fireworks to this lineup. Nutritionist ripping it in with 7 deuce.
Fortunately, he lost.
King high takes the first board with 2 pair and rivering the king on the second board. Unfortunately for him, getting stacked in a $3,300 pot.
Good effort. What is that now?
And we got the punt cam coming up. I don't know if that's reasonable to play it in that situation. You have an $800 overlay on that 7 deuce game, so you're going all in for $1,600. If you win $1,600 from your opponent, plus another $800 from the table, and you get the added benefit of the needle. So I don't necessarily view that as a big punt.
What else are you supposed to do with 7 deuce?
What else are you supposed to do with 7 deuce except rip it in? I was playing the 7 deuce game by myself on Thursday. I lost more money than he did in this hand just for entertainment purposes with no overlay.
We all would have went on with the 7 deuce.
Nutritionist, you're welcome back anytime. Anybody who's willing to rip it in with 7 deuce is welcome to any game I play in.
Yeah, food service. Yeah, you first. KGB first.
That, to be honest.
Yeah.
Please make for me big green salad, big green leaf salad, whatever, mixed green or whatever you have. Big green salad.
Definitely not a punt.
Olives.
Oh.
Add olives. Add,
I thought it was funny.
Add,
Oh, it's
I thought
funny.
it was great.
olives.
I also think it's pretty savage.
The body's not, it's savage as fuck. The body's not even cold yet, number 1. Okay? Like.
If they're willing to do
Number
this,
2, it's not a punt.
yeah. If they're willing to do this for 2 to 3K pops, if someone like gets stacked for
If you had
20K, I
nine
think
deuce,
better
that's a
still be
punt.
doing this shit.
7 deuce has equity.
Yeah, I mean, I don't hate it. I think it's fine.
Do they have jackpot in here?
In this case,
No.
salad and make for me chicken.
Did he check?
Olive oil and bell pepper. Yeah, it's a big
Ready
green
for a drink,
salad.
Doc?
Leaves.
Ready for a drink?
Yeah, I can start June.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
and,
fine. If you invite Lynne, I'm more than
kale.
You should have come with us. You should have come with us to that Red O. It had some of the best Mexican food I've ever had in my entire life.
Oh,
I was astonished. They had a duck taquito. It was one of the tastiest things I've had in a long time.
yeah. Actually, my wife also blamed me
That-
because I lost the totally there. He said, "Why you did that?"
Green chicken on the side.
Losing over there would be a lot better over a duck taquito.
Yeah, I
You won't only be thinking about the loss.
I know. Okay, is it single bottle? I think.
It should be double. You guys did single last time.
Oh, okay.
Jeff, how do you feel about being the brain for a question? Okay.
Yeah. But dark
How much money has Dr. H spent on alcohol lifetime?
And pick for me bowl of fruits like
KGB, can I get 100, please?
strawberries and
The craziest question of all time that I've ever had
only berries.
was actually at
Let's say
Bellagio
blueberries
and the
and
there's old tables in pretty much. The question was, how much have I spent on
strawberries.
nightclubs, bars, strip clubs, all alcohol-related
Thank you.
activities lifetime?
Yeah, oh me, yeah.
What is it?
And they nailed it. They nailed it pretty
Chicken
fucking.
Single or double?
Double, I think.
Double? Okay,
Yeah.
double.
Double is.
Yeah, spicy chicken fry. Yeah. Yeah, spicy one. Yeah.
Well, he wanted to do the doubles.
Yeah.
Oh, you wanted the doubles?
Thank you.
Double more action, yeah.
You like your little split pot games? I see what you're up to.
I'm not up to anything. I just like to.
Oh, finally I got the. Oh, good.
359.
Ding,
all
ding,
done.
ding, ding, ding.
Jack. No jack.
Me? Check.
Lynn, how much?
So a couple of boards in this bomb pot. Once again, each player will get
Suppose
two
you-
cards,
I
and there
need
will
to
be
look?
two boards dealt before any betting is done. Each player throws in $100 blind, and we head to the flop.
Jack.
Last time it brought carnage in action. This time doesn't look like anybody has really much of anything. So the flop checks around. 5, 3, 9 with 3 diamonds on the first board. 8, 5, king with 2 clubs on the second board. Tim James with a pair of 5s on
Dude,
both
there's no
boards,
way you were
deciding
letting
to
that
lead out into the field.
7.
And Dr. H with bottom
God.
pair and a straight on the
What are
top
the
board,
odds for this drink?
deciding to raise it up small. These boards get really complicated because it's tough to gauge what your opponent's fighting for. So Tim James has middle pair on both boards right now, but was dominated by both players. And now
Call?
Tim
Instant call?
is ahead on the
I only
bottom
got
board,
this one, sorry.
and Dr. H ahead on the top. So the two of them will split the pot. Dr. H with a straight on the top with 3 diamonds on the board. Tim James rivers 2 pair with the 3 clubs on the board. Neither player having a flush.
You have a dominating 5.
A straight for Dr. H, 2 pair for Tim James. So they will chop up $600 of their opponent's money.
Okay. We should,
Not
oh,
quite
you
as
already-
climactic as the hand prior, but we can't see fireworks every hand.
Okay, so my question for Jeff, who's the brain, is
This
ho-
guy?
Yeah, he's the brain.
Oh my God. Okay.
How much money has Dr. H
14 by
spent on alcohol in his entire life?
He's just out of.
Hey, why are we using KGB? Oh, he's
We're using Jeff.
Lynne?
Yeah.
Okay.
What was it? 112, right?
Do you know who is there? Hello, look at me. Do you know who he is? How much he drinks?
We have no idea.
I mean, he works on the show.
Huh?
He works on the show. I mean, this is for you to figure out. Yeah, he doesn't have to.
He doesn't know anything that you don't know or I don't know.
Okay, you got it. Entire life. Come on, man.
Why don't you start, Tim?
150.
2 and a quarter. or something.
$2,000.
25. I don't know why that's nothing.
$10,000.
Who started?
2K, 10K.
225.
11.
So far, Dr.
You got the number, you sure, right?
Why are you questioning?
He may change his mind. I gotta look at him twice.
I don't think he will.
Three player.
Whole life. Doctor, he started to drink
Second round.
age 21, probably 13.
Well, don't tell Tim.
Tim is busy.
That's true.
What's the number? Not that busy.
It's 11 to you.
12.
I got the thing.
15,000.
I got the thick color.
Wow.
And so single raised pot.
I mean, you said what?
HTC opening under the gun. Lynne, Dr. H calling in between. Tim James
I said 20.
with Ace King dominating both players. Leading out into the field. Looks like he'll get a couple quick falls. Tricky from Timmy. Big winner on the game today. 14K in profit. And if he hit either of his top pairs, he would win a much larger pot than he did. Unfortunately for him, Brick City for the entire field. And he corrals about a $1,000 pot there.
4-8.
49.
15. Somebody got a blink.
Raise. 6.5.
Blink. Number is 50 now. Not even blinking. Not shaking, no blinking, nothing. We screwed again.
Edgar opening this one up from the cutoff with Queen Jack offsuit. Tim James deciding to 3-bet. The Ace King suited now. Out of the small blind. Edgar continuing with a call and a Jack 7-5 board. 2 hearts, and Tim decides this is good enough for a $500 continue. Edgar with his top pair going nowhere. And Edgar turning top 2. Let's see if Tim decides to rep this advantageous card for him.
Good for him.
Or he just thinks the board's a little too coordinated to get it through. So check. Edgar with the KG check back. And the 3 of clubs on the river. So Edgar going nowhere, and Tim not gonna buy it. He decides to check it over, feeling like his Ace King high might be good sometimes.
Worth a try.
Also not willing to bluff into a range of bluff catchers that he feels Edgar will have here.
2,500.
And Edgar deciding for a slight overbet, and Tim just snapping it off. What a bet from Edgar. Tim James almost beating him into the pot with just ace high. I see where Tim's head was at. There's a lot of 9-8 combos that miss. There's a lot of 9-10, a lot of 10-8 combos. There's 8-6, 6-4. But the problem with that call might be that Edgar could be turning a pair of 5s into a bluff. He could be turning a pair of 4s into a bluff that he decided to continue on the flop with. So if your hand can't beat part of Edgar's bluffing range in that situation when he goes so polar, then I don't believe you can make that call. Of course, I've been wrong many a times before, and I will be wrong many times more. So don't fault him on that courageous call whatsoever. He went with his read, and if Edgar had 10 high, we'd have a much different conversation being commentated from the booth. I mentioned a lot that there's such a fine line between looking like an absolute genius and looking like you're a complete fool when it comes to live stream poker. If Tim snapped that one off and he was good with the ace high, he would look like a hero, but unfortunately in this case, not as much luck.
100,000, around 100.
I think it's over 100,000.
No, it's not like.
It's under?
I don't think it's. I'm not a heavy drinker.
50 years, you drink 50 years, imagine.
One $200
$200
bottle a week.
I didn't drink until probably I got 40. So
How old are you now?
So like in the last 10, 15 years, I spent.
So 10K a year, at least.
Yeah, 100,000 maybe.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, 100. So the number is really 100.
Yeah. But not that, because I didn't drink until recently.
100 is max.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we didn't. I would have guessed the number around what you guessed. I don't want to think about how much I've spent on alcohol in the last fucking 5
But
years.
I didn't drink. I seriously. So
So I don't drink much,
Now
but
I have
if
to.
I buy anything, the cheapest is $50.
Yeah,
The
I'm
cheapest
with
one.
you. Yeah.
The cheapest.
And also, like, just being in LA and other metropolitan cities, like, alcohol is so much more expensive than it is in, like, fucking Kansas or whatever.
Less than $50, it's not even a wine. It's like,
And you can get it after. You can get it on Sunday if you're in Kansas.
I'm gonna run to the bathroom.
Actually, I just realized I didn't play a hand for so long, I think.
Well, it sounds like it's about time for you to play again.
Yeah, I didn't even give me a deuce 7 or something.
I know. Been waiting for the deuce 7.
No deuce 7, no deuce 7.
Yeah, I didn't even.
All right, everybody, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mike has a miss, everything else is fine.
So checking out the leaderboard once again, Tim James with the big stack, HTC at the bottom of the list, but HTC at the top of the VPIP, meaning he's played the most hands in the game so far. Mike number 2, Tim number 3, Lynne rounding out the group at the bottom.
Okay.
Mike overtaking Tim in the cumulative winnings. We had mentioned that Tim had been leading with the most profit since the beginning of the show, but Mike finally overtaking him in HTC at the bottom of the leaderboard.
For a while. Wow.
With not much longer in the show to go. And right on cue, Lynne getting up, the table getting a lot quieter now. Certainly one to push conversation forward, make people communicative.
There he is.
Raise to 500.
You really don't want me to play, huh?
Maybe. Oh, sorry.
I want you, but I want you to put $500.
Nice necklace, Mike.
Busted.
So
I
KGB
knocked him out.
isolating over the limp with ace jack suited, not going to get any
tried
action
the
from
deuce
HTC.
He
Deuce
tried
7.
to do 7. He tried.
Deuce 7 is even suited.
I mean, it was.
And Mike getting a warm welcome back
think he
into
almost
the
got
game.
Everyone
from
would have done
Tim.
the same thing.
First board, I got it.
She's coming, she's coming.
Yeah, first board I had it with king high.
And once again, make sure you smash the like and subscribe smash that like and subscribe button. It costs nothing to you, but it means everything to us. And that's all it takes for us to continue bringing the top level content every Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday here on Live at the Bike, the longest running poker live stream in the world. And we'll continue to bring you the action every day that we can. Looking forward to many more exciting broadcasts like we've seen here. We've seen some all-ins, we've seen some slow rolls, and we've seen some great action so far. So make sure you smash it.
Two on it?
Oh, it's a race?
Yes,
Who
200.
race?
Right in the middle.
I can take my money back?
No action. If you
Oh, okay.
3 players.
I didn't know it's a race.
And so our leaderboard tonight is brought to you by Monkey Knife Fight, your home for fantasy player props. Sign up today and get a 100% instant match on your first deposit when you use the promo code LATB. That's LATB, as in live at the
Maybe they
bike.
can turn the AC down to like a hair. It is freaking cold in here.
Yeah,
It's like
please
2 degrees.
increase the temperature a little bit. Yep. Thank you. Yeah.
I'm nice with you all the time.
Two, man.
Good.
And so the studio, as well as the action, has seemed to cool off a little bit.
Fast as fuck.
Going check there. Mike's going to take home a $625 profit with second pair. Edgar deciding his pair of eights is enough to show down, but
Two.
no such luck as Mike beats him with the pair of kings.
Chop again?
Yeah. There you go. Thank you so much.
Just do a wardrobe change?
Yeah, of
Just
course.
wardrobe change right now?
Last 3 days? Nice.
She read my book. How to live with less. Live with zero.
Girls all play like it. So.
Live with zero.
So it's 50?
Deal me next time, please.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I travel a ton, so
He's
just
the
finding
blind?
something versatile
No,
I can wear
she's
to
buying the
everything
button.
is like,
So I'll just
it's not like these things. Sounds reasonable, no?
It's okay, man.
I'm buying the button. Okay,
Yep.
Lift one.
So a bunch of limps here from hands that probably should be raising. We got pocket nines, pocket eights, ace 7 offsuit, and king 4 offsuit. Way ahead on this board. And only one real result here as it goes checks to Mike. And Mike looking like he's ready to bet his ace high. No, he checks it back. So Lynne with her top pair deciding to bet for a small size. And Dr. H with middle pair on this turn, deciding to put in a raise here. And Lynne just snap folding her top pair. I don't know if that was a bluff. I don't know if that was for value. I don't know if that was for protection. But it worked out. Dr. H,
Oh, right there on the floor.
the mad scientist, putting in a play, folding out top pair on that board. It's tough to be bluffing. It's tough to have value. But Lynne deciding that she just didn't want to tangle with Dr. H in that situation.
I know, Mike, I know. What you thinking about? Yeah.
Your hand, turn. Oh, you made it.
Okay, so
Oh.
250.
So open from HTC, mystery hand flatted on the button from Lynne. And Dr. H with queen 10 of hearts.
this one is for some.
So Lynne with ace 9 offsuit. And queen 10 of hearts flopping the best of it. Middle pair, backdoor straight, backdoor flush draw. And I doubt Lynne wants to take a stab on a board this coordinated and
So quiet.
certainly incorrect in that situation, in that assumption. She decides to bet big here, 75% pot into the field. I don't see Dr. H folding just yet with his middle pair and his backdoor flush draw, but she sheds one opponent. HTC gets out of the way.
Slow roast.
And so 9 of hearts on the turn, a very interesting card, improving Dr. H to an open-ender and a flush draw. Lynne feeling like her ace 9 might be good now, checking it back. And the 4 of hearts on the river, queen 10 of hearts, just not a great look for Lynne. If you know, you know. Dr. H deciding it's time to get some value here. He puts in a bet. A small bet. About 40% pot on this river. What can he be bluffing with? Maybe a hand like ace 3 of clubs. Maybe a hand like 8, 6 of clubs. Would he turn a pair of 10s into a bluff ever? Would he try to get called with a hand like ace 10 here? These are all the thoughts going through Lynne's mind. And she calls, and I want to see her reaction when she gets shown that hand.
He did the same thing to me.
Flop nothing.
So an unfortunate run out for her. It would have been very interesting to see the result of that river if it came, for example, the 4 of diamonds. Would Dr. H go for some thin value, or would it just go check, check? And I tend to believe that the latter of the 2 options would be the result, but because of that 4 of hearts on the river, Dr. H feeling very comfortable betting his flush, and Lynne paying it off with third pair. Maybe a little bit of a frustration call from her, but certainly can't fault her when all the club draws missed.
Dealer included?
Mine?
Getting such a good price to put the money in as well.
Just net worth of how much money we have.
players dealing.
Only the players.
Only the players. Okay, only the players. Okay, this guy got 0. Okay, so
You mean on the chips or what?
You're not wrong.
I mean, you got net worth over 20 for sure.
You need to balance it out for me.
This guy got 200 million. So what's the number? Mike, what are you?
He has doctor in front of his.
I'm always.
Yeah, a lot of people's net worth doesn't actually really matter. It's only a few people here who matter.
So a new poll just being dropped in the comment section. Make sure you answer. And it goes, who will berate the dealer first? And in quotes, live at the bike does not condone dealer behavior.
Hold on, let me think.
This behavior to dealers. So a little bit of a typo there, but the answers are Tim, Lynn, Mike, and KGB. And I'm going to have to go with KGB on this one. You know, he's been quiet all game, but all it takes is the fuse to be lit. And we will see if any of these players decide to berate any of these fabulous dealers on hand today. We see Eric flopping top on 5-4-3 rainbow, Edgar with an open-ender, and Mike with middle pair in that same diamonds, which will not come. The king of spades, as big of a brick as it comes. Eric's top pair, or excuse me, second pair now, still way ahead of these two opponents.
It used to be a yacht.
I think $20 million counts as a yacht.
$20 million is a yacht.
It is a yacht, yeah. That's like a, what, 100?
Not a very good one.
Producer Wayne in the chat box.
Anything over like 55 feet is a yacht.
Everyone vote Mike. That's a little bit of a an angle there, trying to influence the voters.
Were you in the Navy?
Into going your way, maybe. Let's see if it works out.
Oh, I've been in
Monaco Bot Show?
Wayne, of course, an absolute sweetheart in the live at the bike realm. Does a great job throwing these lineups together.
$1 million.
A role that he's taken very well over these past years, making sure that each of these lineups are star-studded with both strong poker players and strong personalities around poker, and that's what it really takes to put on a great live stream poker game. It takes someone who's committed to giving the people what they want. You want big personalities, you want big action, you want big pots. And that's exactly what he delivers week in and week out. So props to you, Wayne, for excelling as drastically as you do at your job and making it easy for the rest of us to do ours.
What did you say?
His turn.
I think I said something.
6?
You said 15 or something.
What was your number?
Richie Torres comments, hey, is that Rye guy talking in the booth? Yeah, Richie, it is. It was great to meet you a few weeks ago, and I look forward to our next encounter. Leave the positivity coming in the chat.
I'm going to take a quick pause.
Pause, that's what Puppy said.
23.
So potential action here. Eric flopping bottom set, Lynne with range advantage and
800.
a gutter ball, backdoor flush draw. This is definitely a board I could see Lynne blasting off on. With having 7 high and a little bit of equity, some backdoor draws as well. Let's see how Eric wants to proceed, and he's going to raise it up right away. So Lynne, you've got position. You've got a draw that could be dominated, and she makes the right fold. What I mean when I say she has a dominated draw is when this 8 comes, and Eric has what would be his best bluff, which is Jack Queen. She would be in a world of hurt when she hits it, so I don't see a way that she could continue in that hand without really putting herself in harm's way, and she makes the correct fold. Eric showing up at the top of his range with pocket 2s, but even when she hits that miracle 8, which gives her effectively the second nuts, if he's bluffing with Jack Queen, you could just say bye-bye to your stack, and I'm sure she knew that when she made the correct fold in that situation.
It's close, it's getting close.
4.2 or 4.1. I will take 3-4.
Richard Torres, that's some great commentating. Damn. I appreciate that, Richard. I'm out here doing my job. I'm living my dream. And I employ each of you to chase yours because that's the only way we achieve them. It was not easy to get to where I'm at. There was a lot of blood, sweat, and tears shed along the way, but I'm extremely happy to have pushed forward, persevered, and now I'm in the booth on the biggest poker live stream show in the world, live at the bike. It's what we grew up on. It's what we watched. It's what we enjoyed. It's the best action in Los Angeles, the mecca of the poker live stream world.
9 million?
9.2. That's
You join him too.
nice.
Now you get a partner.
9.2.
I like that.
100 each.
I like
No,
9.2.
you don't pay
You don't pay
Because you
anybody.
didn't say
You get
anything.
the free roll.
See, you break even.
Yeah,
You get
no.
the free roll.
Why is-
Yeah,
By
that
the
was,
way,
that
I
was
was
really
snapping
dumb.
the next time I came around.
I know.
Me too, actually.
Well, yeah, when you
So
went to fractalation.
I think he inflated the number a fair bit. I think if him and I did it heads up, I think we would have stopped a
16,
bit lower.
16 was the number
Yeah,
was
I
looking at.
wasn't.
But I was just thinking to myself, like, it's only still 4 million per player. It's not that much.
Some of us have negative net worth.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
somebody like, you know. I'm not
I mean,
saying
there just
who
needs to be
here.
one person that's worth a lot.
Lynne has a lot.
I just got out of the negatives recently.
She's single, boys. You what?
I just got out of the negatives recently.
Congratulations.
Thank you. After the session, I might be back in there.
What's it like?
I was talking to someone yesterday at the Win, and they were like, I need 250K by Friday or I'm dead. I'm like, all right.
Like, actually?
She seemed pretty serious, but.
What was he playing?
1-3.
Oh, I'm sure he's going to be right now.
Fired a bunch in that Win tournament.
Three people told me. 3 players. Can be 2 people. I check.
KGB flopping the best of it on King 10-5 Rainbow. His Ace 10 way ahead of his 2 opponents. He holds 83% equity with just middle pair, and that goes way up. 95% to have the best hand at Showdown.
Anything.
Let's see if any of these players are willing to put in any money, and no dice. KGB gets it through with a half pot size bet. Good fold from his opponents. And 8 minutes into the poll, surprisingly, not a single person thinks Tim would berate the dealers first, and I find that very hard to believe. Are you guys watching the same stream I'm watching? Because Tim is a very vocal human being, and he is not afraid to share his emotions, feelings, or anything of the sort with his opponents or the dealers even. Lynne, 30% of people think it's her, and KGB coming around the same 30%, and Mike just blowing the competition out of the water. As per request of our producer here, Wayne, 47% of people believe that Wayne is the most likely to berate the dealer and lock it in. Wayne, you came out correct. Mike, winning this one by a landslide. 47% Mike, 26% Lynne, 26% KGB, and not a single person in the comment thought it would be Tim. That is shocking to me. That's absolutely shocking to me.
Let's fold again. Make it big scramble.
Who is going to be the...
I did not see that coming.
Big scramble, bro. Thank you.
We can also just ask Jeff.
Looking up the stats. It's always fun to keep the players engaged. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's overthinking now. Now it's on different level, what he's doing.
He's a smart guy.
He's corrupted me.
Good.
And now...
We like to hear that.
Because I'm bored. Very bored. Bored.
You want to do a red or black for $1,000?
No, sir.
I'm just trying to eliminate your boredom, sir.
I'll take it. I'll take red.
Bet. So
A couple of great positive comments being dropped right now. Ruben saying, extremely multi-talented you are, Rai Guy. Thank you. I appreciate
Almost
that.
7 deuce.
And CR saying, Rai Guy is crushing the commentating with a
I always take
strong
red also.
emoji. And I appreciate that, you know. All we want to do is keep this positive train flowing in the right direction, chugging all the way down until the end of the show. And I'm happy to have each of you here with me, just so you can remember, you could be anywhere in the world right now, but I am so glad that you are here alongside me at the beautiful Live at the Bike in sunny Los Angeles, California.
What? That's insane. I had 2 black cards.
I also.
I also
I should be saying this, but I
I'm
also
not
have
saying-
2 black
I'm not
cards.
going to say. Let's say it seems statistically improbable. Where was that 6 on the flop?
Wrong color, but whatever.
Check. Oh,
That'll work.
Wow. I pulled the queen and the black card.
Okay, again.
So very interesting hand developing here. 3 queens,
Back or again?
Yeah. Again,
2 of them paired, but Lynne turning the flush draw, deciding to bet a tiny bet on that flop. HTC with second pair. See if Lynne decides to go for it. No, she will not.
Oh god, that could just be.
And
so
HTC will take down a small
So
pot
Deuce
here.
doesn't play.
No, let's just pick a board and you get to pick.
Or
top
let's
and
just do 500 1.5 and do both boards.
bottom. Okay, so
5 1 1.5. Yeah.
okay.
What is?
We're doing red black now.
Oh, you doing this?
The worst part is that Lynn and I usually do red black for 5K, but that's
double board bonfire.
that's in Vegas,
Can't afford it. So.
where we have access to more money.
Loving these polls being thrown together. If you guys love the polls as well, make sure you smash this one because it's a very polarizing poll.
Okay, double.
Lynne, KGB, heads up. Who you got? Is it the sweetheart Lynne or the polarizing figure KGB? Post your ballots in the chat box. Got about 5 minutes before we're gonna close that one off. I'm gonna go for Lynne here. She's got the experience. She's young. She's hungry, and she's ready for her poker success. But don't discount KGB. He's a crafty character, and he's got a few tricks up his sleeve. Let's see what you guys think in the poll below.
Good.
Literally so happy.
I was happy that I didn't lose
Now
more
I'm
than
at
one.
the lowest of the lows.
God, those French fries smell really fresh.
They're only going to be for like 10 more seconds until it's like not 3.
Yeah, I'm gonna.
They're going to go from nice and hot to Arctic in less than 1 minute.
So an interesting board here. A couple of 7s between the two. Dr. H with top pair on the top. Edgar with top 2 now on the bottom. Eric with an open ender on the bottom, and Mike with a pair of 7s on both, as well as the 7 deuce bounty. I'm not sure, and I do not believe that a 7 deuce wins on the river in a double board bomb pot. Unless he scoops the entire thing, I don't believe he will be paid out the bounty. Don't take my word for it, but that's my suspicion in this case. So Mike put in a tough decision. Third pair on both boards facing 8 opponents. Let's see what he does here. He decides to continue with his 7 deuce. I wonder if that bounty is in the back of his mind. And so trips on the bottom for Mike. An absolutely miracle river for him as he's now ahead on both boards. So Mike going to be able to scoop it, and I think that he'll qualify for the 7 deuce now. Edgar leading out for 1/3 pot. How much is Mike going to make this one? 3,500, looking for some value. And if you're Edgar, you're calling off 2,500 to potentially win back, what, 5K? So you have to put in 2,500, and you gotta hope that you're good on the bottom board. You gotta hope Mike doesn't have a 7, which is very likely for him to have now that he continued on the flop. Very difficult decision. Mike is gonna scoop this $10,000 pot with 7 deuce, and that should allow him to scoop an extra 100 from each of his opponents.
If I know, I don't play, man.
You want it all.
Fuck, man.
And you cannot get.
But they are not going to
but
honor
I
the
don't
7
play
deuce.
if I know
I would be
shit. I
furious
just
on that table, and I would be the first one to ship him the $100. If I was on the
You want a
losing
lot more
end,
than-
I would be
you
the
want
one
a lot
telling
more than
everybody
600.
else to ship him the money, because that was absolutely gangster what he just did there, scooping in the double board bomb pot with 7 deuce offsuit. That is a sight to behold. Congrats, Armenian Mike, even though you didn't win the extra $100 overlay. You won our hearts. And that's what really matters.
First time somebody ever took my first offer.
Oh, really?
I feel like I should just say yes.
Nice river.
Thank you.
Top two on the top board.
Oh, really?
King, yeah, turn kings and tens, yeah.
Cheating over there. Oh no, I'm just looking.
Yeah, live at the bike, I completely agree with you in the comments section. Pay the man his money. He reached the river with 7 deuce. He didn't just win the top board, which I do believe there's some cause for interpretation there. But if you scoop both boards in a double board bomb pot with 7 deuce offsuit, pay that man his money. He should make double the money on that. He should make double the money. He won 2 different boards against 8 players post-flop. That is one of the most impressive things I have seen in a long time. He continued on the turn with 3rd pair on both boards. How do you think you're good with 3rd pair on both boards? And how do you end up scooping against an 8-person field? I think we got to get some outside enforcement on this one as we see an all-in. HTC ripping it in with bottom 2. Mike's in a tough spot with his open-ender now. Eric's got the other end of the open-ender with his 9-3. This is a huge bet, though, from HTC, putting in 4,000 into a pot of about 1,400. Yeah, I agree. Live at the bike live stream. The 2 boards qualifies. He should scoop. He should scoop the pot. He should scoop the extra $100, and he scooped our hearts for sure.
7 deuce no good. Seven deuce no good, right? 40.
Thank you for the compliments, Juan Jimenez and MMK. Love the positivity in the chat. Pusha T, I think you're completely correct in what you're saying.
I'm open-handed.
As I said earlier, I'd be the first one to ship him the $100, and I would be the one telling everybody else to give that man his money because he deserves it. And HTC taking down the pot, denying equity from 2 straight draws. And the poll is now complete. Lynne versus KGB. Who you got, heads up? And 73% of you are taking Lynne's side. Only 27% of you are on the KGB train. Lynne with a landslide victory in this one. One of the bright young poker minds in the community. That would be a really interesting heads-up match. A very polarized group of people battling it out. 2 polar opposites, really. You know, Lynne, calculated, precise. KGB, methodical, polarizing. And again, another poll being posted. Who are you rooting for? Lynne? Mike? KGB or Dr. H? Dr. H involved in a very interesting hand earlier in this broadcast where he might have slow rolled, he might have misread his hand. I'm not going to speculate. I'm going to leave that up to you guys to decide. Was it a slow roll? Was it a genuine spot to think about? I got my opinions, but I'm not going to say them. I think you all know where I stand on that one. But that's not what the poll is. Who are you rooting for? Lynne, Mike, KGB, Dr. H.
Nothing. King high? I don't believe it. I don't believe it.
I'm going to go with the Dr. H camp on this one. I haven't heard from him in a while. I want to see him get involved in a big pot, and I want to see him win a big pot, because he's a very nice dude. I think that he acted a little out of character earlier in this broadcast, and I wouldn't expect that to happen again. But I'm a big fan of his. He's a very nice guy. And, yeah, let's see what you guys think in the poll.
We need the 7 deuce, that means.
And the comments coming in about whether they would speculate on that being a slow roll or not. And it seems pretty conclusive as to where people stand right now. One player even calling it the slow roll of the year. And I'll leave that up to you guys to decide in the other booth over there, whether we want to classify that as the slow roll of the year, or if we're going to keep the door open for other people to take that title. As we see a nut flush turn from Edgar, nearly a straight flush. On first glance, it looks like he just binked the straight flush right out of space. He's got an absolute stranglehold on this board, but unfortunately his opponent has absolutely nothing to call with. So Edgar picking up a small pot with the nut flush, unblocking the king high flush, the queen high flush, the jack high flush, which could have spelled a big cooler if his opponent had anything like that. Unfortunately for him, all he had is ace high and a dream, and he didn't dream big enough to even peel that small turn bet around.
Raise to 200.
Jack 3, please. It was just put Jack.
And so as we reach the late stages of this game, action starting to loosen up.
Almost.
We have ace 9, queen
Jack
7,
seven.
ace jack, 3 deuce, and 10-9 offsuit. And somehow, some way, not a single person flopped a pair here. I think that is mathematically impossible that this compilation of hands doesn't flop a pair, yet somehow this cast of characters finds a way to make it happen. Edgar betting out into the field with the nut low. And it looks like it's going to get through because somehow mathematics don't apply and nobody hit a pair. I hope he shows that to the table. No, no such luck. Now we love to see the big pots. We love to see pots get bloated, but a 6-way flop where pretty much not a single player has each other's cards, and somehow not a single person connects, and 3 high wins it. Okay, now we're playing some poker, baby. And that's why you join us at Live at the Bike. You never know what you're going to get. Sometimes we see 25K pots. Sometimes we see 6-way pots that don't connect with anybody and get won by the nut low. So, never know what you're going to get.
Seven deuce. No 7, no deuce.
Oh, is the hand too late?
No 7, no deuce.
100.
No 7, no deuce.
So another multi-way pot. This time Edgar deciding to check back his top pair when the street earlier he decided to turn the nut low into a bluff versus more players. So getting a little tricky here. Mike leading out with his flush draw. Very reasonable. Especially when nobody shows an ability to have anything on this board. And the Queen of Clubs, the Queen of Spades, excuse me, on the river, bringing in the backdoor flush draw. Let's see if Mike tries to attack Edgar's quote-unquote capped range here. Of course, we see Edgar has 2 pair on this river that he decided to check back on the flop. Will Mike unload the clip?
Okay, every time I take the bet, you said 10 seconds.
And Mike just snap mucking. He doesn't care. He looked like he was ready to launch a $3,000 bluff into a 1K pot.
You don't let in my play. 10 seconds, 10 seconds.
But instead of that, he just throws his cards away. As the out-of-position player, not feeling like showing down his 7 high on that board. Could have to do with the dealer. Oh, and we got the answer to our earlier poll, actually. Who will berate the dealer first? And you guys were right. 47% of you were right. Armenian Mike, the first person to berate the dealer. All they're doing is doing their job, Mike.
You could just straddle.
10 seconds left, or you got to give me a time extension.
We both blind call.
But no, I'm just going to fold. I don't care anymore. You have the cards. So, great thing this poll was tossed together. It was teed up and knocked out of the park very quickly. 47% of you correct. The other 53% of you, better luck next time.
I looked.
Solid poll put together, guys. That was perfect timing.
Come on, give me aces one time.
Bobby Knuckles says it was a no-brainer, and yeah, I mean, yeah, very right. You guys crushed it. 47% of you were right. Let them do their job, Mike. Couldn't agree more. And so, make sure you like and smash that subscribe button. It costs you nothing. To us, it means everything. Helps keep the stream running. Helps keep the good vibes flowing. And we know we want good vibes. So who you rooting for? The poll is done. And once again, just outstandingly resounding results on this one. And a landslide yet again. Dr. H, KGB at the bottom. Mike with 20% of the votes. And guys, come on. Come on, guys. Lynne, 75% of people wants her to win. Not really sure why, to be honest, but I like Lynne. Lynne's a nice gal. She plays well. She plays with heart, ferocity. She's willing to bluff. She's willing to push people's buttons. She's got a scrappy personality as well, so I don't blame you guys. 75% of people voting for Lynne? Come on, guys. Getting back into the action, HTC on this river with ace high, very coordinated board, and he decides he's going to call it off with ace high. And this time, he gets it correct. You know, we saw a very similar hand like this earlier, where Tim decided to call it off with ace high on a very similar board where draws missed. And he was wrong. This time, getting called down, HTC looking like a hero, Tim looking like a zero earlier, and that's how close it is between looking like an absolute genius and looking like an absolute fool. It's just what the other person has. What do they have? And you got to accept that in poker sometimes. You're going to look a little foolish, but other times you're going to look like an absolute hero, and that's what we had earlier. Oh no, another poll rolling through here. And this one goes like this. How will Rye Guy do in tomorrow's show? Plus 10K to the moon. I know where I'm going. Minus 10K his B-roll. Minus 10K plus his B-roll. Okay. Even. Or who is Rye Guy? You know, I'll answer that right now. My name is Rye Guy. I am from Toronto. I have a background in sports media. I work with 10 different teams, 5 different sports around the Ontario landscape. And my dream was to come down to Los Angeles and make it big on the biggest poker stage in the world. Now I'm here with Live at the Bike, and I will be playing tomorrow, and I'm hoping to book yet another win on the stream of hopefully 10 plus K to the moon. So smash that in the poll, and let's see how we do. If I got some supporters or some doubters, I'd love to hear it from you guys.
Duck, you see what happened? Because of you. Barbecue's coming. Barbecue. When? We need the players. Come on. Get it.
So it looks like this is a double straddle
Bullshit,
hand.
I know you got some money.
Because I don't see Tim raising it to 1,400 in any other case.
So
6-5
even better,
of
come
spades. Eric in the cutoff deciding to call with Queen 10 of hearts. And a very nice flop. If you're going to not flop a pair on a rainbow board, you're doing pretty damn good. As we see Eric is actually ahead with no pair against James, who has one pair. Eric can hit any king for the nuts, any 8 for the nuts. A queen will give him top pair, a 10 will put him ahead, any backdoor heart combo will give him the ability to do some very interesting stuff on turns and rivers. But no need to see a turn or a river, raises right away, and I don't see a way that Tim can continue with just bottom pair and no backdoors when he's repping a pretty strong range of hands. And so Tim's got some thoughts going through his mind. It's like, this is my board. You don't get to raise me on this board. I have aces. I have kings. I have queens. I have ace jack. You have very few of those, so he's coming through with a call. A non-believer here.
And I only use them, not because I need them. Just for play somebody's hand.
So I got a few questions rolling through the chats right now, but I'm going to finish this hand before we get to that. Tim James making a light call on the flop against aggression, and if you're going to call with bottom pair, you might as well turn that into third pair. Deuce of diamonds on the turn. Let's see if Eric wants to continue to tell his story.
3,000?
So 3K from Eric, and Tim James reaching for his chips right away and snaps it in there. Let's go, Tim. He knows something fishy's going on. He's going to go with his read. And the queen on the river, unfortunate for Tim. Let's see if he puts any more money into this pot. Unfortunate for Tim. It's such a coordinated card. It's so difficult to imagine that you're good here. And let's see if Tim wants to turn his hand into a bluff here. I think that's what's going through his mind right now. No, check, check. And Tim's got one pair, he announces. He played it phenomenal. He raised pre-flop. He put money in when he was good. He put no more money in when he was behind, and that's all you can do sometimes. He called down the flop. He called down the turn with bottom pair. And on that river that improved his opponent, he put no more money in. That might be a loss on paper for you, Tim, but that is a win on your part. You played that hand phenomenally, and unfortunately, it's just how it goes sometimes. You're going to put money in good. You're going to put money in good, and then the river's going to bail you out. You put in no more money, and thankfully for you, you were able to play that hand perfectly with what your opponent has.
Just deal last hand. You already
I didn't shuffle it.
Got a few comments to get to in the chat, but first and foremost, we got to shout out our leaderboard now. Edgar taking the #1 spot as the chip leader in this moment. HTC sticking to the highest VPIP as we expected, as we've seen throughout. And Mike on top, HTC at the bottom of our cumulative profit. Tim James dropping into that middling area after leading for so long, but that's just poker sometimes. And just remember, our leaderboard tonight is brought to you by Monkey Knife Fight, your home for fantasy player props. Sign up today and get 100, yes, 100% instant match on your first deposit when you use the promo code LATB. That's LATB as in live at the bike. Couple of questions flowing through the comment section now. First one. Have you ever played here before, Rye Guy? And Bobby, yes, I have. I played Wednesdays for the last 2 Wednesdays on the 25, 50, 50, and both of those ended up being a 100 straddle throughout. And I played last Thursday on the same game as well. I'm also playing tomorrow on the 25-50 with a few notable characters. Barry Woods and Lynne G will be the 2 headliners alongside myself, and I look forward to battling with both of them as well. Barry got the better of me in a few hands during our Thursday matchup last week, and I'm looking for a little bit of revenge this time when we battle once again. And Pusha T, thank you very much for the compliment in the chat. Quote, okay, you're my new favorite player on Live at the Bike. Canadian flags launched in there as well. I appreciate the Canadian pride, and I look forward to doing a service to each and every one of my fans going forward. And I hope that we can continue to run good, play good, and bring you top-of-the-line content both on and off the felt, both playing and in the commentary booth for years to come. So Bobby, I will not be in Vegas to play the main. My dreams are here in Los Angeles, and to take 7 days away from that to chase a Fugazi dream of mine, to win the few $1 million up top, is just not something that I'm interested in, considering about 90% of the time I will leave there angry and down 10K, feeling like I wasted 3 days of my life. So I'm going to stick with the LA poker scene because I enjoy that a lot more than the Vegas poker scene. You know, the people are friendlier, the people are nicer, they splash around a little more, and they don't take themselves too seriously as poker players. And that, to me, is the nuts. The absolute best possible way to play poker is right here in Los Angeles and right here live at the bike. How can you deny an opportunity to play with this colorful cast of characters week in and week out?
I almost asked for Ritter Block this club. I'm so glad I did not.
So how many of you watching at home are going to be playing in the main event at Vegas? That's a great question. So we see a monotone board here, Lynne G top pair, and a heart. Monotone meaning that each card on the board is the same. So for example, if it was two-tone, it would be heart, heart, club, and if it was rainbow, it would be heart, club, diamond, or something along the lines of that. And since it came heart, 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 that is what we like to call a monotone board. Now Lynne picking up two pair to go along with her 10 high flush draw. KGB still with a mystery hand here. And Lynne deciding to size up here with her strong value and medium strength draw. Trying to charge the King of Hearts. Trying to get value from a hand like Ace Queen. KGB proceeding with a call. And the brick 6 of spades on the river. If Lynne was ahead on the flop and ahead on the turn, she should definitely still be ahead on this river, still unsure as to what KGB has.
Are you taking orders still? It's not for me. I was just wondering if I could see a menu. Can I see a menu? Thank you.
So KGB waking up with the nuts, slow playing it to the river, and putting in the raise here. I thought he just called for a quick second. So Lynne value betting the flop, value betting the turn when she turned two pair, and KGB dropping in the check raise with the effective nuts on this river. If Lynne has 4 or 5 hearts, God bless her, but we're just trying to pile money in with KGB's hand, and Lynne put in a world of hurt with a hand like Ace 10 here. KGB responding to the poll, not liking the results, deciding to drop the hammer, trapping his victim until the end, and Lynne in a very difficult spot. What kind of bluffs can KGB have? Can he have the King of Clubs with the Queen of Diamonds? Can he have the Queen of Clubs with the King of Diamonds? Would he ever be bluffing into this spot when you've shown so much aggression up until this river? These are all the thoughts going through Lynne's head right now as she uses a time chip to try to break down the situation. So Lynne, what hands do you beat? What hands do you lose to? And how can he be bluffing here? Those are the questions that she should be asking herself. It's very difficult to come up with a bluffing range in this situation. But on the other end, you have Ace 10. Does KGB ever do this with a hand like Ace 3 or Ace 2?
Can I get an order of the Hargau also?
Does he ever bluff with a hand like King of Hearts or the Queen of Hearts?
Lewis, can I get an order of Hargau also?
It's a very difficult spot for her to be in. I wouldn't fault her for a call or a fold here.
Pepsi.
And unfortunately for her, she's just been running into unfortunate spots throughout the day, and that's just how it's going to go sometimes. What do you guys think? Do you think she's going to call, or do you think she's going to fold? 1 for call, 2 for fold. Let's hear those responses in the chat. You can see the gears turning in her head. You have the 10 of hearts. You know your opponent doesn't have a hand like King 10 of hearts, Queen 10 of hearts, Jack 10 of hearts, which blocks some of his best value hands. On the other end, does KGB ever raise a hand like Ace 6, Ace 3, Ace Deuce on this river?
That works. Let me see the menu. Sorry. You can order from here too.
So Lynne deep, deep into the tank here. $3,000 to win 9, so she only has to be right here once out of every 4 times for this to be a profitable call. Is KGB bluffing here once out of every 4 times, or does he have inferior value once out of every 4 times? And that's what makes it so difficult here.
Still no cocktail witches.
Wow.
So Lynne, using her last time extension, deep into the tank here. It's tough to find bluffs, and it's tough to find value because he didn't put any more money in on the flop or the turn.
What do you mean?
And Lynne with a phenomenal fold. Top 2 pair finds the muck. KGB, check, call, check, call, check, raise on the river with the effective nuts, and Lynne holding top 2 pair with the phenomenal fold.
KGB.
She gets away for the minimum there after KGB does a masterful job of trapping her all the way until the end, and that's what makes her one of the best young stars in the space.
Not either flush, straight flush.
I did not have straight flush turn.
Not either king high, straight flush.
So, other shadow?
Yeah. They have to wait until the stream.
I think we have 1 hour only left. I would tell you now, but I don't want them to know.
What can
They would know. I don't want them to know.
So KGB scooping the pot. But I have to say the real winner in that hand has got to be Lynne. She put money in on the flop. She put money in on the turn, and she put money in on the river. And she should be doing that with her specific hand. But then she was presented with new evidence that allowed her to assume that her hand was no good. And instead of just flicking the money in and hoping that she could find a bluff, she decided it was just best to fight another day. Makes a masterful fold in a spot that's extremely difficult to do so. And she was right.
I fold. I don't know why, but
Game just goes 13x straddle.
What's going on in that?
I know, what the fuck?
With pocket
I'm so
jacks
confused.
and
Why can't
takes
I
it
get
down.
7 deuce? I will go all in at some point.
I wish I could. I never got one.
Interesting
got it
spot
up.
from him. I think he's trying to leverage the 7 deuce image into forcing people into making lighter calls.
You got once at least 7 deuce?
Definitely an interesting approach to that situation.
You got 7 deuce at least once?
Whatever the doc style.
I don't know why I feel.
Unfortunately for him, Mike just not willing to put in that much money with pocket fours.
Usually got a lot of deuces.
Probably drank an entire bottle or half bottle of Class Azul last night.
Last night?
Yeah. Also, probably an entire bottle of wine.
Wow.
Probably drank half a bottle of Class Azul and an entire bottle of wine last night.
Where are you playing?
I don't think I should say. We're on stream.
Fair.
So yeah, I'm gonna pass on the alcohol right now.
So Bright Future bringing up a really strong point in the comments. We discussed something similar to this earlier. He says KGB doesn't bet the pot there without a flush. And he's been proven to be pretty passive on the river. So I think that's a really good point to be brought up because, you know, against certain opponents who will pull the trigger with King of Hearts, Queen of Diamonds, or Queen of Hearts, King of Diamonds type hands are a lot more difficult for you to find hero folds against because they're capable of making those situations. And maybe in Lynne's mind, KGB is not the kind of person to really put in big check-raise bluffs on the river, which, again, goes to show as to why she's one of the up-and-coming stars in this poker space. Being able to make big folds because of the player you're playing against. And that's what separates good players from great players. The ability to understand what tendencies those specific people will have. So a great point brought up there from Brightest Future in the comments.
I'm sorry, I'm just asking.
He asked if you checked.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
$350.
So Dr. H putting in a tiny river bet and HTC with a couple of pairs. She's got to pay it off sometimes. He's going to have some king highs, some queen highs, some jack highs, and he gets the shark emote
Doc. That's what you got. Shark.
for that thin river bet. A little baby shark do-do-do-do-do.
Okay.
For that baby river bet getting paid off by bottom pair. Certainly can't fault him flicking it in, getting such a good price. And bit of a dig from our producers, I think.
Single or double? Which one is that?
Should be double. It should have been a single last time.
That way it is.
can't put punt if you put all the money in ahead and then put no money in behind. So.
Now it's what?
And so once again, I'd like to shout out our sponsors for today.
What's that?
Monkey Knife Fight, your home for fantasy player props. Sign up today and get 100% instant match on your first deposit when you use the promo code LATB.
Yeah. On the flop? Yeah, I'd call the flop. I don't think there's any point that I'm folding my hand.
No way out.
9 of hearts, 4 diamonds, king of clubs.
Just FYI, the last one was a double.
Should have been a single.
Shout out to Thomas Kirby in the chat, one of my old friends from the best sports media school in Canada. College of Sports Media, graduated there 2.5 years ago, and now living out my dreams, working with Live at the Bike, the biggest live stream in Los Angeles. So shout out to you, Thomas.
A hot green tea, please.
Hope to see you soon.
Thank you.
Green tea. Modelo.
So another double board bomb pot action. Let's try to break this one down. HTC with top pair on both boards and a whole lot of nothing for just about everybody else. So it looks like he'll get this through, but Dr. H finally gets his cards read. Bottom 2 on the top. So we could see some fireworks on future streets here. And it looks like Eric's going to free roll this pretty heavily against Dr. H. Dr. H can win on the bottom board with a jack, but otherwise it looks like HTC will lock up that board. And the ace of diamonds on the turn and the ace of hearts on the turn. The only 2 cards that HTC, did not want to see. So top pair on both boards, now downgraded to second pair, meaning that all Dr. H has to have is 1 ace. And your king, which was top pair on both boards just a moment ago, is losing in both spots. So a really difficult decision point from HTC. Also, Dr. H could have a king himself, and in that situation, your kicker is just not playing on either board, so I definitely don't fault the fold here. Props to Dr. H for going for it with just bottom 2 on the top board, and he folds him off a chop. I think that's more deserving of the shark emblem than the last hand, though. He was able to get a better hand to fold on the bottom, and a hand that had a ton of equity on the top to fold as well, and he went for his spot. That's the thing. He went for it. He noticed that the most likely hand for HTC to have in that situation was a king. And will a king call me down? Let's find out. It's going to be very difficult for second pair to hang on to a couple of big bets, and HTC deciding to cut his loss early instead of having to face a big river bet as well.
Yeah, it's asshole. Every time he come, he clean me up. What can I tell him? Make it 100 times scramble, he doesn't do it. Not one hand. Like it's principling, you know? I don't know why.
Here we go. Let's see if Dr. H wants to blast off 7 deuce suited, aka the best hand ever created on the face of the earth. You can hit quads. You can hit a full house. You can hit a flush. You can hit literally every single hand except for a straight with both your cards, but who needs 2 cards when you got 7 deuce suited? We got Mike completing with a couple of 4s, and KGB once again with the mystery hand. He loves to keep us in suspense. Very polarizing figure on this broadcast. My money's on Dr. H here, and right away, no delay, flopping the flush with 7 deuce of spades. This is either going to be a huge cooler against Dr. H, or he's going to be scooping in the pot and $100 from each player at the table. So Dr. H just absolutely bombing it. Pot size bet into the field. And Armenian Mike, a non-believer with 4th pair on this flop and a 4 high flush draw. KGB hasn't given his cards back to the dealer, which makes me believe that he could have a little something that could put Dr. H in a terrible spot. And he puts the call in. So now let's ask ourselves, what kind of hands is KGB going to be calling this huge bet with. Maybe a king, maybe the ace of spades, maybe a flush already. We'd already seen him check call down with the nut flush in the earlier hand.
You had it in your hand. You put it down.
Oh, okay.
But as it stands right now, Dr. H with a big stranglehold over Mike in this hand, the check mark.
It's my turn?
Yeah.
But KGB
You check, Mike? You check.
putting on some theatrics here.
Go bust it, check.
How much is it?
28.75.
Michael, can you change this, please?
Shit.
Who brought me this?
28.75.
Nobody?
So Armenian Mike counting out his chips. I wonder what's going through the mind of Armenian Mike right now.
He doesn't want to be reminded of his rounds.
Very bad.
He doesn't want to be reminded when he's low on time.
And big main hand. You got the water?
Can have rock, bro. I cannot play this shit.
KGB deep in the tank and eventually finds the call.
21.
So heading off to a river, still unsure as to what either player has, and the river's a spade.
That's the worst card I got. Shit, I checked. Super. Oh,
You see, I'm fucking winning.
shoot.
So
then I still
KGB
win. Oh,
with
shit.
King Queen and Dr. H
Everybody
winning
won.
it with the flush. One of the worst cards in the deck for
Oh
him
my God,
when you think
you-
about what KGB could have in that
Oh,
situation.
no, nine spade. Come on, this is terrible. 100. That's 100. Yeah.
And Dr. H not only scooping in a $12,000 pot, but he'll claim $100 from each player at the table, and he'll take our heart as well. He played the 7 deuce to perfection.
You have to
Got
work.
maximum value from top 2 pair.
You were in the hand, right? You were in the hand, though.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah, so
But
7 deuce.
I got pocket for nothing.
No, no,
And
no.
showed us
He has
all
7 deuce.
how it's done.
Oh, that's why. Sorry. Thank you, thank you. Hey, it's not easy. It's risk a lot.
Sorry, man. I don't need to see it. What you got?
I said no spade, no spade, spade. Come on, Michael, you can do better. Come on, no spade. This guy.
Well, I don't know what you are talking, either. I'm thinking something else.
Yeah, no problem, no problem. Just ask.
And so Dr. H coming in second in that poll, even though he scooped a $13,000 pot, all of our hearts, and an extra $100 from each of his opponents, but rating the dealer just 45 minutes after the poll was released. So, I know a few of you were right too in there, but Mike definitely coming in at number 1 on the poll. Oh, actually, Dr. H wasn't part of that poll, but he came in second place in the poll anyways. But rating the dealer after a huge pot. Unfortunate for him, there was no brick on the river, because I do believe that KGB would have called off
Cheers to your
a big bet on the river with top
sweet,
2 as
sweet
well.
victory.
But
Okay.
a king or a queen on the river, and it's night-night for Dr. H, so
My heart still
a bit of a mixed bag on that river, and especially when we break down the kind of hands that KGB could have.
I checked.
Half of his hands are going to be something like 2 pair or a strong king, and the other half is going to be the ace of spades. So in the grand scheme of things, I think you should be pretty happy with the victory, Dr. H. So another really interesting board. Tim James is going to bet his 2 overs. HTC going to call with top and bottom. And Dr. H with the best hand ever created, 7-5. Raising it up to 1150. And HTC with top and bottom pair. What's he going to do here? Interesting spot where you can definitely put in a raise, or you can just leave the trap on the table. And he proceeds with a call. And what would you expect? Except Dr. H running like a god today. Turning not just the straight, but the nut straight, meaning that any 5 his opponent might have is just going to be an absolute cooler against him. He decides to get a little tricky and check it back. And the king of spades, a big brick on this river. Let's see if HTC wants to go for a little thin value. He defers to Dr. H, who will put in about a half pot size bet. And a frustration call from HTC.
Oh my god.
Wow. Well, you still play
When
that
Dr.
after
H
KGB
turns
buffer?
over the super nuts, 7-5.
Yeah.
Yes.
You folded it face up, and then
You got it.
he still played it.
Wow, Doc, look at you.
Deceptive check back, which might have got him an extra street of value on the river. Dr. H playing extremely well over these last 30 minutes,
Okay,
bobbing
Jane.
and weaving his way to a massive profit on the day.
How much do I owe?
No, me? No. Yeah. Tim?
I got it.
No.
I got it.
You got for me also?
Yeah, of course.
Oh, thank
Well,
you.
his is it's all together, right? All together?
Yeah.
Okay.
Make it.
There you go. Thank you very much.
It's hot here like hell.
Thanks, Tim.
Thank you.
It's hot. Make it colder. Up, down. Just get confused, you know? Good.
Once again, I am Rye Guy coming at you live from the beautiful Bicycle Casino in sunny Los Angeles, California. And just to remember, you could be anywhere in the world right now, but I'm so glad that you are here with us today.
Thanks.
Game's so quiet right now, you could hear a pin drop. Tim James over betting the turn with his combo draw. Strong move there. No showdown value. You can hit a jack for the straight. You can hit a 7 for the straight. And you might as well just rip it in for HTC's last 1,400 into a pot of 1K. I love the fact that he verbalized the all-in too instead of dropping $2,000 in. Makes for entertaining content. And at the end of the day, it's TV first, poker second here. Because we want to get entertaining characters on the show. We want to get fun pots. We want to get enjoyable people.
Wait, how long?
And you know, hopefully I can bring that to you tomorrow. Hopefully you'll see the style of poker I like to play. Hopefully I can be table captain once again. And the poll coming back overwhelmingly positive. So, glad to have some serious support in the comment section. 32% of you don't know who I am yet, but trust me, very soon you will. 15% of you think I'll break even. 12% of you think that I'm going to lose over 10,000, so thank you guys. I appreciate that a lot. But over 3 times that, I think I'm going to make more than $10,000 tomorrow during the Thursday edition of the 25-50-50 game. And for all that, I appreciate you a ton. For all my supporters out there, appreciate you a ton. And I'm excited to hopefully prove each and every one of you right, coming in at 40% versus the 12%, that we're going to win 10K or more tomorrow.
Can we get chips for 8, please? $900.
And so KGB once again with a mystery hand. This guy does not like to show his cards.
5K behind.
Newsflash, it's a TV show. And we have RFID card readers for a reason. And they're supposed to be used. And you should probably use them. But then again, creates a nice dialogue, creates a nice character, allows him to continue to be that polarizing character that we know him to be. And an ace, he folds an ace. Wow, good laydown there. Difficult to find. Wow, good fold there. It's tough to fold an ace there, especially on a board pairing river like a queen, where your opponent's not going to be betting a bunch of those. He could have a hand like Jack, 9 of spades. All spade draws missed. Any random stabs missed. And he just snap mucks the ace. So respect there. And if you didn't have that rescanned by the dealer, we would never know. So credit to you for making that fold, and credit to the dealer for allowing us at home to know you made a good fold. And Wayne jumping into the action. I did not see that one coming. Wayne, good luck in the game, man. Producer extraordinaire. He does a great job of putting the lineups together every game. It is one of the toughest jobs in this industry to get people with big egos, big personalities, and force them to remain on schedule. And also, there's only 9 seats to go around. In an action-packed game like this, you got to tell some people that they can't come to play some weeks. You got to tell some people who have big egos, big bank accounts, that it's not their time. And he does a masterful job of throwing these lineups together, so props to him for doing his job, and props to him for doing his job very well. And Edgar getting involved once again. Haven't heard from him in a while. HTC with top pair going nowhere. And KGB gets out of the way with King 4 of Hearts, which we were able to see because he threw them over the card reader. And Edgar turning a dominated hand, and he's going to continue to bet. I think he's probably betting this so he could check back some rivers, and if his opponent puts more money in, I believe his plan would be to abandon putting any more money in himself. Because what's he calling the flop with? It's probably going to be a 10 most of the time. So when the 9 of spades rolls off, I would be surprised if Edgar decides to go for any more value.
How much did you have behind?
5K behind.
Oh, you had 5K behind.
So Edgar, betting $5,000
I didn't know that. I'm sorry.
into a
I
pot of
thought you had that.
2,300.
Wow.
He announced last
Yeah.
night.
I didn't. Okay. Okay.
And they took a 5K cash strap of 50.
Yeah. Okay. So they're still getting it.
Yeah, they're 100.
Nice hand.
And he didn't know his opponent had an extra $5,000 behind. He thought he was going all in for about 1,300.
Wow.
So he
Sweetest voice when he
2.5x pot overbet the river. And unfortunately for him, he just got snapped off by a 10.
So smooth like a motherfucker right there.
It's sweeter than my tequila.
And Dr. H, the new leader of the chip count, he'd been running through the table over the past 30 minutes or so. HTC coming out on top of the leaderboard, playing the most hands. Mike, number 2, Tim James, number 3, alongside Eric.
Skytech, what is this? Who do I ask?
And Dr. H on an absolute heater to end this one off. Mike coming in 12K profit. Dr. H 18K. The big losers, HTC and Lynne. But HTC getting a nice little rebate on that last hand due to some incomplete information that his opponent had. And once again, our leaderboard tonight is brought to you by Monkey Knife Fight, your home for fantasy player props. Sign up today and get a 100% instant match on your first deposit when you use the promo code LATB. That means if you put $100 in there, they're just going to give you $100 for free. If you put $500 in there, they're just going to give you $500 for free. And I don't know a single one of you in the comments that wouldn't want free money. I mean, I want free money. If you guys want to give me free money, I'll be at the bike today, all day, and I'll be here tomorrow, all day. So if you want to give me free money, like Monkey Knife Fight is trying to give you, then come to the bike, because I would gladly accept that. And Lynne trying to steal some money off her opponents, putting in a huge 3-bet to $1,800. And yeah, a few people talking in the comments about that last hand, and it's a pretty unfortunate situation because it only looked like his opponent had about $1,200. So I'm sure Edgar was just thinking, I'm just going to target maybe 9s or 8s, or excuse me, 9s made a boat on the end, but 8s, 7s, 6s, anything you might have, because I don't think I'll fold if you shove anyways. So he just put in a 5K chip, and unfortunately for him, there was 5K behind. And Tim James ripping it in, Lynne calling it off. And Queen High is way ahead here. A couple of maniacs getting out of hand. And this game is way out of the muck. Action flop, open-ended for both players, meaning neither player wants to hit their card, and King of Clubs. Lynne has the nuts, Tim James has the flush draw.
We're doing 2 boards, you know that, right?
Yeah, we are.
And Brick River, so Lynne calling it off here with Queen Jack, getting rewarded right away. And a 7 on that board. So Tim needs to fade a queen or a jack for a chop.
Or just the queen or jack. Okay, or just the queen or jack.
And the king on the river, so anticlimactic end to a very climactic hand. I believe Tim just 4-bet or 5-bet shoved against Lynne, who decided to just draw the line in the sand, calling with Queen High way ahead. And the end result is both monies take their money both players take their money back.
Last time those.
Drawn so live on that first board. Whoa, 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 whoa! I didn't tip him. I didn't tip him yet. Overpay him. These people just dip the fuck out.
Is the food there? We just go grab it?
I don't know if your food's here.
Oh, he's coming in. He got more.
1, 2, 10.
You are certainly right, Evan. That escalated quickly. 1 minute, I'm talking about how a certain player didn't know how many chips were in the other's stack. And I look up for a quick second, and both players are all in with hands that I would never imagine them to put their stack in with. So that just goes to show what we were talking about earlier, the jack-in-the-box effect that Lynne tends to have, where she's tame, she's relaxed, she's playing very fundamentally sound poker, and then out of nowhere just explodes with one hand that makes you think, whoa, who is this person? What is she doing? And
100.
From an audience perspective, it's extremely entertaining. I mean, everybody at home, are you not entertained? I certainly am. And I've certainly been extremely entertained throughout the entirety of this matchup. So an extremely action board here yet again. Tim James with a big overpair on this 10-9-8 board. He can't be loving life, and he makes a great laydown right away versus this bet from Lynne with the stone cold nuts. Now Eric has a very tough decision now. Does he want to raise? Does he just want to call? There's a lot of hands that beat you here. Pocket nines, pocket eights that you block, pocket tens that you block, 7-6, and Jack Queen all beat you. Putting in a raise here would look extremely strong as well against a big field of opponents. And Lynne decides she's going to overbet this flop. That's a huge overbet. Eric, no way to go. Lynne setting up about a pot-sized shove behind. And this is such a sick bet from her. Because we just talked about the steam equity. The fact that people know that she can just be full of it sometimes. And you're sitting here with top and bottom pair. What do you do? There's about a pot-sized bet behind. And she rips it all in. Making it look extremely bluffy. You're sitting here with two pair against a player who has the propensity to blast off when she gets into her zones. And I believe she has about $8,000 behind. So she overbets the flop, and then she overbet jams the turn. And I guess she liked those cards a little bit too much because maybe she just didn't give them back to the dealer. The exact same hand as the one before where she wanted to be all in with. She wants to be all in here because she has the nuts. Eric is in a miserable spot right now. He's been playing well all game, conserving his stack. Is this the time to make the stand? Is this the person to make the stand against? And Eric makes a great laydown there, saving his stack. Lynne trying to completely maximize against a field of four players, overbetting the flop and overbet shoving the turn. A very unique line that she took there. And Eric deciding that it's a little bit too much for him to call off.
Oh my God.
That's the one I liked the best.
Yeah, that's the one I like.
That was pretty good. Full showcase, full showcase.
No, not this before though. Okay.
What a hand there.
Composite picture of the boob.
What a fold by Eric.
Building a mental map now. Did you give them your own theme music as well, or did they come up with that on their own?
They asked me to send them some pictures of. I don't have anything poker related.
They sent me the same text. I thought it was weird, and I just ignored it. Yeah, I was like, thought it was just an intern trying to get loose.
Raise 2.
2 poker photos ever.
Mike, we talked to him. He's going to scramble for you now. Whenever you want to scramble.
So a bunch of very good hands heading to this flop in a single raised pot. 3 aces accounted for, 3 queens accounted for.
We work the deal.
And
you get all the scrambles you want. I get a foot massage on the table. And
HTC way ahead with 90% equity with 2 9s on the board and a 9 in his hand. And Edgar with 2% equity is going to be the one to decide to raise this one up. HTC is loving this spot. Anything he does here is just going to look extremely strong though. Edgar picking his spots aggressively, but unfortunate for him, just running into it all game long. And he's going to get a quick wake-up call here with the flop 3-bet. One of the strongest plays in poker, especially on a paired board. HTC hoping that Edgar just has a hand like 9-10, 9-8 that he can cooler, Queen 9. Edgar also thinking that his 10 of diamonds is a good blocker because he blocks hands like 9-10 of diamonds, Jack 10 of diamonds. And so that's why he decided to take this spot. And unfortunately for HTC, not a whole lot going on for the rest of the players. Lynne gets away fairly cheaply, and Edgar with just ace high and a dream will not find a continue here unless he just decides a kamikaze bluff. But I do like the flop 3-bet from HTC. Edgar's going to have a 9 a lot of the time. And you would hate for an action-killing turn card and for you not to stack all other 9s that aren't Jack 9. So I don't mind the raise whatsoever. Everything you do there is going to look extremely strong. So why not just try to capitalize on a potential cooler situation?
Did you? Did you?
Sure, yeah. You have a safe overpair?
Big overpair, but
Okay, I have a small one.
Looks like it. You got overpair.
You want to run one this one?
Do I want to bet on this? Sure, yeah. What's 6?
Okay.
Okay. 1, 2, 3.
Of course, always. That's always on. So if we're red black, it's 1, 2, 3 unless we say different.
Okay, sounds good.
So I probably want to.
And it's also 1 off unless we say that.
Correct.
I forgot which cards I have.
300.
I think it's don't see a flop in general.
And just a reminder to every one of you in the chat, make sure you smash that like and subscribe button. Keeps the content going, keeps the algorithm high, and it will just make my day. Simply put, costs nothing to you, but it means everything to us to keep this stream running.
What if it's free dark? More?
400.
So a dry board here. No players connect with it. Eric's going to bet his king high nothing. And Tim James going to fold his ace high nothing. So getting a couple of slightly better hands to fold there.
You're really good at the red.
Eric making a very strong fold a few hands ago. But when Lynne overbets the pot by 2.5x into a field of players, what bluffs does she have there? Maybe a hand like King Queen with a, or excuse me, King Jack with a backdoor flush draw. But with the exception of that, it doesn't make a ton of sense for her to be betting that big into so many players. So Eric accurately piecing the puzzle together on the turn when he was presented with more information that allowed him to suggest that Lynne had a very strong hand.
Red black a lot. I think people severely underestimate just like raise 2. How outrageous.
Oh, I know all about it.
I'm trying to think. I think I've seen.
What's the most you've ever flipped for? Like red black or just flips, like rips?
I've done 5, 10, 15.
What do you think is the most I've ever done it for?
I think you probably done it somewhere.
Yeah, but what's the number?
20, 40, 60?
25, 75.
But yeah,
I've been asked to do it for more, but I'm just like, at some point, it's just like, it's better than playing roulette for sure.
I've lost 30 units like stuff before. So. Oh, nice. Great game.
Love it.
Wow.
Love it.
What did you say?
I said I love it. The only way I can make money at this fucking table.
Okay, one more.
Oh, the reckoning.
A few comments coming through the chat box right now talking about Lynne's quote-unquote hero fold on the previous hands. And, you know, when it goes bet into a field, she's betting into 3 players. A person raises behind her, and then another player 3 bets on a board of Jack 9-9. What are they representing? You know, they probably have a 9 most of the time, but even the hands that they would be bluffing with, a lot of them contain a queen. So the best hand to be 3-betting that flop with as a bluff would be a hand like Queen 10 suited. So the fact that she has 2 queens in her hand, thus blocking the ability for her opponents to have their best bluffs, makes it a lot easier of a fold than if she had, for example, kings or aces. And not because those hands are stronger than queens, but because you are taking away opportunities for some other players to have bluffs in that spot. Now, would I continue with a hand like aces or kings? No, I wouldn't, because people aren't bluffing that spot with a hand like Queen 10. But if you can't find any bluffs that they would have, or you have what's called blockers to those best bluffs, it becomes a lot easier of a fold for you to make, because the hands you would want them to have, they have far less frequently, because you have 2 of those cards that they would need in order to have their best bluff.
Such a conservative fold if I make it. Nice bet, Doc. Show me one time.
Yeah, bad news.
And Dr. H, the 7 deuce king today. The second time he wins. First time he flops the effective nuts. This time he takes it down with just bottom pair into 4 opponents. Dr. H looking like an absolute stud. Bobbing and weaving, making big bluffs, making big hands, and just absolutely dominating the field.
I'm sorry.
You owed me 200.
Well, no. You agreed. Okay, so that's.
Tim again.
Small blind, big blind.
Also, if we don't see a flop, what do we do?
It's a flop every time. No matter what.
Okay, I prefer it that way.
That way we can't. There's no edging the game.
Yeah, I like that.
Truly random.
I prefer that. I think it's kind of obnoxious to do, but I.
No, it's good as fuck.
He's big blind.
We're chunking chips in there. We can do whatever the fuck we want.
Say that one more time.
So we're chunking chips in there. We can do whatever we want.
Yeah, I think if someone else wanted that.
So Wayne, our producer, I guess, not jumping into the game. It looked like he was pulling up a seat, and I was very excited to watch him play, but unfortunately for me and the rest of you at home, he don't get to see Action Wayne jumping into the game. As we see Lynne waking up with pocket kings here. She's been involved lately quite drastically. The table might start to suspect a little tomfoolery.
Oh, the other 10 not playing.
Maybe willing to call her down a little lighter. And Dr. H wanting to see a flop with his 7-5 suited. I don't blame him one bit. 7-5 suited, one of the best hands in poker. You can hit a pair, you can hit trips, you can hit a straight flush. You can even hit quads with it. But he is in a bit of a tough situation in between the pocket kings and pocket fours of Lynne and Eric.
Come the fuck on, please.
As if Lynne knew what the flop was going to be. Ace on the flop, she's not even looking at the door, but some extracurricular words being used by her. As if she already knew the ace was coming. Kings are always ace magnets. Yeah, Lynne certainly had a lot of good hands since she's been back, but not a lot of them have been to showdown. And the only one that did get to showdown was Queen Jack, so it's very difficult for the table to understand what's been going on the same way we have. She could have been bluffing with the Queen Jack the next hand. She went all in not too long after that, and unfortunately for her, there's just nothing to get called by here. I don't know what a bet accomplishes, but she decides to go for it. I mean, maybe HTC will look her up with King High, but I think you're just getting called by worse here, and you're just opening the door for that to happen. Unfortunate for her. I don't see a way you can put... Oh, and she snaps it off.
Well, I folded. Yeah,
she snap calls. She loses to any queen. She loses to any ace.
I hand me, Lynne, I hand.
And she just beats him into the pot. What a call by Lynne. What a thin value bet to call. That was impressive. Tilt, or if she's just on another level, I don't care. That was impressive, and that was entertaining.
Actually pretty good.
That's what I said.
Yeah.
Everybody else said, fuck you.
So Lynne going for the thinnest of value, targeting King High type hands. Eric taking advantage of it, attacking the top of her range when she's betting into 4 people on a board where she should just be really strong on. Any player with an ace, any player with a queen is just going to call her off. And she decides to call the check raise on that river. She doesn't give it a moment's thought. Lynne G, ladies and gentlemen.
We're off this one. I didn't say we were on.
No, we're off unless we say we're on.
How could that happen? Always like
I have one
black.
of each every time.
And then
I did too.
Do you want to do it for 100 just to see where you're landed?
Sure. Yeah, 1, 2, 3.
Oh, she saves money. How am I? Oh.
Fucking this game.
I quit now. I'm never playing you ever again. It's over.
Oh, it's you, black.
HTC pocket jacks on a 10-9-9 board. Not a bad board for jacks. Not the worst time to check either.
There's so few people that like you can actually interact with, give action, and are like reasonable. Like locking it down is like the worst human move ever.
So 8 of diamonds on the turn, a very interesting card. HTC is going to feel a little bit better about his hand, turning the open ender as well. And Mike deciding to barrel for a tiny size as well. Do these guys know we're playing no limit, or do they think we're on the limit streets?
I'm going to end up being down 30.
So HTC with an overpair on this slightly connected board. And Mike deciding it's time to go for it, finally putting in a bet bigger than 2.5 big blinds. With the nut low, playing the board. And HTC.
I do, but I just put them into a category.
With the overpair.
Feeling, but I'm aware.
Yeah.
You lose to hands like Jack Queen, but you block it. You lose to hands like 10-9, but would you be betting so small on the flop and turn and putting the pieces together here?
Yeah.
Picking it off, pocket jacks. So HTC going to drag in the $3,200 pot off of Armenian Mike, finally deciding to empty the clip on the river. I guess that's a triple barrel? Technically, he bet the flop, he bet the turn, and he definitely bet the river. So that falls into triple barrel category. Yeah, we'll classify that as a triple barrel. Couple of water guns on the flop and the turn, and then just bazooka on the river. But the story didn't make much sense, so HTC calling it off correctly with his overpair.
Well played.
What can I say? Really good. It's down 51 instead of 6.
I'll take I think it's 5, isn't it? 41 instead of 5?
51, yeah.
So HTC picking up some momentum in the late stages.
Raise to 2.
So all the 3-betting in this game appearing to go by the wayside, but Eric waking up with pocket jacks in the big blind. Pumping it up to just under 1K. I don't see Lynne going anywhere. In position with a suited ace. And Edgar. King 7 of spades. 3 ways to a flop. 2,800 in the middle. And it comes out 7, 10, 7. Jackpot for Edgar. Not only does he have trips, but his opponent retains the overpair with pocket jacks.
I'm definitely, I mean, I have about as much hair as Buddha.
On a fairly innocuous board.
He's my body double when I shoot movies.
Eric with a pretty solid sized bet, 1,300. And Edgar, see if he wants to raise it up or just continue to flat. And so Edgar keeping his range wide with a call. Another good card for Eric. He'll feel like his jacks are ahead of a lot of 10x. Unfortunately for him, Edgar just has the effective nuts right now. A strong 7 on 10, 7, 7, 3. And Eric with a KG check, and Edgar checks it back. Wow. Just snap checks it back with trips. And Eric is going to feel like he has the best hand, so how do you get some money in the pot here?
3K.
Might laugh.
You might.
But there's tears.
3,400.
Eric betting 2/3 pot on the river. And I wonder if we're about to hear those 2 magic words, and Edgar just calls. Edgar just calling on the river. What beats you there? Pocket 10s? Ace 7 suited? Cooler every other 7. You probably get looked up by jacks, queens, kings, and aces most of the time. Or at least some of the time. Edgar, you gotta give that a moment's thought at least. Sure, you lose to 8-9, but is he checking the turn with 8-9? Is he checking the turn with pocket 10s?
First part is I had 2 red cards there.
I did too.
Unfortunate just call, because it would have put Eric in a really tough spot. And based off what we've seen over the last hour, he might not be in the folding mood anymore. We saw him call a big bet from Lynne and fold the turn. We saw him check raise the river and get snapped off by a hand that shouldn't have even been bet in the first place. He might just decide this is time to put the foot down. Nonetheless, winning a big pot, but it could have been much bigger against the exact hand that his opponent had. So Evan, he did toss in a 5K chip, but unless you add more chips, like you could toss in a 100K chip into a bet of $1,000, and it would still mean a call. So unless he announces a raise or he throws in multiple chips, it's only a call.
Okay.
But great question to ask in the chat. And so Edgar opens, Eric 3-bets with king queen offsuit, Lynne G with ace king suited in the straddle. 4-betting here to 1,600.
The ones you get from like Walmart.
And Eric might just rip it in here. He's got the look in his eyes like he's sick and tired of these kids pushing him around.
Quick.
He's got blockers to kings, he's got blockers to queens, and he decides to lay it down. Good fold there from Eric.
Oh, you gotta drop the flop.
It's sometimes difficult to get away from those quote-unquote easy decisions when things aren't going your way.
Oh my God, sweet.
I had 2 spades.
But he did a great job of piecing the puzzle together regardless of what the run out is.
Why did I do it to myself?
I had 2 clubs.
You can only deal with the information that is in front of you, and Lynn gave him a good reason to believe that his offsuit king-queen was no good. He made the correct fold. Unfortunate for him that it's a queen-high board, and he could have won a big pot against Lynn, who has a propensity to blast off.
Let's not stop now.
What's the bump?
All right, what do you got? Double board, right?
Yeah. No, yeah. Well, we did 2.
You did 2 and then 1. You want to do 1 more single?
One single one.
No, this is too double.
Double?
Yeah, you know, the last
5,
one
1,
you
1.5,
did
or
single.
1, 2, 3.
Okay.
100,
Let's do 1.
So another double board bomb pot once again. Each player will toss in $100 without seeing their cards. 2 boards will be dealt, and then the battle ensues. In order to win half the pot, you can drag
I'm down.
it in by winning the top or the bottom board. If you get the rest of your opponents to fold or win, as we see Dr. H earlier with the 7 deuce on both boards, you would scoop the entirety of the pot if that happens. So I'll do my best to break down the hands. It becomes a little complicated when there's 7 or 8 players involved. We can do it, chat. What do you think? Can we do it? Can we pull it off here? I think we can pull it off.
This is where.
King 10-4 rainbow on the top. Queen 8-7 with 2 hearts on the bottom.
How much is that? 3K?
A good hand here to have would be something like King Queen or Ace King of Hearts. Any King X of Hearts would be really good. Lynn drawing to a flush and a few cool backdoors, and James unfortunately waking up with the same flush draw, but dominated. He is ahead on the bottom board right now.
Not a joke, it's true.
It's tough to see anybody else getting involved here, but HTC proving me wrong, calling with middle pair on the top, nothing on the bottom.
At life, not in poker.
Mike with bottom pair on the top. Dirty gutter ball on the bottom, getting out of the way. Lynn finding a quick fold with a flush draw that could easily be dominated. And Dr. H with middle pair on both boards, continuing in this one.
That's smart, actually. Oh, come on.
So Tim James turning 2 flush draws now, both of which are live. Dr. H downgraded to 3rd pair on both boards, but he's got an overwhelming advantage versus the field right now. If he can hold on, it looks like he'll scoop if neither of these players improve. He has a better 3rd pair on the top, and he has a better 3rd pair on the bottom. So all he has to do is call down in a very ambitious spot. And of course, Tim has the ability to improve to a better 2 pair or hit his flush on either board. And I'm sure if he does, Dr. H will be facing a ton of river aggression. Dr. H undeterred. You know, he had the exact same situation last hand, calling with 3rd pair on both boards. Let's see if he can get bailed out once again. And Dr. H in a position to scoop once again, calling down in speculative spots. Tim James unloading the clip. It looks like he's about to barrel huge. And Dr. H with 2 marginal hands. You could be beat on both boards, but then again, you could be winning on both boards. So is Dr. H willing to wager $2,000 to win $4,000 in order to win, and he gets him off of a scoop.
What did you have? Nothing?
Tim James with the absolute Hail Mary bluff on the river. We get called by any ace, any queen. A lot of combos that he just gets scooped with, but he doesn't care. Relentless pressure from Tim James, getting the doctor off a hand that would completely scoop him, wipe him out. HTC playing the most hands as expected. Lynne G playing the least hands. Dr. H with the top profit on the day, followed by Mike and Tim. HTC and Eric at the bottom of the leaderboard. Lynne G with the steady climb up that same board. And our leaderboard tonight is brought to you by Monkey Knife Fight, your home for fantasy player props. Sign up today and get a 100 instant match on your first deposit when you use the promo code LATB. And so for all of us at Live at the Bike, a big thank you to Wayne Chang, Brian, Matthew, JJ, Alex, and everybody else involved in the studio and who helps throw this masterful production together. My name's Rye Guy. I'll see you tomorrow for some 2550, and thank you once again for tuning in, and have a wonderful rest of your day.